Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derik Melenda, and we're back tonight. We're back for another first look. However, I am pleased to announce, I'm pleased to say that tonight's first look is a sponsored first look. Thank you to Succubus Publishing, who is sponsoring us tonight in support of their game, Last Arc Tactics Analogue. And we're obviously going to get into that. We're going to get into what that means and what the game is. We're going to be doing a first look. But of course, when it comes to sponsorships, I think it's really important for me to be transparent and open with you, and just so that you understand kind of what's going on here behind the scenes. Because again, this is this is a little bit unusual for stuff. So for us, so a couple of things. Number one, the way that because first off, shout out to Succubus Publishing, who is the publishers behind the game. It's actually I should say that the game company behind it is Old World Studios, but it's being published by Succubus Publishing, who reached out to me. So for starters, they reached out to me and they said, "Hey, we love your stuff. We know that you've played Final Fantasy, you've covered Fabula Ultima, you covered Break. We'd love for you to take a look at our game." So that's number one. Number two, obviously my format is a first look. So that means that the people who are sponsoring me are taking a bit of a risk, because there's no script to approve, there's no video to approve, because it's really just live. And because it's a first look, I cannot guarantee that I'm going to necessarily love everything that I accept. And of course, it kind of ruins the point of a first look if I read through it beforehand and kind of approve it that way. Kind of ruins some of the raw edge that we like here at Knights of Last Call. So what I work out with my when I work out these deep business deals, I say, hey, look, if I don't like the game, I'm going to be honest about it, and that maybe could affect how many people click through your affiliate link and end up backing your game. So if you don't make any money off of this campaign, you don't owe me anything. I have a Patreon, I have sponsorships. It's more important to me that I stay neutral and unbiased than it is for me to make a couple $100. So, hey, if it works out, if people see this and they, if I like it, if it gets you excited, I may not like it, you may love it. If it gets people excited, it gets the word out, and we end up, making this publisher some money and get some eyes on their game, fantastic. We all win. But in the end of the day, for me, integrity is more important than money. So if I can basically structure my deal in such a way that if for whatever reason the game doesn't deliver, I don't want anybody to feel like, hey, I spent a bunch of money on this content creator, Derik, and I didn't make any money. I don't want them to be in that sort of position. I want them to feel safe and comfortable with supporting me, even if it means that I may not say things that they approve of, which again, that being said, I do have some standards, which is to say that, if a game is going to very clearly and obviously be not something that I don't think I'm going to like, there's no reason for me to take it. So, of course, this game that we're going to be looking at today, Last Arc Tactics Analogue, is undoubtedly a love letter, right, to JRPGs, in particular Final Fantasy. And when I first saw the game, I like many of you, I probably saw a marketing ad for it. Again, they contacted me, and I was like, oh, it's probably, I think someone had mentioned, or I'd heard that it was a D20 game, and I thought, oh, it's probably just a 5e game. And when I saw the game and I saw some of their marketing promo for it, I said, oh, this doesn't look like a 5e game. That's very interesting. Okay, well then, yeah, maybe I will, accept this. Maybe I will, take this as part of my consider this for sponsorship. Now, without going too deep into it. Now, I don't want to bury the lead too much, but of course, in setting up this stream and working, creating the thumbnail, this all came together very quickly. I did see a couple of things that made me very surprised. And the thumbnail says that I thought I would never, ever see something like this again. And I really did mean it, which is, as far as I can tell, I think this game is more inspired by D&D 3rd edition, with maybe some elements of 4th edition, than it has anything to do with 5e. And obviously, I've said many times here before that D&D 3rd edition is, at the end of the day, it is my game. It is the game that I think I love the most, that I've had the most fun playing. In fact, the other day we had Level 2 Janitor on the stream, and they said, you know, that in their notes for their Technicks, they said, you know, 3rd edition D&D is the game that somehow balanced, you know, like gameism and simulationism in like a perfect balance, and it's kind of like what I'm striving to achieve. 3rd edition is it's a unique game. It basically set off the entire, you know, it basically set off the entire modern gaming revolution. And you know, Adam says, is that like the Star Wars game? I think that's what you meant to say. Yeah, so there was a Star Wars D20 game which came out, had a gray cover, but then there was sort of this weird square-shaped Star Wars game that came out called Star Wars Saga Edition. And Star Wars Saga Edition was created by Wizards of the Coast, and very much was created while they were sort of, you know, in that design space for 4th edition. It's very similar to some of those late 3rd edition books like Book of Nine Swords or Dungeonscape, Dungeon Master's Guide 2, Monster Manual 5, where you started to see some of the 4th edition elements sort of bleeding into 3rd edition, almost as a way to sort of test the waters. It was a very interesting and very exciting period of time. So, you know, again, while I was, you know, I don't want to, like, you know, I don't know. I haven't opened the game yet, right? This is a first look, so I'm not sure what we're going to see. But I will say that they do have a crowdfunding campaign going on. It's in the doobly-doo below. There is an affiliate link, so if you use it, they can track my data and they can know, hey, you know, advertising with Knights of Last Call is a good deal, and that would be awesome. But, you know, maybe check it out. If you're digging it, maybe back it. If, you know, you maybe want to take a closer look at it, maybe just pick up the PDF. But if it's really, really inspiring you, and the art looks incredible, by the way, just from the, you know, they send me the marketing packages so I can put stuff onto, you know, the thumbnail and stuff. Just looks amazing. Can't wait to get into the game. That being said, there's a couple of things that are already going on with this game that, you know, we talk about all the time here at Knights, which I think is amazing, which is the game is done. So it's not, it's like, when I say done, I mean it's done. As in, like, when the crowdfunding campaign on GameFound ends, you get the full PDF. You know, they are still doing some, you know, last minute typo changes and beta changes, but the game is done. Art is done. The game itself is fully laid out, so you are getting a complete game. They did not go to their, you know, their crowdfunding to try to drum up the support to make the game. The game is already made. So that is something, you know, we've looked at a lot of these games that have had quick starts, which is a great, awesome thing to do. But when a game has the literal complete game finished, that is always like a really cool breath of fresh air. And I know that from my perspective, that is always certainly the way that we have sort of wanted, if we ever did go down a route of creating our own campaign or creating our own game, we wanted to go down that route, which is to have basically almost a finished product ready to go. And in this case, as soon as the campaign ends, if you're a backer, you get the final PDF, you know, which I'm sure they'll probably make a couple updates to based off of all the wide support before they go to final publishing print. But I believe that they are expecting to get your print copy this year. So that's a very short turnaround because the game is essentially done. And I think that's also to be applauded. So again, shout out to Old Guard, shout out to Succubus Publishing. We've got the full PDF, Steam driven. We got the full PDF, and they didn't say I couldn't show anything. So yeah, we got the whole thing. So in fact, they sent me a high res version because they wanted me to, you know, they wanted to look extra pretty on our stream. We should be streaming in 1440p, by the way, if your YouTube didn't auto tick up. We're still working on that. So yeah, this is a first look. So for those of you who haven't been here before for a first look, the way a first look works is I open up a game that I have never looked at before and I take a look at it, and we're going to be reacting to it. It's kind of vibes, you know. Now, obviously, we've seen a lot of role-playing games. I've got a lot of experience, so we're going to give some thoughts and feedback. But until we've really, really played the game, it's always hard to say. Now, that being said, if this game is as 3rd edition coded, 4th edition coded as I think it is, or, you know, hope it is, I should say, I'll have a lot to say because obviously I have a lot of experience, like a lot of experience with those games. And so, you know, tune in. We got White Monsters on standby because this is a long book. She thick. maybe not as maybe not as thick as pumpkin spice. Am I right? But no, this is a really chunky book. It is and I'm gonna use their language here because I think it's appropriate. Let me bring this up real quick. Just again to set the tone. So in terms of a first look, what we're looking to do is get a feel for the game. What is this game about? Do the mechanics of the game support that? And then does the system of rewarding or progression tie in to what the game is about and what the mechanics are about? That is what we try to do here in a first look. We also try to see, does the game heroic deed, and does the game mega game? Those are of course Knights of Last Call additional things that which we love to look into as well. Basically, can we add into elements of it from other games that we like to do. But in their press kit, they say that, so there's a couple things here, a lot of things that we've been talking about, which I think is really great here. I love the fact that they're even using these terms, which tells me that they are understanding, that they're gamers talking to gamers. They say that the genre and tone is Renaissance/high fantasy. High fantasy, anybody? Fabula Ultima? And I'm going to talk about Fabula Ultima a little bit as well. Specifically as we relate to it. Hey, what's up, G Helmet? Thank you. I have the tip sounds turned off. Sorry, because we had a guest on our last stream, so we did not get a chance to. I did not get a chance to turn those back on, so I'll turn those back on. Thank you. Let's see here. Edit alerts. Tips. Okay. Sorry. All right. There we go. That'll work. That'll work next time. I'll apologize for that. So let me see if I can rerun this here. There we go.
Helmet tipped $5. First look brought to you by Monster White. Making sure we hit the 4 hours mark.
There we go. 4 hour mark indeed. Yeah. I can't promise that this game will be that will finish in 4 hours. There's a lot of stuff here, and I'm going to be very tempted to want to to kind of go in deep and dig in deep. So we'll have to be prepared for that. All right. And chat should be updated here. And there we go. All right. Does it PvP? Again, welcome to the first look. We're in for a long time. I'm going to try to come back and put some links in here that'll help everybody out, just so because this is going to be a long one. But okay, so what I want to talk about when we get into this game is that I obviously am a big fan of Fabula Ultima, and that is a tabletop JRPG. However, hey, thank you, Jace.
Jace the Mad Kiwi Owl. Tip $10. Is this the most giddy I've ever seen you, Derik? Can see that love and nostalgia of 3E coming through. Or is that the monster already kicking in?
No. It is 100%. Again, I'm surmising because of some things I saw. I mean, obviously I got the PDF. I opened the PDF, and as soon as I opened the PDF, I randomly flipped to some page, and as soon as I saw it, I went, oh my God, this is 3rd edition D&D. And I was not expecting to be like, oh my God, I never thought I would see a new game based on that, ever again in my life. And I did see a couple of other changes though, that I was like, oh wow, this is really cool. Oh wow, this is really cool. So, it made me sort of, it made me sort of nostalgic. It made me sort of excited. Again, I was going to take a look at the game anyways, just because it's awesome and beautiful, and we love JRPGs here. But I was not expecting to see third edition era DNA, and that was just a really hugely important part of my life. It's still really the core in many ways of my game, even though I grew up with AD&D 2nd edition and 1st edition and basic D&D. Really, my first D&D was the black box. 3rd edition D&D and 3.5 and whatever, that era of gaming was really what defined me. That's when I was playing 3 or 4 times a week with my buddies. We were all, you know, coming out of high school. I was in college. You know, my Aaron's got his first apartment. You know, we used to go over there. We had his, you know, he was my first buddy that ever had his own house. You know, we could go over there. We could play D&D till 3, 4, 5 in the morning. And that was all 3rd edition. So I have a very, very nostalgic part in my heart for this. And I don't think people realize or appreciate how much of the DNA of modern gaming, especially 5th edition and Pathfinder 2 and stuff, comes from that time period in that era. So London says, let's get all the distractions out of the way. Well, thank you, London. Appreciate you. Solo says, I love the 3E era of so many different game types, genres, and settings, all released at once. Exactly, Solo. Like, that's what I said. There was a time and a place when, like, every game came out it was kind of like 5E, but it was somehow still different. I don't quite understand why and how it was different than modern era, but it felt different. And so, again, I never thought I'd see it again. Now, Todd, hey, what's up, Todd, says Black Lodge Games did say recently that the 3.5 space is the next OSR, as the fan base hasn't been fed since Pathfinder 1st Edition enters. I, for one, welcome this new revival. So, Todd, I was about to say the same thing. You know, I didn't see Black Lodge say that, but I was going to say, it's like, I wonder if this is the beginning of a new SR, you know, the medium SR, right? Yeah, so it's really interesting in all of that respect. Hey, Ichan Joe, welcome. I'm one of the artists behind this project. I hope you guys enjoy the game as much as we developed it, much as we who developed it. Well, the game looks incredible, so I can definitely say that good job on that perspective. You know, I'm a strong believer in, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The art in this game is such a wonderful love letter to the sort of imagery that I associate with some of my favorite games of all time. Obviously, Final Fantasy, things like Tales of Symphonia, Breath of Fire, just like all these, like Chrono Trigger, just all these amazing, incredible games, which I think is fantastic and awesome. What's up, Strat? Good to see you here. PF1 has always been my favorite TTRPG. Love to see it as well. So what I was going to say before we got tangented, is going back to this press kit. They say that this game, and I love that they're even using these languages. They say it's noble bright, right? We were talking about that grid, right? And you think, oh, only the nerds over at KOLC talk about things like grim dark or noble dark or grim bright. No, they say their game is noble bright, the opposite of grim dark, but without losing the serious ramifications in world building, right? They're saying that this is a classic high fantasy JRPG where, you know, your characters are noble and the world is not this dystopian hellhole. That doesn't, now that tends to mean that the conflicts are very, over the top, fighting, God in space type things. But again, I think it's really, and there's a lot of like ideological battles to be fought, which I think is really, really cool. So again, coming at us with this game is noble bright. Now they talk about it's a high vibrant high fantasy world. They say here, complexity level, medium to high. Okay, there is an emphasis on true tabletop tactics to ensure engagement through mechanics and not just fluff. So again, this is in their sort of press kit this is the only thing I've read about the game that kind of had me going like, what? Though we have talent tree based progression, we have open multiclassing, which if it's 3rd edition, I would assume it is, melee combos, range criticals, exploding dice, scaling spells and performance effects, and reactionary combat. Even when it's not your turn, players engage by blocking, dodging, parrying, and even making counterattacks. And again, one of the main things that I did in my late, even mid PF1 era, which of course Pathfinder 1 is just 3.75, right, was add in, it was called the reactions system, and it gave every character, right, options through the Trailblazer system to add in these incredibly awesome reactions. And I thought that was such a great, cool way to make the game, and it really did, I think, make the game a lot better. Anyways, the game looks, again, I was excited and I was interested to look at it, but when I saw the part that I saw, it just, it grabbed me. So again, it's a fully finished 375-page plus tactical TTRPG, a love letter to Final Fantasy Tactics, Tactics Ogre, Fire Emblem, reimagined for pen and paper. So, here we go. Let's get into it. All right, so right off the bat, Vene, 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 vas, ne me mori facias, vene, vene, veneas, ne me mori. I mean, this is like, they might as well just call this last arc Battle Sephiroth, right? I mean, this is like the most like, this is the most God in space final villain art I think that we've ever seen, because it looks like an amalgamation of Sephiroth, Kefka, and maybe Ultimacia, maybe, you know. I can't remember the final battle. I know the name of the battlefield was called Graveyard of Airships. Why can't I remember the name of the final boss of Final Fantasy Tactics? But I do remember that that battle. It was really cool. So by Dustin Nickel. And again, this game has been being worked on for a while. Apparently, they've had a Patreon supporting it. So again, they had their own sort of journey to get here. But again, we can see here that we have this. You know, it's you know, there's additional design from other people, but you know, and additional contribution. But again, Dustin Nickel is to blame if if it's good or if it's bad. And again, this is currently. There's a link in the doobly-doo below. It uses our affiliate link. It'll send you over to the crowdsource. And we're gonna, you know, please use that if you are interested in checking it out. Please like, you know, comment, all that jazz, just to spread information. It's good for me. It's good for the channel. You know, so I appreciate it if you do that. But also too, if you legitimately like the game, you know, consider maybe supporting it. All right. So we have our table of contents. Now again, I didn't joke around when I said this is a big game. So again, we have what I consider to be a great layout. We've got an introduction to the game. We talk about characters, the basics, the core mechanic, the gameplay, etc., etc. There's also a little bit of like, have you never played a role-playing game before? But again, I think that while I enjoy, you know, I actually enjoy a little bit more rules in the beginning of a game. I always think it's important when we start off with, you know, the at least giving you an indication of what's this game about. That being said, if it is 3rd edition D&D, we don't need anything because we already know how to play this game completely. So we've got attributes, we've got races, we've got, you know, humans, dwarves, elves, gnomes, all your normal stuff. Looks like we've got about 20 races, give or take. Then we have what's called a base class. Okay. Bard, Initiate, Mage, Ranger, Rogue, and Warrior. Okay. So that's it. So we have only, again, you know, it's not quite my 3, right? But I always talk about how I think it's really cool for there to be, you know, this a small list. I like Shadow the Demon Lord does this, right? Shadow the Weird Wizard, right? Where you start off with this small list of classes and then you expand beyond that. So again, we have a Bard, an Initiate. I'm assuming the Initiate is like a white mage or a priest. Mage, Ranger, Rogue, and a Warrior. Then we have chapter 4, Ethos. Chapter 5 is called Skills. And boy, I don't gotta tell you, there's definitely some DNA here. Oh, it could be a monk, Todd. That's a great point. And then we've got what looks to be like a classic, you know, PF1 3rd edition era skill list here with acrobatics, alchemy, medicine, ride, smithing, spellcraft, stealth, persuasion, etc. Then we have techniques or technicks. I'm not sure how they intend to pronounce that, but they're not techniques and they're not technicks. They're technicks. And it doesn't seem like it's a really long chapter. So maybe they're feats. Then we have equipment. We have weapons, armor, all the usual stuff as well. Lots of different stuff on a lot of weapon choices here. Axes, bludgeoning weapons, pole arms, the like. Light armor, heavy armor, mystical armor, potions, poisons, scrolls, prosthetic limbs, mounts. Then we see magic. We've got spells, mana points, highly suggesting that there is some sort of element here of classic MP. We've got black magic, blue magic, green magic, red magic, white magic, and high arcana. Then we have performances, some sort of dancer class, maybe. Hard to say. Then we have combat. Chapter 11 is entitled Airships. Chapter 12 is entitled Advanced Classes. So this, I wonder if this is sort of a prestige class analog. We've got Archmage, Assassin, Dragoon, Druid, Paladin. So here's where we get into our more specific classes. Chapter 13 is called Aeons. So we've got summoning. Altar, the Wreckager, Pleiades, the Fey Sister, Arcturus, the Dread. We've got a chapter on game mastering, a big chapter on allies and adversaries, and a massive bestiary, all in the main book. Lastly, the optional rules at the end of the book include the Aetherite shards, last resorts, and the Zodiac system. Now, we could tell how much of a Final Fantasy Tactics nerd they are if they went full Zodiac. No one ever goes full Zodiac, but maybe they went full Zodiac. But if they did go full Zodiac, thank God it's in the optional rules, because no game should ever have to put anybody through that. For those of you who don't know what the Zodiac system was, it was a system from Final Fantasy Tactics where your birthday and your opponent's birthday affected how much damage you could do to them in combat. And then we end with a character sheet. So it goes without saying that the art in this game looks incredible. You know, it is such a, I love the sort of colored pencil, you know, vibe. It has all of like the elements of, and I've always been very weird, and I know I'm very biased here, but like there is a certain vibe and aesthetic to me where when I see this specific piece of art, like this is not anime to me. It is JRPG. Now, I'm not an anime connoisseur, right? I actually don't like anime. So I can't tell you what the difference is, but I know it when I see it. And there's for some reason, I think this type of art looks awesome. And I think that anime art is not good. I don't know what it is. I can't tell you what it is, but this is such a wonderful piece of art. Like, this is such a tasteful, classy, awesome adventurer. Like, I love it. I love it. Is it the eye size? Maybe. I don't know. Again, that's why I said I'm not proficient enough in anime to say exactly what it is. I just know when I see it, that when I see art from maybe that could be it. Help. Maybe there's a special type or certain type of anime. I just don't like anime as a whole. I just like a certain type. Yes, London. There's definitely a Legend in the Mist style to this, almost, and which was another game that I thought was absolutely gorgeous. In fact, I think it won our Golden Knight for like most gorgeous game, right? But it does feel somewhere in between. Tim says it could be that there's the detail level in the face. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but it looks great. But before we get into the game, let's hop over, because we always like to do this sometimes. Let's hop over to the character sheet and take a look. All right. So for starters, gorgeous looking character sheet. All right, we've got hit points, mana. Look at this. Oh my gosh, look at this. We got Fort Ref and Will. So that's a huge indication. Look at this. Okay. Wait, hold on a sec. This is looking 4th edition-y, because your Fort Ref and your Will are defenses rather than 3rd edition, they were saves. Like, I don't see that you have an armor class anywhere. Which is interesting. So because look, the fort is 10 plus, bonus, plus bonus, plus bonus, right? So in 4th edition, you had 4. In 4th edition, you had 4 defenses. They were armor class, fortitude, reflex, and will. And I never really quite understood why you needed an armor class defense. I guess because you need armor to do something. But it looks like in this game, armor might damage reduction, which I think that's a typo, because it says damage reductor. We've got strength, vitality, agility, intelligence, mind, and charisma. Mark Jost confirms ref and AC are the same in this. There you go. I think that makes actually a lot of sense. we've got our skill list. And again, for those of you who aren't 4th edition coded like me, you can see that you're adding half of your level to all of these. And again, half your level is what you added in 4th edition. Along with an attribute, whether you're trained or not. Do you have a focus bonus? And that's interesting because, again, in 4th edition, very similar to what eventually we've got come into 5th edition. In true 3rd edition, you got these like individual skill points that you put into things, whereas in 4th edition, you were either trained or not trained, and trained just gave you a +5 bonus. At least that's what it did in 4th edition. We'll see here. I do not know. Again, we have a box for mana, so that's obviously new. We also have this break gauge, which is clearly new. But it looks like some kind of, because we have hit points. So I don't know what this break threshold is or break gauge. So we'll have to look at this and get more in detail about this. I don't have anything that immediately jumps out at me for this. But this looks very, very 3rd edition-y, 4th edition-y. And then we have a second page, which is upside down. Because a page for our bio, our inventory, a journal section, talents, techniques, and spells and abilities. Very cool. Now, I will also say, Mark says break gauge is like exhaustion mixed with wounds. Okay, interesting. I will say that this game is currently backed, as in it got enough. In fact, I mean, not to make it sound bad, but like I was kind of surprised at how well it's done. It had like over $100,000, and for a game that isn't quote unquote 5e, it's always surprising to see games like this do well. But Shadow, what's up, Shadow, says this game really came out of nowhere, saying I have all your favorite things from newer RPGs in one package with a superior action system. I'm all here for it. So character sheet definitely looks like it is in our wheelhouse here. Again, even just getting that sort of classic two-tone icon style, which again is very, very Final Fantasy coded. I love to see it. All right, so we've got here a classic. Introduction of what is a role-playing game. Unlike video games, you're not limited by the software. The GM can help you make rulings, and you can do anything that you want to do, and all that other normal stuff that we get in here. Looks like you're going to be using some 6-sided dice, 4-sided dice, 8-sided dice. You know what? Respect them here. They say at least 2 4-sided dice, 4 or more 6-sided dice, 2 8-sided dice, 2 10-sided dice, 2 12-sided dice, and a 20-sided dice. Whenever games are like, you only need 1 of each, I'm like, what RPG are you playing? And again, the game is not shying away from this. You need miniatures and or tokens to represent the various characters and creatures. You need a battle mat with a 1-inch square grid to represent terrain. So this is very much a tactic game. One would expect to it with it saying tactical analog in the intro, or in the title, I should say, of the game. All right, we know how to use dice. I think we're pretty good about this. The setting, the world of Valdera is a high fantasy setting inspired by classic JRPGs such as Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Record of Lodoss War, and Fire Emblem. The only anime I've ever liked. Very true, Hector. You can never have too many dice. Well, Adam, I will say that, if you are truly trying to be, Final Fantasy Tactics or Ogre, Ogre Tactics-esque, you got to go with the grid, right? I mean, that's what they classic do. Well, this is a very, very nice list. I will say that. I said before, but Dragon Quest, aka Dragon Warrior, was actually the very first RPG I ever played because when I got my subscription to Nintendo Power, you could either get the strategy guides or you could get a free game. And I got a free game, and the game was Dragon Warrior 1. All right, the beginning. From humble beginnings fighting rats in the sewers to becoming legendary heroes and defeating gods, JRPGs have captured the imagination of players since the 1980s. They certainly have for me. Bring your own epic to life with Last Tactics Analogue. build spectacular cities, explore elaborate dungeons, best fight foes, and shape iconic heroes. The core mechanic is D20 plus modifiers beat the DC. So, you know, it is the core. You know, a lot of people think that is a 5e mechanic. Realistically, that is actually a 3rd edition mechanic. You know, before 3rd edition, you did not have the idea of a DC. It did not exist. You made ability score checks, more like the way Dragonbane works. Even non-weapon proficiencies were based off of your character's base ability. In other words, you had basically to roll D20 and roll under your stat score. So if your strength was 17, you needed to roll a 17 or less on a D20, unmodified. D20, the D20 system as we know it originated with 3rd edition. So classic, simple. You know, we have a game master. We have the heroes. As you participate in the story, complete quests, and overcome obstacles, they will gain experience, which will increase the power of the characters. Okay, pretty basic, normal. I'm just, you know, because, you know, I don't want to just assume it's automatically like 3rd edition or 4th edition. So, you know, I don't want to, you know, skip over anything. So if I do miss something, try to point it out. Obviously, it's a first look. We can't get everything here, but we have a section here on rolling dice. Not all actions require the roll of a d20. GM should only call for rolls when success or failure will have a meaningful impact on the story or significant consequences for the character. So it's a small point. Okay, it's a small point to be made, but this is something that, believe it or not, is advice that doesn't really exist in 3rd edition. You see, 3rd edition was still very much trying to create, you know, immersion and verisimilitude at all costs. And in 3rd edition, you rolled whether it was exciting or interesting or not, you know. Now, a lot of people may have skipped around that, but the truth of the matter is the game itself there was this idea of only roll if it's going to mean an impact to the story or if it's going to have really interesting consequences. Did not exist in that time period, right? It was only 2000 or 1999. So again, be aware of that. You know, so even just having that little mindset difference shift, you know, it's true. It's true. You did have take 10 and take 20. Correct. That's true. Which was awesome, Jake. But still, it was a way of sort of, it was a way of getting around that by still, you know, having that. Oh, shit. Last Arc does have take 10 and take 20. Well,
I am strong.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best. That is the best system that was ever created, and they got rid of it, which is crazy. I love take 10 and take 20. So apparently Mark is saying that Last Arc does have take 10 and take 20. For those of you who don't know what take 10 and take 20 is, it's like the best system ever. Anyways. All right. Other dice are used to determine what happens after success or failure is determined, etc., etc., etc. You know, determine how often you're going to play and the like. A little session 0 information. Love it. Well, Keith, okay, not to go off on a tangent, but Keith, the idea behind Take 20, if you're not familiar, is if you are doing something that your character is technically capable of doing, meaning if you got a 20, your total score would be 28. And if the DC is 25, and if it is a skill or a situation where time is not an issue, and if you spend enough time, you can get it done, then why, you know, basically the idea is, well, you could just keep rolling essentially virtually until you get a 20. Well, why don't we just say, okay, well, you do that. And, you know, maybe it doesn't take a minute, it takes an hour, but eventually you find the secret door. It's actually a fantastic mechanic. Yeah, Dr. Dehart, we didn't have clocks back then, right? We just had real time. Nowadays, you could just tell players, hey, yeah, oh, can I take 20? And you're like, yeah, that'll cost you 3 clock segments or something like that, right? Anyways, take 20 is great. All right. Yeah, officially take 20 did take 20 times as much time. Correct. So we have an example of play here, which we're going to kind of skip here. Let's see here. Character creation. Before creating your character, you should review everything in the game. Look, again, you know, I'm not going to try to sugarcoat this game. Even in their prep briefing, they said the game is medium to high complexity. Look, there comes a time and a point in everyone's life where, you know, you gotta own up to who you are and what you are. This is a game that goes, look, this isn't a game that you're playing because you're interested in being like, I want to make a rules-like character that the character class only fits on half a page plus art. You know, this is not some micro-light RPG. Look, my whole game is only 5 pages long. You know, this is a game that basically says you're in it for the build. You're in it for you're in it for your character. Right. Research your build. Exactly. Avison says there may or may not be feat chains. All right. Generate attributes. First, we generate 6 attributes. Note some of the changes are made, but, you know, sound a little bit more Final Fantasy. Which is vitality, agility, intelligence, mind, right? So mind, vitality, those sound more of JRPG. Looks like we're going to get an average of 10 to 11, which is, you know, again, I assume that we're assuming that this is a standard D20 progression, right? 12 is a +1, 14 is a +2, blah, 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 blah. We select a race, we select a class, we assign our attributes, we calculate our character statistics, we always round down. Hit points, mana points, our defenses, our break threshold, our movement speed, and our hero points. HP is how much damage you can sustain before falling unconscious. Mana points measure the ability of a character has for magical arts. The more MP a character has, the more spells they can cast, or magical abilities you can activate. Determined by your class. Defenses. Reflex defense is 10 plus your agility. Fortitude defense is 10 plus your vitality. Well, I should say 10 plus your character level plus agility. Fortitude is 10 plus your character level plus vitality. And will is 10 plus your character level plus mind. Break threshold. Okay. Regardless of the amount of HP a character has, many larger, more powerful attacks are still capable of incapacitating a character. Interesting. A character's break threshold determines how much damage a character can take in a single hit before moving down the break gauge. Damage thresholds for small or medium characters is equal to their fortitude defense. Okay, so it is kind of a death spiral system. It's a sort of right. It's taking a little bit. It's like the massive damage rule, right? If you don't remember the 3rd edition, if you used to take 50 damage or more in a single hit, you could potentially die right off the bat. But it sounds like the way that this worked is no, it's not bloodied. It's not bloodied. It's kind of like a wound system. It's like the Star Wars Saga edition tracks, right? It's basically a way to indicate that getting hit for 20 damage at once is different than getting hit for 5 damage 4 times, right? I think it's a way to sort of make those bigger hits from bigger monsters, maybe, presumably like some sort of boss monsters, right, feel more impactful. This was also something that they used, and again, they used it in, I believe they used it in Saga Edition, Star Wars Saga Edition. Cool. All right, movement speed is base 6 squares. Makes sense. Dwarves and stuff are slower. Hero points. Characters gain a number of hero points per day based on their character level. Hero points are further detailed in the combat chapter. All level 1 characters begin with 1 hero point, and you get an additional one at 6 and 5 every 5 levels thereafter, with a maximum of 4 at 16th level. So you get 1 hero point per day. Cavallo says, I like this because it makes big hitters scary in a different way than low damage, high quantity enemies. A bunch of goblins and a single big orc are different in how they damage you this way. Yes, it's also, Boyko, a little bit like Daggerheart's damage thresholds if you included, an element of having a little bit of a death spiral, where if you take that 3rd severe damage threshold, right, that it had some sort of, nagging consequence. Strat, so are we doing a classic day-based attrition system? It sounds like we might be. I don't know. There's a lot to still dig into here. Select skills. These are the characters by which you accomplish tasks in and out of combat. Trained is a +5 bonus, so that is straight up from 4th edition. You including adding half your character level plus your relevant ability modifier, and then if you are trained, you add +5. So again, this was the way that 4th edition did it. and it worked pretty simple. There are very few people who actually enjoyed assigning skill points in 3rd edition. There may be a few of you here because you guys are crazy people, but for the most part, I don't think anyone actually enjoyed doing that. In fact, 99% of people definitely just, maxed out the same ones over and over and over again. My friend George would be one of those people who splashed, like this. This is true, right? When you start, the key was to splash to 5 points, right? So that way you could get the cross-class benefit, right? That way you could what was it like? You could have like a plus 20 diplomacy by like level 2 or something like that. If you had a high enough charisma and you put like 5 ranks into like knowledge, customs, and like 5 points into sense motive, and then you got all the cross class benefits into charisma, blah blah blah. No, PF1 didn't do it that way. PF1 worked where you just got 1 for 1, but if it was a class skill, you got +3 on top of it, so it worked fundamentally the same. But 3rd edition was truly the worst with class skills and non-class skills. Anyways, moving on. Techniques are special abilities that are not tied to your class nor tied to your race. So they really are feats. In fact, level 1 characters begin play with 1 technique, while some races, like humans, begin with an additional technique. So literally bonus human feat level 1, right? As your character gains levels, they will continue to gain techniques at every odd level. As well. Oh, okay. So you get something at every level. Oh, okay. So you have character techniques and then you have class techniques. So you do get something at every level. So no dead levels. 3rd edition admittedly did have a lot of dead levels. They tried to fix that in PF1 somewhat. Yeah, synergy bonuses. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I was calling them cross-class bonuses, but you're right, Hardrick. They were called synergy bonus. Vanilla 3E was so stingy. People are, I think, stingy is what, like people think of 3rd edition, they think of Pathfinder. In Pathfinder, you got to feed at level 1, level 3, level 5, level 7. In 3rd edition, you got it every 3 levels, which didn't mean 1, 3, 5. You got it at 1, 4, 7, 10, 13, 16, and 19 or something like that. It was crazy. You only got like 6 feats, I think. If you were not a human and not a fighter or whatever, if you didn't get any bonus feats, I think you only got 6 feats in 3rd edition. Yeah, Pathfinder 1 definitely was moving towards no dead levels, 100%. I don't know a single person who didn't think that humans inside. Here's the problem, Cavallo, or not a problem. A lot of people go, humans are the best class, or humans are the best race because they get a bonus feat at level 1, and they didn't get any penalties to any of their stats. And you know what? That meant a lot of people made humans, and I was always fine with that. I love that. In fact, I liked. I don't know if this makes me a racist, but I liked, racial ability modifiers that were tied to your race. I thought that, including penalties, by the way, I thought that was great. Then we get, oh, wait. So techniques are different than talents. Talents are unique class-specific abilities. At first level, select a single talent from one of your talent trees your class has access to. You may select any talent as long as you meet the prerequisites. Lastly, equipment, and then finishing touches. All right. And I mean, again, I just absolutely love this art, and this looks very Record of Lodoss War to me for sure. I mean, obviously Record of Lodoss War didn't have like a little halfling character. But this dwarf even kind of looks like Gim, and this elf kind of looks like Deedlit, which is great. And if Ato was female, I think Ato would look like this. Got it. Yes, very much. Osiris is saying it's very much like Star Wars Saga. It had class-based talent trees. Yeah, so I own Star Wars Saga. We got it because we were excited about 4th edition D&D, and we stole a little bit from it, but we never really fully dived into Star Wars Saga. So my Star Wars Saga knowledge is a little bit underwhelming in that respect. By the way, just as a general aside, the layout of the game, you know, looks, you know, it's clean, it's simple. You know, it's got this nice little graphical element here. The gutters aren't huge, you know, where you have like, you know, like 80% of the page is taken up by the border, which I love that they have this nice little thin border. The page number icons are cool. And it's, you know, simple black text on white, but it's easy to read, easy to see. I think this design is very clean. I love the kind of the color coding here. We didn't see anything specific to inspirations, so I can't say for sure. But I mean, you know, again, they mentioned Tactics, Final Fantasy Tactics, Ogre, Fire Emblem, yada, yada, yada. So, all right. All right, so let's take a look at our attributes. Okay, we are rolling. Okay, they do have a point buy option, but the first method is by random rollers. Roll 2d6, add 6. Okay, this was a Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. You roll 2d6 to generate a base number. First, add that base number to 6 to get your first score. So I'm going to roll 2d6, and I got an 8. So my first score is a 14. But my base number is 8. Then I subtract the base number from 19 to get my second score. So basically, if I roll really high on the first score, I get a low one on the second score. And if I roll really low on the first one, I get a high number on the second one. And then you do that 2 more times. So you do 3 sets. So that is awesome. I don't know how I've never seen that before. Wow. I mean, I played 3rd edition for a long time, and I read almost like every 3rd edition random thing. I cannot believe I've never seen that before. I mean, I've seen things before, like where there's like the system where like, you know, you like roll randomly and then like all the different players use it. This is such an interesting way of generating results. Wow. Because again, like for example, if I roll a 2, okay, I have an 8 and a 17. But also note that the lowest score you can get through this system is an 8, right? And I know people poo-poo and hate all negative scores. That's just a modern day, you know, I don't know. It's a modern day disease. A lot of people that we played with, you know, having an 8, having a -1 is not the end of the world. Okay. Having a -3, I'm not going to lie, is rough. Okay. So while I appreciate 46 drop low, which was the classic rolling thing for 3rd edition, I will admit that getting, it was kind of tough. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. If I roll a 12, I could get a 7. Okay. So there you go. You're right. There is a small chance that you could have a -2, which is fair. In fact, one of my favorite characters of all time was I rolled 46. I got 1, 1, 1, 1. So of course that was a 3. And so I put that into int because I was going to be a half-orc barbarian, and a half-orc barbarian got a -2 to int. Well, half-orcs did. But because of the rule that your character had to have at least human-like intelligence, your int couldn't go less than 3, because if your int was 2 or 1, you were only animal intelligence. And so to min-max my character, I put it into int, and his character's name was Axe, and I literally wrote down like 20 words, and that was it. His vocabulary was only 20 words. He could only speak those 20 words, and anything that was outside of that 20 words, he would just use the word Axe. So now, was his character's name Axe, or did he just not know his name and then he used the word Axe? Anyways, that was one of my favorite characters. The best part about that is it was a prison. it was a prison, like it was one of those, like you start in prison, and finally it was like a scene, we didn't have any armor equipment, and I finally got an axe, and everyone's like, oh shit, this is going to be amazing. And then the very first time that my character raged, I threw away my axe so that I could start pounding somebody to death. I didn't have unarmed equipment, or I didn't have like unarmed proficiency or anything. But everyone was dying laughing because I finally got an axe, and everyone's like, this is going to be sick. And, because naturally my strength was like 20. But the first thing I did upon getting an axe was rage, drop my axe, and just go punching the guy. Provoking an attack of opportunity, by the way, every time I did so. Anyways, this is amazing. Right, axe is not my weapon. It's a way of life. You marks, you understand. You got it exactly. Thank you, Strat. Look, it was 3rd edition. It was a different time. I was a different man. Okay. By the way, thank you for the Prime subby. Saw that come across. Appreciate you. Thank you, Aquasnake, for the follow. Okay, or you can point by. Don't point by. Roll. And then the modifiers are exactly what we expect them to be. Also, okay, even worse than point by, standard array. When you've got this system, just roll. Okay, just roll. All right. Yeah. So no point by, standard array, roll. Okay. Something, something, something. It's cool to discover your character and have fun with it and play into it. So Edward wants that rolling and dragging. We may have to steal it, Edward. That's a really great system. Ooh, Obvious says that the standard array does give lower scores than rolling on average. There you go. Pretty cool. Tasty Trekkie says, a different man, so you're a body hopping wizard? I sure am, Tasty Trekkie. I was, once I was, I loved character builds and digging into the game and trying to ivory tower my way to ultimate victory, All right, anyways, we got strength. We use it for melee damage rolls, one-handed, two-handed, unarmed, and athletics checks, and strength checks. Vitality is used for hit points and fortitude defense. Agility is used for reflex defense and range weapons and some skills. Intelligence is used for languages, bonus skills, and alchemy, lore, and smithing. Mind is used for your will defense and certain skills. And then charisma looks like it might be a dumb stat, but it wasn't 3rd edition and 4th edition, so I don't know what you're going to do. But you apply it to deception, perform, and persuasion. Okay, interestingly, this is actually the path. This is the paragraph that I saw that made me think that this game was going to be 3rd edition, which was that you got a ability increase at 4, 8, 12, 16, and 20. And you get 2 +1s. Or what do they call it nowadays? They didn't have this term back then, but now they have a term for it. ASI. That wasn't a term back in the day, but another nice piece of art. Love it. They're pretty good here with the spot art at the bottom of the pages. I think it looks great. And the art choices that they're making really do feel like, you're building a party or a party's coming together, which is really cool. And again, I love these kind of two-tone, this kind of color toning imaging style, which is really great. All right, so we've got races. Salt, I would say Pathfinder 1, but by Pathfinder 1, I really do mean 3rd edition D&D, D20, classic D20. Yeah, Mark, I did see that. You can't put both +1s. You got to split them up a little bit. All right, and to not my surprise, you get 2 bonuses and a penalty, unless you're a human, in which case you get +2 to 1. Love it. Dwarves get a penalty to charisma. Elves get a penalty to vitality. Yes, they should have that. Gnomes get a penalty to strength. Yes, they should have that. Look at the orc rocking. The half orc in 3rd edition, very famously, got a +2 to strength, but a -2 to int and a -2 to charisma because the game was basically like a bonus to strength is worth 2 penalties. Maybe I don't know if I agreed with that or not, but it was pretty strong. But I love it. I think ability scores are important, and I think I like the mechanical elements of these things on your character sheet. I like them being a part of it. Ooh, attribute caps. Okay. Okay, so races have maximum attributes. Okay. I mean, they're pretty dang high here. I don't know. I wonder what the reason for that is. I mean, it could be a balance issue. I don't know if this includes magical bonuses or if it's just natural bonuses. Again, these are all so high, it doesn't really matter. I suppose it's I mean, the only thing I could think of is that what it does is if you have like if you have a bonus, or if you have like, let's say you have an 18, okay, and strength, there is something to be said about in 3rd edition, if let's say you're a fighter, and your strength is your primary ability score. Well, you're just going to put that into your strength every single time for the rest of the game, right? I mean, we all know that. We already know that, right? So it's like you getting an ability score improvement really isn't an ability score improvement, right? Because, come on, you're going to put it into the same 2 stats pretty much every time throughout the course of the game. There might be a couple of breakpoints that you change up every once in a while just so that you can get like a 13 so you could qualify for some feat. But the fact of the matter is it actually kind of removed decisions from your decision making because, you just always maxed out, right? Yeah, exactly. Illusion of choice, Avison, right? Hey, Kojo. Good to see you. So I don't mind that at all. We've got no, I get it. The min-maxer inside of you wants to just, have the highest possible strength possible. I get it. I mean, I understand. We have low light, we have dark vision, very 3rd edition. All right, well, we don't need to go through every single race, but we've got here, humans. Again, they get a bonus. They get a bonus skill. They get a bonus technique, just like humans from 3rd edition, 4th edition. We've got dwarves who get bonuses to their constitution and to their mind scores, right? So that's this game's equivalent of constitution and wisdom. They're a little slower. They get a +1 to all their defenses because they're very hardy, which is awesome. They do not suffer encumbrance from armor. I mean, this really just reads just a lot like 3rd edition. They get dark vision. The Highland dwarves, or the mountain dwarves, they actually get a bonus to charisma and vitality. And by the way, I'm noticing here that's nice. Like, okay, I don't want to be the dwarf with why do all dwarves have to have a charisma penalty? Well, here's a dwarf that has a charisma bonus. Like, if you want to be the charismatic dwarf, here's an option for this. We have dark elves, but less like the drow and more of like the shadow elves. Here's our high elf, our classic, magical, xenophobic, perfect elves. And then, of course, I'm sure we get some sort of wood elf. Yep, wood elves, traditional fae-like elves that, very dexterous and live in the woods, right? Look, it's real simple, right? You got your Calithian dwarf, you got your Calithian elves, you got your Felwaith elves, and then you have your Neriac elves, right? Classic. And then there's half elves too, I'm sure. EverQuest shout out. The Gauro are lizard folk. Okay. And they've got regeneration. So right off the bat, I do notice something about regeneration. It says Gauro regain 1.5 times the amount of HP from resting, which indicates that you probably do not get all of your hit points back per day, which you did not do that in 3rd edition as well. Yes, Ixar would be probably the more appropriate way to describe that. Was G-Fey was pretty dark. I mean, I guess if you're an elf, you had like infravision, so it was easier to see, but yeah. But for me, the best starting zone of all time will be Everfrost Peaks. Shout out to Hallis. Gnomes look like they are weird techno creatures. They are genderless. They have alchemically made bodies and strange magitech inventions. Their bizarre physiology consists of an alchemical ichor that bonds the soul of a gnome to a suit of ceremonial armor, giving them their iconic physical form. I'll say this, at least it's not just a race that people are going to confuse between a halfling and a dwarf. I always liked Pathfinder, especially Pathfinder 2. I always liked Pathfinder 2 gnomes because they at least were very different. This feels very, well, it feels very Akanon, right? Right? Like the like very steampunky gnome. I actually think this is actually kind of cool. Little robot gnomes. And then Tinker Gnomes are also apparently made out of robots. Okay, here we go. While other gnomes have set out in the New World to rebuild the great Magitech empire they once commanded, again, classic, just everything about that sounds so Final Fantasy coded. Tinker Gnomes are wary of such power as it led to the destruction of their homeland. Seeking a new path, most Tinker Gnomes choose to take up residence with the dwarves, eschewing the practice of alchemy and instead honing their ability as expert craftsmen and shipwrights, building great flying machines. So there we go. We got the airship makers. Goblins. And grass runners, looks like our kind of halfling creatures, but a little bit more fey and a little bit more what's that race from Final Fantasy 14? Yes, they came from behind. Lawfell, right? That's it. Kind of definitely has a strong Final Fantasy 14 vibe there, rather than just, you know. Oh, okay. No, that is. So the halflings are. I don't know what the difference is between these guys. Oh, okay. Halflings live in the city. Grass runners live in nature. So again, it looks like we're kind of getting races and cultures here. Right. So like we saw that the dwarves are kind of the dwarves, but we have two different types of dwarves. We have like the living above ground and we have the living below ground. And then we have sort of the tinker gnomes versus the gnomes, but they're all gnomes. So these are all the same race. It's just that they're kind of different cultures. Right. So this is more of like kind of like the fey wild kin. And then the halflings are a little bit more, you know, humanized. They live in the cities among men, acting as emissaries and mediators, fostering peace between them. Right. So. Got it. So it's kind of a mix of both race and culture. And then, of course, half-elf. Okay. Oh, yeah. It wouldn't be modern Final Fantasy without a cat person as well. So here we have our cat people, also referred to as cat folk. These are the most ancient, oldest living race in Valdera. And... oh, an orc. This looks like a kind of a modern Zelda orc. Out in the Badlands, the orcish tribes battle for supremacy. Raised in a brutal, warring culture, orcs are shaped into formidable warriors from the day they are born. Large litters of orclings are born from a single mother, forcing the babies to compete for food. Those who lack proper nutrients grow weaker and slowly die, ensuring that only the strong survive. Okay, so this is definitely not only is the core chassis of the game 25 years old, but there's a definitely kind of a a little bit more of a hard edge here than maybe you might see in a modern RPG. So nice. Orcs are not known to mince words. Orcs may use their strength in place of the charisma on persuasion checks when they are intimidating creatures. However, when they do so, the creature becomes 2 steps more hostile rather than just 1. Yeah, the orcs do not sound very noble bright. I would completely agree with you. Right, I lift weights to impress the king. All right. Another great piece of art. All right, we're gonna be here for a while. All right, so here we have our classes. A base class is a character's foundation, the literal base off of which they will build their character. While base classes are your starting point, they are not rigid, they are not restrictive, and they have a wide variety of talent trees that facilitate countless ways to build and develop your character. You can take levels in multiple base classes in order to enhance the amount of freedom and customization available, leaving you to develop your character completely in your hands. So these base classes, of which there are only 6, are kind of designed to be very mix and matchable, right? Which, is kind of very like, almost like, right, how Fabula Ultima, right? This game is designed for you to multi-class. In fact, I mean, I don't want to make any assumptions, but I think they're kind of building this on the assumption that it sounds like you might be almost encouraged to multi-class to a certain extent. And again, it doesn't sound, and it almost sounds like, yeah, it's very much the 3E, what we call now the 5E style of multi-classing, right? Where you can splish and splash and mix and match. So that part is not like 4E. Now, we know from reading the table of contents that there are some advanced classes, and the advanced classes definitely sound like they might be some kind of prestige class like thing. Now, my guess is that the prestige class are more hyper-focused, right? Really locked in, where these base classes are designed. So, yeah, I like this. In fact, this gets back to why I like that core system from Shadows of the Demon Lord, is because I don't like having 38 base classes that are all super hyper specific niche. I like the idea of having a very generic base class. By the way, originally EverQuest 2, when EverQuest 2 came out, the MMO, there were just 4 basic classes, right? There was basically warrior, warrior, priest, mage, and like skirmisher or something, scout, I think it was called. And as you leveled up in that, you eventually, your scout would become a rogue, would become a swashbuckler, right? Your warrior would become a knight, would become a paladin, right? All right, so bards are a pure support class, granting bonuses to allies and opposing enemies. Despite not being a combat-focused class, the Bard is a very technical class with lots of utility. Attributes, charisma, and int. Initiates are divine spellcasters that draw power from a deity. Okay. Mages are arcane spellcasters better suited to elemental and control spells than the initiate. Rangers are archers and scouts suited to ranged combat and weeding out hidden enemies. Rogues are experts in covert actions and deceptions. Though their base damage is inferior to other builds, their potential burst damage and other abilities allow them to move creatures down the break gauge more easily, reducing their effectiveness. Okay, so this is interesting. Number one, now apparently monsters have a break gauge, but also that's a kind of a cool lever. Besides, like, one of the problems with hit points is, right, is hit points don't do anything. So here's a cool way for a class to not only do damage, but also potentially interact with that other element of the game, because they can do so much damage as a burst in one go that the enemy gets that penalty from the break gauge. So that's pretty sweet. That burst, burst DPS as a debuff. That's a cool way of thinking about that, Cinnabos. All right, and then the warrior. We know what the warrior is, right? Strength, vitality, heavy armor, melee weapons, ultimate melee combatant. All right, character level we add, when attacking, you gain a bonus to damage equal to half your character level rounded down. You have 3 defenses: reflex, fortitude, and will. Note, there is no armor class in this game. And again, 4th edition D&D had we called them NADs. They meant non-armor class defense. And the idea was that you didn't make a reflex save. You didn't make a fortitude save, which now in 5th edition, you would say make a dexterity save or a constitution save. But of course, in 3rd edition and Pathfinder, we call it a reflex save or a fortitude save or a will save. But instead in 4th edition, those were just static defenses. 10 plus basically the bonus. Yeah. That was the old saying, Platinus. Hit him in the nads. 4th edition. All right, so your class will give you a benefit to 2 of the defenses. Bard, for example, 2 and 1 to reflex and will. Warrior to fortitude and will. In addition to gaining the class benefits of leveling, characters gain additional techniques and attributes depending on their class level. Okay, so we see a couple of things here. So remember, your class will give you stuff as well, but as a base, it's a 20 level game. No shocker there. Also notice that we've got, right, it's 1,000 plus 2,000 plus 3,000 plus 4,000 plus 5,000 plus 6,000 plus 7,000 plus 8,000 plus 9. So it's scaling XP. Every other level, you get a generic technique. And every 4 levels, you get attribute increases. Hit points. Rangers and warriors start with 30 plus your vitality modifier. Mages and initiates, 18. Bards and rogues, 24. So this is, again, more like 4th edition. 4th edition definitely started with, we're used to 3rd edition where you got D10 plus con. Your character might have, had, 5 or 6, 7, 8 hit points. In 4th edition, you started with a nice little chunk of hit points. We gain 6, 5, and 4 per level. So we don't roll, so it's flat. So this is very 4th edition coded, or perhaps Star Wars Saga edition, depending on how I want to look at it, but very 4th edition coded. MP. Oh, interesting. So everyone gets MP. And even if you take levels in Rogue or Warrior, yeah, it was your entire con score, Jake. So it was like 12 plus your con score. So like if your con score was a 16, you might start with 28 hit points, correct? The con modifier in 4th edition affected how many healing surges you got. This is one of the things that we also took in later Pathfinder 1 from the Trailblazer supplement, which was the idea of what was called, there was base attack bonus, but we also had base spell bonus, and it worked the same way as BAB, except it was like, even when you were a fighter, you still gained spell progression. It was just really slow, the same way that as a wizard, you gained base attack bonus progression. It was just really slow. So I really like the idea that if you take levels in warrior or rogue, you're still going to gain mana. In fact, the bonus per level is actually not even that different. Like if you have a high mind, like, because there was a classic problem in 4th edition, which I'm sure many of you are 3rd edition, which I'm sure many of you are aware of, which was it really sucked to multi-class as a caster because your progression fell off, and that sucked, right? It really sucked to be, 6th, 5th level, and you didn't have your spells. So that's kind of cool that your mana continues to increase even when you take a level in a non-spell casting class. And by the way, nothing we saw about the Ranger or the Bard really indicated that they were a caster. So we'll have to dig into that. Rogues get the most skills, followed by Bard, Rangers, and Warriors, with the Mages and the Priests getting the least amount. And again, if you pick that many skills, boom, you get +5 to that. Perfect. Easy. Done. The lower the number, the sooner you act. So the opposite of what you just said. So rogues get the D4, bards D6, rangers D8, warriors, and then the mages get D12s. So I don't know if you're noticing or not, but initiates and mages, okay, Initiates are definitely not clerics because they get bad hit points. They get bad initiative, right? They get bad hit point progression. They are very much kind of like a white mage is kind of what I'm digging here. In fact, you know, in my mind, they're already a white mage, right? But that's very cool because, you know, we know how powerful mages can be. And so, you know, let's weaken them where they belong. All right. So we get into the classes. So we got 6 classes. You know, we can't look at all of them. We've already been going for an hour. I mean, I guess we can look at them. Who are we kidding? We'll look at the Bard because I'm interested. I'm always interested in what they're doing with the Bard here. But we'll do some polls to see which other ones we want to look at. We'll maybe look at like 3 of them out of the 6. You know. All right. Bards are everything from wandering minstrels and street performers to traveling scholars and foreign ambassadors. Through speaking and performing, bards can influence the action of outcomes and events through their words and charisma alone. So here we see the progression technique. Again, we get every other level. So you get a bonus technique every other level, and then you get a talent every other level. So talent, I think, is tied to your class. Bonus technique is that feat. Basically. So feat, feat, class feature, feat, class feature, feat, class feature. So this answers the question. Class skills, one-handed and two-handed are skills. So base attack bonus is just a skill. It looks like the 4 skills in the game are one-handed melee. I'm assuming one-handed melee, two-handed melee, light weapon, and ranged. No, I don't think the bards get a feat every level. I think that is the feat that you get, right? Oh, wait. First, second. Oh, maybe they do, Strat. Wait, I myself am a little confused by this. Are these bonus techniques independent of these techniques? Because it looks like they are, right? You get first and second. You get your second technique at level 3. But at level 3, you get a talent. Maybe? Okay, so it looks like you get a technique every level. Ah, okay. DGN says you get a technique every level until you go into an advanced class or if you multi-class. Oh, okay. Got it. Well, okay. Respect. Well, that's definitely a lot of build options. With a lot of feats. Who doesn't love a good feat? Right, Cinnabos. That's a great question, right? You're getting this from your progression in this class. This is from your total character level. Right. Good point. Steven, it's Final Fantasy, but it is shockingly seems to be based off of both late 3rd edition D&D / Star Wars Saga edition / 4th edition D&D. In fact, I would argue that if you've played any of those games, you probably could pick this game up in very quickly. This is interesting. So, I mean, fundamentally, BAB being a skill kind of makes total sense, honestly. But it's also nice because once you take it, right, it doesn't matter if you multi-class because you're not going to get fucked. Sorry. You're not going to get screwed over because the training bonus is just +5 and it's equal to half your level. So once you become trained in one-handed melee, you can go and splash Mage, and your warrior isn't going to fall off, right? Right? That's kind of cool. That was the other. I mean, because let's call the other side. If you were a warrior and you started, taking too many caster classes, yes. So a bard gets 6 plus int. So let's say your int modifier is +2, so you have 8. right? So you could be, okay, I'm going to take one-handed and ranged, and I'm going to take, you know, oh, there's also unarmed. I also say that. I'm going to take perform, persuasion, perception, alchemy, whatever, you know. All right, we get mana points, and again, remember the bard doesn't get mana points, which suggests that they are not a spellcaster, which I 100% love. I like bards being. I like bards having a lot of weird abilities. I don't like them being a caster. I never had. For me, the Ur bard is the EverQuest bard, which kind of casts spells, but not really. They didn't use mana. Not really. So like, I love the idea of like the bard being this weird. They do get mana points, but like, I like that they're not a caster. Everyone gets mana points, Avison. Everyone gets mana points. And what I mean by that is, I mean, they are not a caster. Yeah, they don't get spells. Thank you. All right. They have initiative D6. They start with the following techniques: armor proficiency light, bardic study, weapon proficiency bow, weapon proficiency knives, weapon proficiency swords. Looks like weapon and armor proficiency is done entirely via feats. Yes. And it looks like you obviously start with your base set. So that's fantastic. Who doesn't love a good weapon proficiency? And again, it does seem like that I think that is really cool as well. It's a nice way for, you get so many techniques too, but it's a nice way for you to sort of, you know, spread out, say, hey, this is where you started, but where you can go. It also means that when you multi-class, you pick up all these additional techniques, I would assume. At first level and every odd level, bards select a talent from the following talent trees, but must meet the prerequisites. So we have the academic talent tree, we have the mediator talent tree, and we have the dancer talent tree. So educated. And it looks like we can pick whichever we want. We just have to meet the prerequisite. So, for example, Jack of all trades requires educated. So we can't just start with Jack of all trades. We have to take educated first. That's like the base of the tree, right? You may make any lore check untrained. Additionally, you get a +5 bonus to all untrained lore checks, or a +2 bonus if you're trained. So basically, it's like you're trained in every single lore because you get a +5 bonus. And if you are trained, it goes up to +7. Prerequisites: int 13. Oh, buddy. Oh, ability score modifier, ability score prerequisites. How we've missed you. Oh, man. Strat says, prereq 13 int, it's back, baby. All right. Jack of all trades. You are capable of many great talents. Once per day, you may make any skill check, a little typo there, untrained. Okay. Seems like there's a lot of daily resources element here. Lore Master. You may re-roll any lore checks, keeping the second result even if it's worse. Characters with the Ageless Mind racial trait may instead keep the higher result. Yeah, this is very 3E coded force. Again, I like I said, I never thought I would see it again in my lifetime, but here we are. But apparently Black Lodge Gaming was saying, like, 3E is going to be the new, it's going to be the new OSR. We got to come up with a name for it. All right, dancers. Polka, Presto, Samba, Waltz. If you are polka-ing as a minor action, so it sounds like we might be using the 3 or 4th edition standard move minor action breakdown. As a minor action, you may use the result of your dance performance made in the same turn in place of your reflex defense until the beginning of your next turn. So basically, it's a minor action to make a skill check to increase your reflex defense. And remember, reflex defense in this game is, I think, for a lot of the times, what people need to roll to hit you. Presto lets you, once per encounter, re-roll a perform dance check. So again, you can see a little bit of the 4th edition DNA, right? With like encounter level stuff, whatever. Samba gives you a melee damage check. Waltz lets you move as a minor action. We've got a mediator skill check or a mediator's talent tree. Oh, there's a minstrel talent tree. Sorry, if you want to be the spell. So this is okay. So this is a whole separate tangent. But here's what I like about talent trees. I like that I can be a bard and not take anything related to music. I actually like that. I like that I can be a bard and be an academic and a mediator. That's cool to me. I like that because the bard is designed to be, because these base classes are designed to be generic, they are truly generic. And instead of trying to get the class sort of, hyper fantasy by forcing you to take these certain routes, I think 5th edition actually did a pretty good job of this with subclasses. For those people who play 5th edition, I think the problem with 5th edition is that it's weird that the subclasses like come online late, and it's always a little strange when your character like doesn't start off that way, and then just one day you become an Eldritch Knight. But that's my only like bugaboo about it. But I like the idea that we can earn into these. The other things that I like about talent trees and the way that they do that, this is what subclasses get wrong. The game may start off and you may find yourself being like, oh, I want to be an academic. I want to be an academic and a dancer. And those are the talents that you're taking. And then one day at level 8, the campaign has suddenly taken a very different turn. And now you are the only thing standing between two nations going to war. Okay. And they don't know it, but they're being manipulated by a secret, evil bad guy in the background, right? Some sort of worm tongue, Littlefinger-esque character. And now I as a bard, despite my build, I can start going into the mediator talent tree, right? It's not like, oh, I chose academic as my, subclass at level 3, and now I am that for all time, in perpetuity, forever. So I love the flexibility that these kind of multi-branched talent trees do, because it's not like one talent tree, right? It's like 3 or 4 or 5 different talent trees. So it's almost like a series of subclasses, And I think that's really neat because, again, it lets you plan a build, which is fine. It's not my favorite thing to do in the world. But what I like being able to do is sort of respond to the changes in the game. When the game started, I may have not been interested in being a mediator, but as the game progressed, I found that I needed these abilities, and I can just start taking them, and work my way into that, which is really, really cool. And be completely bereft of music, right? Alternatively, I could be a bard, and I could go hard into dancing and minstreling, and have none of this like, oh, I know everything and I've been everywhere and I know all this stuff, So that's pretty cool. Correct. Zabiv makes a great point. Again, not to go off on a tangent, but the Pathfinder 1 tried to solve this with the archetypes, which lets you swap a million different things. But even then, Zabiv, archetypes were something that you had to do at the beginning of the class, right? You couldn't just do it halfway into it. Anyways. Very neat. Now, at 2nd level and every even level, you gain a bonus technique. So here's what we're seeing. The generic techniques that you get from being levels 1, 3, 5, 7, you can take that from anything. The bonus techniques feel a little bit more locked in maybe to your class, and you have to take them from this specific list. So you get these bonus techniques, but they have to come from this list. So it's a little bit more of a restricted list. I think that's cool. Kind of focuses you into it. Yeah, it's like everybody has their own list of bonus fighter, bonus feats. Exactly, Super Princess. Exactly. Rapid counter, linguist, bardic study, tactical guard, tactical withdrawal, triple crit. I don't know what that is, but it sounds awesome. Weapon finesse. That sounds familiar. King Hoda. I never thought a dice game would reel me back in. And Strat is getting a really important part. I feel like I have a suspicion of knowing what most of these do without looking at them. And like, that's why I'm kind of like, because it's like, man, I put a lot of hours into the 3rd edition. And if there's a chance that I could, ever use these event, it's great. There's a little Lollyfell bard. All right. So that was the Bard. So we're going to do a poll. Let's take a look. Let's see what chat wants to do next. All right. Yeah, it's a very specific itch. There's no doubt about that. And look, I've said many times before, 3rd edition is a game that I love. It's my favorite game of all time. But man, it is what it is. And you know, the game itself, in their own language, said this is a medium to high complexity tactical grid-based game. You know, they're obviously leaning into the build nature of 3rd edition. They are not shying away from it, right? It looks like they are making some improvements. There's a lot of stuff that I love about what they're doing with the mana points, the fact that there's not a base attack bonus, getting rid of armor, making it damage reduction, using the 3 defenses from 4th edition. That's all really, really, really cool. Like, that's nice tech. That's not just 3rd edition copy pasted, right? That's 25 plus years of improvement, right? Which base class next? So we've got Initiate, we've got Mage, we got Ranger, we've got Warrior, and we've got Rogue. Okay, poll is up. So use 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 to vote for your things. The problem with the 3E feat trees, Keith, was that a lot of times the 3E feat trees were so boring and warring because like to get Whirlwind Attack, you had to take like expertise and spring attack, which is probably not even a thing that your warrior might have wanted. In fact, to have expertise, you need to have intelligence. Some of the trees in 3rd edition were a little stupid, to be honest with you. Jackal says we should measure all games by the fighter. Look at how even these things are. This is great. Oh, okay. Rogue is far behind. No one cares about the Rogue. Oh man, this is. There's a whirlwind. Well, yeah, but it depends what you need to get. I don't mind Whirlwind Attack. Whirlwind Attack was sweet. What I didn't like is that you had like the stupidest combination of things to get to it. We'll see what they have for this, but oh yeah, they were also very terribly laid out. That is for sure. We'll see how they do. I mean, again, my expectations are a little low, but they've managed to improve on a lot of things. So we'll see where we get. All right, looks like Initiate and Mage are coming to the top. I'll let it run for another second. I'm gonna take another sip of my my Monster White. Thank you, Jackal. Dodge plus mobility plus spring attack plus combat expertise. Okay, I can accept some of those, but the fact of the matter is because Whirlwind Attack is a full round action, you can't even use spring attack in order to get it. I never understood that. The Rogue is hiding. Yes. All right. Mage has undoubtedly won, so we're going to do Mage next. All right. Goodbye, White Mage. Cool art, though. All right. Mage. Practitioners of the arcane arts, mages pursue the mastery of magic in all of its forms. From controlling illusory phantoms to commanding the destructive power of the elements, few can match the raw magical potential of a dedicated mage. And we see this similar progression. You start with your starting defense bonuses. You get a list of starting techniques, which are like feats. But in this game, instead of like assigning things as classes, basically everything seems to be like a feat. You also get a talent. You get a talent every other level. And then you also get bonus techniques in addition to your standard techniques. All right. We can get one-handed, two-handed, the like and the jazz. We get a bunch of lores, and spellcraft, and, you know, some other random miscellaneous things. But it's interesting, by the way, that you could be trained in one-handed, two-handed, you know, regardless of what class you start off with. Now, obviously, there's proficiencies. But yeah, that is a very disdainful looking elf. But I gotta admit, like 100%, I completely fuck with this mage. Like this to me is like, this is an EverQuest high elf wizard. This is very Noldorian from Tolkien. Like this is for me. This is like the quintessential of what I want an elfin mage to look like. This is fantastic. All right, mana. We start with a bunch of mana. We have a terrible initiative die. Remember, low is good in this game. We haven't gotten to combat yet, but all right. What do we start off with? Well, we start off with Arcane Study technique. We start off with Armor Proficiency Mystical. I wonder if, like, is Mage Armor like a talent in this game? I wonder. And then we get knives, stabs, and swords. So one of the things that Smith and I love about Warhammer and Lord of the Rings is we always just loved that, like, Gandalf used a sword, and we always loved that, like, in Warhammer, like, even in, like, Warhammer Quest, you used a sword. Swords are cool. Like, I'm sorry, they're just cool. And in fact, double, triple reference in 3rd edition, because, you know, you had to survive those early levels. It wasn't a given that you were going to get higher levels. It was very common for my players and myself to be an elf wizard. And the reason was, number one, is that elf wizard was their favored class, so you could multi-class and not get an XP penalty. But elf wizards, they started with sword proficiency, and they started with bow proficiency. And just having access to a D8 longsword as a level 1 wizard was enough of a bonus to be an elf, because it just did that much damage and it crit on a 1920. Anyways, swords are cool. Mystic armor does appear just to be robes. Okay, fair enough. So we've got the Arcanist, or the Arcanist talent tree. So spell slingers focus on magical aptitude and the power of their spells above all else. We have abilities like Focused Spell. Once per day when casting a spell, you may add 5 to your spellcraft check. You may elect to do this after your initial DC check. Mana Font. Whenever you use the channel technique, you regain an additional MP equal to 5 plus half your level. Penetrating Spell. When damaging a target with your spell, you treat their break threshold as 5 lower. Swift Spell. Once per day, you may cast your primary spell as a minor action. You like Arcanist? Not Arcanist, Arcanist. Elementalist. Practitioners of Elementalist magic. They focus their efforts on the powers of fire, ice, and lightning. Numbing Cold. Whenever your ice magic causes a target's muscles to numb. Whenever you beat both a target's reflex and fortitude defense with a red magic spell that deals cold damage, the target loses their secondary action instead of their minor action. Interesting. We've got one for cold, one for flame, one for lightning bolt, and then one for your AoEs. Classic, right? Avoid your allies with your AoE. So we're still not. Red magic must be elemental magic, I guess. Conjurer talent tree. You draw upon the forces of primals, calling their lesser servants into battle. So this is like your summoner talent tree. The illusionist talent tree. They favor manipulation and control to raw destructive power, preferring to turn the might of their enemies against them. Sounds like this is literally an EverQuest ability score. EverQuest ability, Fascinate. Whenever you fail to beat a target's will defense by 5 or less with a blue magic spell, the target suffers -2 penalties to attack rolls and skill checks until the start of their next turn. So even if you miss, basically, sounds like you have to hit with your spells. Ledger Domain. Your use of Mastery of Magic to execute. You use your Mastery of Magic to execute deception and trickery. You may use your spellcraft check instead of deception. Additionally, you're treated as trained in deception for purposes of prerequisites. Trained in spellcraft. So this is a classic like ability swapper, right? Overawe. Your mental powers are hard to resist, even for those of greater power. Whenever you target the will defense of a higher level creature with a blue magic spell, the target only receives a +2 bonus to their will defense rather than a +5. So this is a little bit of a indication that there may be maybe some kind of my brain is fogging. PF2 incapacitation. Sounds like there might be some kind of incapacitation rule here that prevents you from being able to like just go and like charm a high level monster. And here are the techniques that we can improve with our mage. We can pick up swords, crossbows, bludgeons, but we also get things like combat casting, channel, arcane study, MP up. That is the most JRPG Final Fantasy Tactics technique I've ever. MP up is fantastic. Everybody's thinking JP up, right? JP up from Final Fantasy Tactics. JP up. I don't know. We haven't even gotten to the list of techniques yet, so I have no idea what this does. So we've got basically an illusionist, a summoner, and again, remember too, these aren't subclasses, right? Because you get a bunch of talents, right? You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You get 10 talents. So, you're going to end up taking, two of these, maybe, 2.5, 3 of them, you can't get all of them, but you can get a lot of them, which is really cool. And that's assuming you don't go into an advanced class, Absolutely. You only have to meet the prerequisites. That's the only thing you have to do. Like, for example, in order to take Fascinate, you have to have Overawe. But to take Ledger Domain, you just have to be trained in Spellcraft. Okay, it's time for me to be a grognard. Starting with 4th edition, and definitely in 5th edition, and definitely in Pathfinder 2, it is way too easy for ranged characters. Like most monsters in the game, most creatures in the game don't really have good range attacks. It's already such an advantage to be at ranged. You don't have to move. You don't have to spend actions moving. Most monsters can't attack you. So the fact that they don't give them penalties, I think, is ridiculous. And I am one of like the probably like the handful of like 20 people in the world who actually loved that in 3rd edition. Most of the time, if you were bad about it or lazy about it, you basically mostly had a -8 penalty for shooting in a melee, because you got a -4 penalty for shooting in a melee without precise shot, and then you got a -4 penalty because of cover. And so it was really functionally a -8. Now, of course, you could take a feat and get better at it, but and then of course, 4th edition D&D, I think 5th edition D&D does this too. They just add the dexterity bonus as a damage bonus. It's just crazy. So, anyways. So, Zabib, I'm not going to lie. I like what I'm seeing, but I wish it was JP. I really do. In fact, my brain is already spinning. I'm like, how would you convert this into just JP? 100, like XP and JP. I'm right there with you, Zabib. I'm actually right there with you. All right. Okay, so that was our mage. All right, so let's look at one more. Let's look at one more base class, okay? One more base class. Let me find my poll. Okay. All right, poll is up. We'll look at one more base class. True. You do get lesser cover. Oh, we'll get to the magic section. We're just looking at the classes right now. These are just the base classes. I love that nobody likes rogues, as it should be. No, I'm just kidding. I've never been a rogue fan. What can I say? Also, I like that. I like that there's something that I think there's something that I like about the fact that the classes themselves are fairly tight. Like they're only on like 2 or 3 pages, 2 or 3 pages. Like everything is kind of genericized as a technique, and I kind of like that, I think. Which I think is cool. For sure. It's my fault, Cinnabos. My dislike of rogues has filtered down. Fair enough. Oh, it's tied neck and neck. Ranger Warrior. lot of Gish potential, Nilbog, completely. Completely. Yes, it has nothing to do with a history of rogues just being stupid. Just kidding. All right, Zabib went rogue. Zabib went rogue. All right, Warrior has it. I was waiting for somebody to pull ahead. All right, here we go. We're going to go Warrior. All right. By the way, Ranger, she looks like a badass. Notice she only has one bow. That's great. That's a good place to start. Ooh, that Ranger might even look more badass. I'm assuming that's a Dark Elf. And we can skip the Rogue. Although, Pumpkin Spice. Wow. All right. All right, Warrior. Be they savage knights or shining, be they savage barbarians or shining knights, warriors are the front line of any fighting force, holding the line or leading the charge. While warriors are diverse in build and varied in style, all warriors are stalwart and brave, seeking glory through martial prowess. Shining barbarian does sound kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. So they get the same thing that we've seen everywhere else. We actually get, now we know why the warrior gets a lot of skills. Because they need extra skills in order to take one-handed, two-handed, ranged, right? Which is kind of a cool way of making like a smart warrior having like probably like training in all of the different weapon types, right? Like, I mean, 6 is a lot, but like obviously if you have a good int, your warrior is going to know, you know, oh, I'm good with one-handed blades, two-handed blades, light weapons, ranged weapons, unarmed, you know, whatever. That's pretty cool. That's kind of a neat little. I like that there's a little bit of a. I like that there's a little bit of a niche for sort of not just throwing your int away. I've always liked that warriors, like in Hackmaster, int is used for your attack bonus, not strength. Strength is used for damage bonus. No, I think it is the same. No, I think it is the same list, maybe. But what I'm saying is, and definitely not, because I'm talking about the number that's trained. You know, like this is 6, which is high, right? The rogue is 8. You know, we get a ton of hit points, low mana points, good fort, good will. Note that this means that the warrior does not get a good bonus to their reflex defense. And that means that the warrior might need to rely more on potentially on active defense or armor. We see that they start with a huge list of techniques: heavy armor, light armor, shields, axes, bludgeoning, knives, polearms, and swords. And our talent trees include Barbarian talent tree, Defender talent tree, and the Fighter talent tree, and the Ulan talent tree. Now, I don't know what an Ulan is, but keep in mind that this apparently, I think this game is sort of derived from the world, from the Midara board game. So maybe there's an element there that I don't fully understand why Ulan is, but maybe someone else can explain it a little bit more to me. Also, their talents seem a little bit longer. It looks like there's like 4 or 5 per tree instead of just like 3 or 4. Also, I appreciate that we don't need a barbarian and a guardian. We just have the fighter, and there's a barbarian talent tree and there's a defender talent tree. And guess what? It's not a subclass. You could take them from both. I want to be a really heavily armored, I want to be a really heavily armored barbarian dude. Okay, take defender and take barbarian. Done. You wish the name of it was Vanguard? I can respect it. Ulans were a spear-wielding job class in Final Fantasy 12 for what it's worth. All right. I'm not personally familiar with that name. That's all I'm saying. All right, Barbarian, brutal assault. So we need rage. That's the opening of this talent tree. Once per encounter, as a minor action, you may cause your melee attacks to ignore 5 points of damage reduction, DR, for a number of turns equal to 5 plus your vitality modifier. While raging, you may only use strength-based skill checks. When the rage ends, you move -1 step on the break gauge for the duration of the encounter. Or you move -1 persistent step on the break gauge for the duration of the encounter. So there's a couple of things here that I think are really cool and interesting. It's neat that instead of just giving you a flat damage bonus, it's cool that it's ignoring DR, which is functionally the same thing, but also isn't as breakable, which is cool. Because obviously, I'm assuming flat damage would just be better. But that's kind of a neat way to do it. The internet tells me that Ulan were Polish light cavalry. All right, good to know. Once we have rage, we also get access to things like brutal assault. While raging, whenever you miss with a melee attack or it is otherwise negated, you still deal damage equal to your strength modifier or double your strength modifier if the attack was made with a two-handed weapon. Once per day, when you catch a second wind, another 4th edition kind of thing, you may choose to heal twice the amount of hit points. This talent may be taken multiple times, each time granting you an additional use per day. And heavy-handed, while raging, apply ×2 strength modifier to the damage with one-handed weapons as if they were two-handed weapons. And obviously it's like, ooh, dual-wielding barbarian with heavy-handed. Monkey grip, too. You got to get monkey grip in there. I'm just kidding. Defenders get deflect. Their first one is shield ally. Once per turn, as a reaction, you may shield a single adjacent creature. You may use your shield to block for the selected creature until the start of your next turn. Failed block attempts cause you to become the new target, and the opposing check is treated as if it had beat your reflex defense. You cannot use this talent if you are also targeted with the same attack. Consecutive block penalties apply. We saw this in another game. What game did we see this in? Was it Tunnels and Trolls, where, like, if you made a bunch of defense checks, they got worse and worse and worse and worse? A shield expert reduces the penalties for consecutive blocks made with a shield to -2. So I don't know what it is currently, but... Right? Because we liked that, like, this idea that, like, if you're attacked a bunch, right, you can only keep your active defense up so high. We've got a taunt. Once per turn, as a minor action, make a persuasion check against the will defense of all enemies within 4 squares. If successful, enemies suffer a -5 penalty to attack rolls against any of your allies. This effect lasts until you either use a disengage action, seek cover, or are successfully hit by the target. You cannot gain the benefit of the provoke talent while you have other creatures provoked, and you may only use this ability once per turn. Yeah, it was either Tunnels and Trolls or Napoleon and Dragons. You were correct. That's a good name for it. Temeraire was the name of it, but Napoleon and Dragons was good. That's what I called it, right? Indomitable. Once per day, as a minor action, you may move +4 steps up the break gauge. This talent may be taken more than once, allowing you additional uses per day. Right? So I'm assuming that means it heals your break gauge, right? The break gauge is that thing that causes you to, like, get worn down as you take big hits. That's pretty sweet. Deflect. You may use your shield to guard others from AoE. Once per turn, as a reaction, you may use your shield to block an area of effect for all creatures within a 4-square cone facing directly away from the source of the area of effect. You must occupy the first square of the cone. Smith had a magic sword that he made for one game that was like a fire sword, and it could be used against fire or ice, but it basically did that where, like, when the AoE, like a dragon breath was coming in, you could slice it and it would, like, split around you. Indomitable. Well, that's the other thing too. I like that there's a reason to splash between these different, you might go barbarian talent tree and you're like, yeah, I'm definitely going to get rage, heavy-handed, grit, set brute assault, but I also want indomitable, and I want shield ally, and maybe I even want counter strike from the fighter talent tree, right? I like that it's not just a subclass. I like that it's a talent tree, and you could pick up different stuff, right? Which is cool. Fighter talent tree is mastery of your arms and armor. This looks like it improves your armor class and damage reduction when you're wearing your armor. This lets your armor get a higher max agility bonus, and you're no longer encumbered by heavy armor. Weapon specialization. Select a single weapon group in which you are proficient. Once per encounter, you may re-roll an attack roll with this weapon of this type, keeping the second result even if worse. You may take this multiple times, applying each time to a different window. And then counter-strike is, again, if you have weapon specialization, once per encounter, if you're damaged, you can immediately make a counterattack. I honestly think that once per encounter, again, I played a lot of 4th edition, once per encounter is a good thing. When it's once per day, unless it's like a really big, cool, awesome effect, it feels a little bit underwhelming. And if it's every single time, it feels a little bit too overwhelming. And so for me personally, once per encounter works really well for like the balancing of features. And I also like that it means that I can just keep using this all day. I don't have to worry about it running out, right? So it's not a question of, is this the fight to use it in? It's when I should use this every fight. And I get to do that. And that's a cool thing to do. And then lastly, we've got some charging stuff here for riding stuff. And then, of course, we've got the fighter list of bonus feats, which is huge. Dual wield, 1, 2, 3. HP up. Improved disarm. Improved shield bash. Bull rush. Cleave. Power attack. Quick draw. We see some old school favorites here. Love it. All right. When you level up, you add your character level is the total sum of all levels that you have, while your class level is your class level in single class, obviously. You add your HP, you add your MP, you get +1 to all of your defenses every time you gain a new level. Your skill bonuses are equal to half your character level. You'll occasionally get techniques and talents. Multiclassing. Whenever you level up, oh, look at this, people. They fixed it. Min-maxers, cry, go cry. Whenever you level up, you may choose to take a level in another class. This expands your character's versatility, but limits your progress in other classes in which you do not have levels. When you choose to multiclass, you do not gain the normal first level perks. Just it's as if millions of min-maxers suddenly cried out and were silenced. I feel a great disturbance in the force. No dipping. No fucking dips. Good. It's good. Foresight, correct. Immediately when I was reading it, I was like, oh yeah, you just multi-class 3 times and have the most ridiculous defenses in all time. Yes. Strat says, oh my God, they did fix it. Wes says, okay, I'm not playing this game. Yeah, this is the best way to do it. Just straight up. Straight up. You don't get it. Absolutely. The talent trees, all your classes still work. 100%. But yeah, it's it solves the issue overwhelmingly, is what I will say. So, when you multi-class, you get the class's hit points per level. So obviously, if you were a wizard, you were getting 4. If you go warrior, you get 6. You get the mana points of that class. You only gain 1 of the class's starting techniques, but still must meet any prerequisites. Any starting techniques from your multi-class that you do not take are treated as bonus techniques for that class. Class skills from your new class are added to your existing class skills, but you do not necessarily gain any new trained skills. So now you can take it as a trained class, but you don't get it. You gain, oh, look at this. You gain the class's defense bonuses. However, they do not stack with your current class bonuses. You just use the highest. So there you go. So if you go mage, you're going to buff your will defense. But it's not like if you go warrior, ranger, rogue, you're going to have an insane fort defense or something. So that is now here's the thing. But like as Derik, this is fiddly. But as Derik, who played a lot of 3rd edition, this is a good solution. Because if you gained nothing from leveling up, it would, it would be pointless. You do get the better of the initiative dice. Oh, sorry. You take the higher of the initiative dice. I don't know if that means better or worse. You may only select talents from the class that you're currently leveling in, and your character levels are still total. Right. The rogue is a D4. And you know what? They probably decided because it's, I think that would just be too good, I could see a house rule where, like, if you're a D8 and you take a D4, then you could, right. D4 multiclassing into a mage would take the D12, right? I could see like a house rule where you're like, if you have a step that's 2 levels lower, you could like lower it by 1, right? So like a rogue wizard would be like a D12 or a D10, or you could average it or something like that, Anyways, sure, that's another option, Copper Blint. Take the worst one unless you have more levels in one than the other. I could see that as well. Right. If you made it just take the best, it would just, everyone would dip rogue, just have an insane initiative, right? A D4, D8 just becomes D10 just for pure attitude. Okay. Well, that's pretty simple, all things considered. I will say, these are, again, it's not a review. I haven't played the game. I played a lot of 3rd edition. And I played a decent amount of 5th edition. I will say multiclassing is problem and broken. Games like Draw Steel fixed it by saying, we don't allow multiclassing. Well, when you're playing like a tactics, Final Fantasy Tactics style game, like part of the fun is splashing these different classes and jobs and stuff like that. But 3rd edition, full stop. 5th edition, full stop. Multiclassing is broken. It's just broken. This seems like it is actually a good balance. It doesn't make you overpowered and it doesn't make it underpowered. It feels like it is a legitimate choice, one that you are not required to do. It certainly gives you a lot of flexibility. The fact that things like your attack bonus is a skill, which means that once you're proficient in it, you're good. So you don't have to worry about your BAB. The fact that you could go into warrior and still gain mana points is cool. Now, are you going to be gaining wizard talents or mage talents? No, you're going to be picking up fighter talents, which is cool because your mage may have taken one-handed proficiency. So they're very good with a sword. And you go into warrior and you don't need to do anything with that. You're still good with the sword. Your warrior wizard is going to have the same attack bonus pursuant to other, stats than you would from anything else, which is really cool, which is neat. So, I mean, yeah, I agree. You're only quick as your slowest component. I mean, presumably wizards and mages are D12s, right? Because, they're kind of, gathering their mana or readying their mind, right? So they're not as quick to jump into it. So if you are a rogue wizard, you can only go as fast as you go. Okay. That must be a gnome. Ethos, chapter 4. This is only like 1 page. So it's alignment. Okay. Interesting. Ethos. Good versus evil. Purity versus corruption. Oh. Interesting. Okay. So what this does is it basically says good and evil are objective. Purity and corruption are subjective. Right? So, like, the nature of good and evil exists whether you believe it or not. Right? So good and evil is like what you, like, is an objective element of what your character is. Purity and corruption is how you see yourself. Pure individuals see yours as a righteous cause, for better or for worse, right? So it's kind of like lawful versus chaos, but not quite. It's a little bit different. Yes, right. So a pure character believes that they are doing the right thing, right? They believe that they are righteous, you know? I think the game is saying that good and evil is the objective one, right? Because it says the nature of good and evil exists, whether one believes it or not. It is in one's nature to be selfish or selfless, generous or cruel. It is not born of conscious thought, right? So they're saying that good and evil is objective. Purity and corruption, however, is measured by your own convictions, which you hold to be true. Pure individuals see theirs as a righteous cause, for better or for worse, right? So, you know, this to me, you know, you know, yes, a corrupt good is someone who builds an orphanage for selfish ends. No, but like a corrupt good character is the person, you know, it's going to, will do whatever it takes in order to achieve good ends, right? So pure evil simply means that, you know, you obviously your character does do evil things, but you view your cause as righteous, you know? Yours the character that's like, so like, for example, in my Fabula Ultimate campaign, which I'm running on Fridays with my guys, like the idea that they have learned is that the Empire is obviously evil, right? They're evil, right? Right, exactly, Jake. You said it exactly. The ends justify the means. The Empire is evil. They are tyrannical. They're fascist. But what they are trying to do is prevent another cataclysm that shattered the world. And they believe that the ends justify the means, right? They think that they are doing good acts, like even if it means that, you know, innocents have to suffer or freedoms have to be, you know, squashed, because they think that the ends justify the means. Yeah, I would put pure evil as ends justify the means. Correct. Anyways, interesting. Hi, buddy. My dog came in. And that guy looks pretty sweet. Yeah, Magneto, a great example of pure evil, right? Hey, look at that. Pure evil, the anti-villain. They are misguided and delusional, believing their cause to be just. So here you go. They have a description of these. The paragon, the everyman, the anti-hero, the romantic, the bystander, the scoundrel, the anti-villain, the schemer, the tyrant, right? And this is a great example of it, right? Like, Magneto is definitely a bad guy, but there are times when like the X-Men team up with Magneto, you know, like, because there's something about him that is sort of redeemable somewhat. Whereas, you know, a corrupt evil person is the true face of villainy, selfish people consumed by avarice and greed. People that carry on their day-to-day lives with little thought to ideological or philosophical leanings. Few characters outside of many commoners lack such conviction and identity. Yes, they're pure evil is where people usually mean that they are like dyed in the wool evil, you know? So it is a little bit of a weird term. I will agree with that. All right, so skills. We know we're adding bonuses, modifiers, half your character level. If you're trained, you add a +5 bonus. Skill rolls do not automatically succeed or fail at Nat 1 or Nat 20. There are some times where you have to make opposed checks, such as a perception versus stealth. The higher one wins. Most of the time, though, it's just against a static DC or a range of DCs with degrees of success or failure. While normally you may continue to repeatedly attempt skill checks indefinitely, in most cases, failure will have consequences. In some cases, trying again may not be an option, such as a persuasion check. There could be circumstance modifiers. There could be a time requirement for skills, so nothing in here. Taking 10 and taking 20, and skill checks with no rolls. Some skills allow the player to take 10 or 20 as if rolling a natural number on the D20. This can speed up play and represents a moment a character is putting in a typical amount of effort or extreme care. Players may never take 10 or 20 when in an active combat situation or immediate danger. Seriously, one of the best rules for D20 ever, and they got rid of it in 4th edition, and they got rid of it in 5th edition, and they got rid of it in Pathfinder 2, and I have no idea why. It's literally one of the best rules ever. Makes complete sense. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I think if you've played the game, if you played 3rd edition or at all PF1, and people will pick this up immediately. Zeus, don't you? Zeus. Stop. Yes, to a certain extent, jams. Yeah. But it gives you a number. God, assurance sucks. Assurance is terrible though. Let's see. You can aid another character. You can make a skill challenge. They kind of gloss over that a little bit. Skills can only account for so much, and there will be at times when there seems to be no applicable skills. In such rare cases, you may call for an attribute check. Okay. And then we have a list of skills, including if it's trained only, which means you can only make the check if you're trained in it. And then good old ACP, armor check penalty, along with special indications indicating whether you can take 10 or take 20, how much time a check takes, and whether you are able to retry the skill check. And here we have a list. Can you use this untrained? Do you suffer from an armor check penalty? Which skills are which class skills from which class? So, for example, every class gets one-handed melee attack. You can use it untrained, even if you're not trained. Note, it does take an armor check penalty. So, if you have wearing heavy armor, apparently your attack roll is that's definitely a vibe, right? For sure. Now, by the way, we saw that the one fighter or the one warrior talent reduced the armor check penalty, right? For your armor. So maybe that's, why they do that there. So let's see. Perform is only a bard skill. Medicine is an initiate and a ranger skill. That's cool. Disable, as in like disable device, is like ranger and rogue. That's cool. So armor check penalty is actually applying to the stuff it should, instead of going, no, combat has to work, so not that. Okay, DGN is classifying. You only suffer armor check penalty when wearing armor you aren't proficient in. Okay. It deters people from wearing armor they shouldn't. Okay. So there we go. That's the answer. So it's not as punishing as we thought it was. Did we see there we go. We skipped it here. If the skill is marked with an armor check penalty, then characters wearing armor they are not proficient with will suffer the armor check penalty to any checks made with the associated skill. Heavier armors have larger armor check penalties. All right. Well, I'm not going to lie. I'm a little disappointed. I kind of wanted to see the armor check penalty apply to all those things. But, okay. Fine. We're such vicious, horrible people. We're like, no, we want you to suffer. Oh, you want to wear cool armor? Get screwed. Anyways, so here's a description of all the skills. We're not going to get into these. We know what these are. Like, that's awesome. Come on. That's cool. Like, I don't even like gnomes. And this is kind of I like the idea that these gnomes are like these kind of like alchemical, warforged little soul-bound golems. That's cool. It makes them interesting. No, that's just what gnomes are in this game, Sweet Threat. At least they're unique. Yeah, exactly. I'm right there with you. So again, most of these checks are going to be stuff that you've seen a million times in games, you know, so I'm not going to really go over it. This is kind of a new art style that I really dig. This is a cool thing for this is the disable check. Note that unlike 3rd edition, where you had both disable device and open lock as 2 different skills, here it's just disable, and it's both disarming traps and picking locks. You know, same with, we don't have hide and move silently, right? We just have stealth. Note also that this game doesn't have the profession skill, so that means you can't role play. That's what everyone told me about 4th edition. It didn't have the profession skill, so you weren't allowed to role play. That is officially the rule, by the way. That's the rule. That's the goal now. No use rope, intuit direction, scry, fly. All right. We've got survival, weapon skills. Here we go. You cannot take 10 or 20 when using a weapon skill. Weapon skills naturally fail on a nat 1. Weapon skills automatically succeed on a nat 20. Additionally, melee attacks combo, while ranged attacks deal a critical hit on a nat 20. What are we doing? What's going on? It's true. I mean, it was a global shortage that did not return until, you know, they brought back profession. Looks like a nat 20 is just a immediate crit. So they got rid of confirming. To be fair, I loved it, but it was a terrible thing and unnecessary amounts of dice rolling. And all it did was just make you, it was completely unnecessary. But, you know, respect. Although it does sound like you don't crit, you do a combo attack. So whatever the heck that means, you know. While ranged attacks deal critical hits. Should you make an attack roll with a weapon you are not proficient with, you suffer a -5 penalty. So you are very disincentivized to not use a weapon you are proficient in. Because not only do you not get the +5 bonus, you get an additional -5. Nice shoes. Nice reasonable flats. Again, I cannot speak enough about how much I love, forget the composition, which is great. I love this art style. I don't know how to describe it other than to say it looks like, you know, almost colored pencil-y, but I'm absolutely in love with it. Or like strokey, you know, like brush strokey. I love like here on the sleeve. I love like the stroke marks. I love how it looks like it was drawn, you know, not like it's just this solid color image. Very cool. Very pretty. So for me, a lot of time it comes down to like the method, the media, you know, the medium, not just the actual stuff. Yeah, the little potion on the side there, it's fantastic. While mounted, you get a -5 penalty to range attack rolls. This is -10 if your mount is actively flying. Additionally, making range attacks while in a threatened area provokes a counterattack. Okay, Chapter 6, Technicks. These are the traits these are our feats. They grant new abilities or expand upon the power of existing ones. Unlike skills and talents, techniques gained through character progression are not restricted to anything, allowing anyone to take any technique for which they qualify. However, if you do gain a technique through your class progression, you have to choose from that list that is specific to that class. Okay? And here we have, and these are all fairly simple stuff, from you do not suffer any armor check penalty to Arcane Study. You may use spell scrolls to learn a number of spells equal to 1 plus your int modifier. This technique may be taken more than once, each time increasing the maximum number of spells you may learn by 1 plus your int modifier. Apparently, this is how you gain spells. I'm guessing, because we didn't see anything in the Mage that gave you spells. There were no spell slots, right? We know fighters get mana, you know? So I think you just take this feat and learn spells. Now, and by the way, this is a generic technique. You just have to be trained in spellcraft. So you don't even have to be a mage to pick up Arcane Study and to pick up a couple of scrolls. Because as a warrior, pure warrior, you're going to gain mana. But I could be wrong. I mean, I'm talking out of my ass here, so who knows? I could be talking to my ass. Only the mage and initiate can train spellcraft. Got it. Okay, so it is restricted by spellcraft, but only those people could get spellcraft. Okay, fair enough. All right, you do need a multiclass. Thank you, DGN. You can't just be pure warrior, but still, pretty neat. Once you've cracked that nut, okay. So you can't just literally be a pure warrior. Fair enough. All right. Anyways, Brawler. While holding new items, your unarmed damage goes up by 1 step. You also get a +1 bonus to your reflex defense. You lose this if you're flat-footed. Oh, bring back flat-footed.
I am strong, strong, strong.
Additionally, you can now make unarmed counterattacks, and your unarmed attacks no longer provoke counterattacks. AKA, you can fight unarmed. Your unarmed damage increases by another step, and your reflex bonus increases to 2. And then Brawler 3 increases by yet another step, and your reflex bonus increases to +3. So I guess if you want to make a bare knuckle brawler, you can actually legitimately do it. Channel. We saw this one earlier. Flat-footed AC, let's go, says Strat. Except it's probably now reflex, which makes so much more sense. And I'm assuming, by the way, that it is. We'll get. I don't know where flat-footed is, but apparently flat-footed is used all over this book. All right, we're going to have to wait. I don't remember what page we were on. All right. I went to go just look quickly up, but we didn't have it. Let's see here. Crush. When you pin a target, you deal damage to them automatically. Bull Rush. You can knock an enemy back 1 extra square. Cleave. As an all-out action, you may make a single melee attack against the target and any targets adjacent to both you and the target. When used with a reach weapon, targets do not need to be adjacent with you. So basically 3rd edition Pathfinder 1 stuff here. Rapid counter. You may make additional counterattacks each turn equal to your agility modifier. So this is basically combat reflexes. Additionally, you may make counterattacks while flat-footed. Also combat reflexes. You can still only make 1 attack for each triggered counterattack. We brought back combat casting. Normally, when you cast, you get while casting defensively, you now only take a single -5 penalty when threatened by multiple enemies. Apparently, so even it doesn't eliminate it entirely. It just gets rid of, apparently it stacks, I guess, in the core game, where if you're trying to cast a spell and you're being threatened by multiple enemies, it sounds like you might take multiple -5 penalties. These mad people brought back combat reflexes. One of my favorite feats of all time, combat reflexes. Defense up. You gain a +1 bonus to all your defenses. Hooah. Dodge. Once per turn as a reaction, while wearing light or no armor, you may make an acrobatics check to avoid a successful attack roll made against you. Should your check beat the attack roll, it is treated as if it did not beat your reflex defense. That's very cool. It's fun to have, it kind of gives you this kind of dodge tank option, you know? Like obviously, this could be very powerful But if you're being attacked by a bunch of monsters, not great, right? But if you're being only attacked by one or two, you could actually see yourself dodging. And you're actually literally dodging out of the attack. You can also dodge and then move when you pick up dodge roll, which potentially could take you out of the creature's range, right? Here's the classic dual wield progression, where you have to take it 3 times just to be able to do it well. You know that. Hale and Hardy. Oh, good God. She's dual wielding, all right. She's definitely dual wielding. She's definitely dual wielding. That might be dual wield double D. I don't know. I didn't see that technique, but they need that. Yes, being named 1, 2, and 3 is a lot better than dual wield, improved dual wield, superior dual wield, extreme dual wield. It's just better just call it 1, 2, and 3. Look, is this fan service? Yes, it is. For all you anime fanboys out there, enjoy. HP up. You gain an amount of hit points equal to 5 plus your character level. Okay. And again, I think you can only take these things once. I'm assuming this scales as you gain character levels, by the way. Yeah. Well, no, in 3rd edition, toughness was just plus 3 hit points. Strat. MP up. Pole fighter power attack. You may spend 2 minor actions in the same turn to deal +1 damage die on all melee attacks made until the end of your turn. Does not stack with rapid strike technique. Again, a little bit of a misspell there. Precise shot. You can make ranged attacks into melee combat without suffering the -5. So it sounds like -5. It sounds like a lot of things in the game use -2s and -5s and -10s. In fact, I think we saw that the scaling on the break limit was -1, -2, -5, -10. When pole fighter, when using a weapon with reach, you may attack adjacent enemies at a -2 penalty rather than a -5 penalty. Very interesting. Reach weapons have a penalty to attack adjacent enemies, which is cool. I always thought that they should. Tactical withdrawal. You gain a +5 bonus to your reflex defense against counterattacks, aka mobility. Triple crit. You deal ×3 weapon damage on critical hits made with ranged weapons. We also can see something about Shake it off. You can now spend 2 minor actions to take a recovery action instead of 3. Yeah, so what I'm assuming is similar to 4th edition. You're going to get a standard, a move, and a minor. And my guess is that you can downgrade standards to moves, and you can downgrade moves to minor. And so, in other words, you could use a standard, a move, a minor. You could do a standard, minor, minor. You could do a move, minor. You could do a minor, minor, minor. So it gives you a lot of these different ways that you can sort of balance things differently, because at the end of the day, you might have a world where you have 2 minor actions. But as an example, with 2 minor actions, you could standard and still shake it off, or you could move and you could still shake it off, right? So it's a little bit easier there. Triple kit damage is nice. If by boons and banes you mean do you mean like D20? Because advantage is a lot. That's the problem with advantage. Advantage is a lot. If you mean like adding D6s and stuff, it's reasonable. I don't disagree with you. Here we have a badass knight. Oh, like Demon Lord. Yeah, yeah. Demon Lord does a good job with that. I do like Boons and Banes. As a 3E evolution, I do like that system for sure. Very cool looking dragon. Very cool looking knight. Dragoon dude, baby. Here it is. Whirlwind attack is an upgrade to cleave. Whenever you use the cleave technique, you may now choose to hit all creatures adjacent to you. Alternatively, if you use a reach weapon, you may choose to hit all creatures 2 squares away from you. And instead of needing expertise and mobility, you need cleave and mighty strikes, which, quite frankly, sounds right. I mean, I don't care what you say. Whirlwind attack should be like the thing the barbarian does. You know what I mean? Like, not the thing that, like, I don't know, the smart fighter does. That doesn't seem like a smart fighter move to me. I mean, to be fair, it's a completely gamist concept that no one would ever do in a real fight anyways. I'm saying purely from like a character fantasy standpoint, right? So A+ to whirlwind attack being this requirement. Look, it even requires strength 15. Do you know that whirlwind attack in 3rd edition, because of its prerequisite feats, needed Dex 13 and Int 13? Go figure. Equipment. Now, I don't want to spend all this time, but a couple of things here we do see. There are 7 levels of rarity. Common, 100% available in shops. Uncommon, 75% of chance available in shops. Rare, 50% available in shops. Exotic, 25%. Epic, pseudo-legendary items, impossible to find on shelf, but can only be crafted by those with the skill and the means. It is never possible to find this item in a shop, as these must be personally crafted or found through exploration. Legendary, one-of-a-kind items are objects of old. These must be obtained through special quests and encounters. Mythic, such items are unknown to even truly exist. Spoken of only in fables and stories, no such item may be found through any conventional means. Hey, thank you for the tier 1 subby, Duncan. Duncan, great question. What is this? This is Last Ark. This is a first look at a game that is currently in its crowdfunding campaign on GameFound. There's a link in the doobly-doob down below. And if you want to support the channel, a great way to do it is to check out their GameFound page. Maybe back using my affiliate link to let them know that you found them through me. That'd be awesome and cool. And what we're looking at here is a very tactical, heavy JRPG RPG that is definitely inspired by sort of 3E/5E. Or sorry, 3E/4E, not 5th edition D&D, which is to say that 5th edition D&D is a derivative of 3rd edition D&D and 4th edition D&D, but this is very clearly more 3rd edition coded. Correct. I love this rarity system. In fact, Strat, I'm like making a mental note to steal this rarity system for like future mega game purposes. I mean, it's very World of Warcrafty, but I like the exact breakdown of this. To be fair, in Dragontide, we tried using like an uncommon item and people still complained. So people are like, I want to be able to buy everything at all times. Anyways. Excuse me. So we've got axes, bludgeoning weapons, bows, crossbows, knives, polearms, staves, and swords. We've got physical damage, blunt, piercing, slashing. Elemental damage includes cold, dark, electric, fire, and holy. Unaspected damage falls into neither category and ignores DR. Absolutely, Jake. You got it. Great piece of art here. I mean, this is probably one. I mean, I love the silhouetted bad guys in the background, and again, you know, the painterliness of it, right? The strokes. You know, I understand this is probably a digital piece of art, but I love that it looks like it could have been painted with oils. You know, I think that's so cool. I love that. I love their helmets they're wearing. You know, it looks period appropriate. Like, yes, it's got that kind of, you know, video game, anime, JRPG look to it, but it also has a sense of realism to it. I love it. I love the pole axe that he's wearing. Yeah, this is a very Final Fantasy Tactics-esque piece for sure. Love it. I even love how his sword looks like a real two-handed sword, you know? All right. So here are, we go all the way up. Ragnarok, like the axes go from stone hatchet to Ragnarok. These melee weapons tend to focus on slashing damage, many of which have an emphasis on enhancing select techniques and combating certain creature types. They also give attack bonuses, so it's like they're inherently magical, I guess. Golden Axe, I get that reference. Also, the fact that it does multiple dice of damage plus weapon damage. So it's scaled. It's a lot more than just D8 plus 3, you know? It's like, oh, you start off doing 2D6 and you ended up doing 2D12 plus 5. Also, it looks like they all have DCs to create them. They also all have different apparently damage dice explode. I don't think we've gotten to that yet, because it says here that, oh, no, okay, if you use the Mighty Strikes technique, your dice can explode. That was a technique that we missed, but if you have the Mighty Strike technique, each explosive damage die generates 2 additional dice rather than 1. Show off the mall. All right. Oh, look at that. That's cool. The Ogre Killer. Uh-oh, look at this. We got rare material in here. In order to make an Ogre Killer, you need Fey Wood and 2 units of Mithril. This large axe was forged by the Fey to topple the giants threatening the realm. Giants are treated as weak against this weapon's damage. Requires 15 strength or higher to wield. So definitely got a crafting, but like not just a crafting, but like a crafting component. Like, you know, not monster parts, but, you know, like a crafting system, right? Like orichalcum, 3 units of crysteel, 2 units of adamantite, like a dwarven war pick. Constructs are treated as weak against this weapon's damage. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Like, obviously, the basic stuff doesn't do any of that, right? But, like, the advanced items, the legendary items, the exotic items, the rare items. All right, here are the bludgeons. These are heavy weapons dealing maces, flails, clubs. While many bludgeons emphasize dealing raw damage, many have elemental effects. All right. The Calamity Great Maul, Mjolnir, by the way, is 2d12 plus 4 damage. This massive hammer bears a terrible curse that brings calamity to both wielder and victim alike. This weapon's damage dice explode on rolls of 8 or higher. Requires a 15 strength or higher or wield. By the way, it rolls d12s. But this weapon automatically misses on a natural 15 or less. So it only hits on a 16, 17, 18, 19, or 20 of a natural dice roll. I don't know why would you ever use this weapon. But hey, you know, maybe, I don't know, maybe you can get a bunch of re-rolls, I guess, you know, to try to get some sort of advantage or something like that to sort of make advantage of it. True, it is cursed. It is cursed. The Ore Hammer, a large dwarven hammer bearing searing red runes. This weapon's damage is treated as fire against targets either immune, resistant, or weak to fire damage, or targets that are oiled. It requires a fire crystal and 2 units of obsidian. Yeah, the Cold Steel Cudgel treats this weapon as cold damage against targets that are immune, resistant, or weak to cold damage, or targets that are drenched. So if you can make the targets, you know, wet, then it will deal cold damage. Same thing with the ore hammer. If you can somehow get them covered in oil, it will deal fire damage. It's kind of cool. So we've got knives. We've got pole arms. Up to, oh, this is nice. Gungnir. A lot of classic, you know, Final Fantasy stuff in here. I mean, obviously that's like a real spell. We've got Caliburn, Durandal, Runeblade, Demon's Bane, Dragon Slayer, Psycho Edge, Zweihander, the Coral Sword, the Flame Tongue, the Ice Brand. All right, that's really cool. A lot of swords, by the way. Copper Sword, steel. I mean, this is straight out of a JRPG. I mean, Mithril Blade, very nice. I like how Flame Tongue and Ice Brand are just like, you know, just chilling in the equipment list. By the way, the Ancient Sword, this long-forgotten weapon bears an eroded bronze blade. Should your attack roll beat both the target's reflex and fortitude defense, there is a 15% chance that the target becomes petrified. It requires a DC 40 smithing check and 3 units of orichalcum. By the way, for those people who don't know what orichalcum is like a perfect melding of all 4 elemental types. That is awesome. By the way, I like this tech that they have. They've used it several times in the game where some things only trigger if you hit multiple defenses with a single roll. I like that. Like as a way of basically saying, look, you have to hit them with the sword, but you also have to sort of hit their fortitude, you know, because it's a petrification effect. So I like that idea. Because remember, there's no save because the attack roll is the save, right? Which is really cool. Orichalcum was used in Earthdawn. So. That's right. Right. You make it and then you pit it with rust to awaken its petrification. Right. It's functionally the same thing as hitting their armor class and forcing them to make a con save. You're just doing it all with 1 die roll. And more importantly, the player is the one initiating the attack. So, you know, you don't need to make 2 rolls and it's only coming from the person who's doing it. Yeah. Right. More importantly, Derik doesn't have to roll dice. That's the real important thing. All right, we've got ranged weapons. Man, I love their art for their elves in this. I mean, they're both hot and, you know, but they're also really cool looking, you know. Right. And it's weird, Strat, and maybe this is just like my 3rd edition, you know, sticking out, but like the fact that I can just hit that with it and then it makes them petrified, but it happens 15% of the time, for me feels very much more compelling than they get to make a save every time. Like in 3rd edition, it would have been make a save, fort save every time, but the DC would be like 16. Right? Like it would have been such a low DC. They basically, at the level that it would have ever been useful, they basically would have been passing on anything but like a nat 1. Right? And so having it just hit and then 15%, like I actually find that more compelling, Strat, than I do otherwise. Does that make sense from like a game balance perspective? Okay. All right. I'm just making sure I'm not crazy here. Ooh, look at this. The Avis Striker Bow is designed to take down flying creatures. Creatures with a natural fly speed are treated as weak against damage from this weapon. Very cool. Elven Bow. You suffer no penalty when using the rapid shot technique. It's cool that everything beyond the basic bows all have some sort of special ability. You know, the short bow, totally just normal. You know, it's just totally, although also spell check beginners. But I like that everything else is, you know, Goblin Bow, a pitiful excuse of a bow, stringed together by savage goblins. It is extremely weak and cheap, but will do in a pinch. When you roll a nat 1 on this attack, the weapon moves -1 step on the break gauge. Apparently weapons can break too, shit. Here are crossbows, because for some odd reason, people like crossbows. What did Fall Not say? Fail Not. This is the legendary, one of the legendary 9 divine artifacts. You do not miss on a natural 1. Instead, you keep re-rolling until you get a 2 or higher. Additionally, when shooting a light arrow, your critical range is increased by 1 to a 19 through 20. That means you crit with it. This stacks with other abilities and items that increase your critical range. Requires a strength 15 to wield. Evil creatures may not utilize Fail Not's special qualities. All right. Well, I love the weapon section, by the way. I also like that the crossbows don't look like, I'm not sure what the capacity means. Okay, got it. Crossbows do not apply the wielder's strength to damage and have a limited ammo capacity, requiring reloading when it's 0. You must load the same type of ammunition into a weapon and cannot mix ammunition types. Reloading is a secondary action. I think that secondary action is basically moving, but notice the capacity. You don't have to reload after every shot. Like if you have a crossbow, it has a 15-shot capacity. I'm guessing, I think I'm reading that right. I could be wrong, but I think I'm reading that right. You know, it's a clip. I don't know. It's some Van Helsing shit. I don't know. Many crossbows focus on combating certain creature types, dealing more raw damage, or moving enemies down the break gauge. I like how the different weapons serve different purposes. That's so cool. Like, it's not just, you know, it's not just like they just does your crossbow does damage. Oh, this bow does damage. No, crossbows specifically are good at dealing with certain creature types or moving enemies down the break gauge. That's a really cool way to differentiate. By the way, speaking of like that sort of pseudo realism, I do love this archer guy here. Look, see, that's what capacity 15 means, Strat. He's got 1 in his mouth. He's got 2 tucked in his belt. Like, whereas a bows require great skill, relying on both the wielder's strength and agility. Bows apply the wielder's strength modifier to damage, but always require 2 hands to fire. Bows have a good variety of effects that enhance select techniques and punish enemy action economy. Right? So it's not just a different, like, oh, you did D8 with a crossbow or you did D8 with a bow. Like, no, there's like an actual different effect to it. Right? Which is really, really neat. Man, they are killing it with these kind of like pseudo, like late medieval, early Renaissance art. Like, she's awesome too. I love her Gorget, her Gorget. Sorry, I got to get it right. Okay. Bows require ammunition. It is purchased and crafted in stacks of 10. At the end of an encounter, a player may immediately recover half of their ammo used that encounter, rounded down. An optional tracking rule is for ammo tracking. Rather than tracking each shot, buying a stack of ammo gives you an ammo die. And basically you have a depletion die or a resource die. If you don't want to track individual, by the way, hands up in the air, I would totally use an ammo resource die, by the way, 100%. You roll every time you roll your ammo die, you roll a 1. If you roll a 1, it gets smaller by 1 step. If you roll a 1 on a D4, you're down to your last piece of ammo. Yes, which is exactly my house rule for Forbidden Lands. I love that being down to 1. If you loot ammo, you increase your die by 1 step. All right, poll. We'd like a poll for this? Okay, hold on a second. It's been a while since we polled. Prefer. All righty, poll is up. What do you prefer? I don't normally do this, but I'm going to vote because, you know. If you would use 2 units of ammo in an attack, your die is reduced on a 1 or 2. While if you would use 3 units of ammo in a single attack, it reduces on a 1, 2, or 3. So if you're going to do like a shotgun crossbow, like you're going to burn through your ammo pretty cool. That's a pretty cool way of noting that, by the way. That was a nice notice there, Sweet Threat. All right. There was no doubt about what people would choose here. No, I think you would have to track each ammo type again against its own. So you would have like fire arrows D6. You might have ice arrows D10. Yeah, I think you would track it each because you have to track it. Normally, you have to track individual. Yeah, D4 arrows of ruin. That's so cool to me. All right. Oh, here we go. Look at this. We got fire arrows, shock arrows, ice arrows, poisoned arrows, ensanguined arrows, assassin arrows, light arrows. So ensanguined arrows, you heal an amount of hit points equal to the vitality modifier of each target that you hit. Poisoned arrows give a +2 bonus to attack rolls. Ice arrows deal cold damage. Shock arrows deal lightning damage. Fire arrows deal fire damage. Assassin arrows increase your crit range by 1, so you crit on a 19 through 20. And light arrows deal holy damage. We also have bolts. Long bolts treat their break threshold as 5 or lower. Lead bolts, if you beat both their reflex and fortitude defense, the target becomes slowed. Black bolts, if you beat their reflex and fortitude defense, they become blinded. Tranquil, reflex and fort, they become silenced. Sapping, if you beat their reflex and fort, they become paralyzed. Chaos, confused, and dark bolts deal dark damage. Notice, by the way, that there isn't a dark arrow. There's a light arrow, and then there isn't a light bolt. There's a dark bolt, which is very, very cool. Yeah. Crossbows seem more like a support utility weapon. Well, because remember, too, it says that the arrows deal more damage and even get to add the strength modifier to the damage roll, whereas the crossbows don't, you know? Yep, you just roll. If you beat both of them, they become slowed. No percent chance. You just do the thing. You're sad that there's no lightning bolt. That's pretty cool. I love this ammunition plus weapon plus comp. Like, that's so cool. Here are our ranges, and we see again the -2, -5, -10 penalty. These are in squares, by the way. Everyone's favorite rule from Pathfinder 2. Oh, you're using a bow? Oh, you're too close? You get a penalty to hit. No, not hexes. It's a grid. Although I will admit that, I would be sorely tempted to use hexes. Staves. Oh, spellcasters favor wands and staves that focus their magical abilities. Now, this is interesting because, again, in 4th edition, casters used wands and staves and rods kind of like magic items. Staves use the same ranged increments as ranged weapons, but their attacks are resolved with a spellcasting modifier. There is no attribute-based damage for attacks made with staves, And it also provokes counterattacks like any other range attack. Staves do not require ammo and do not require ammo. When you're using a spellcraft skill to cast a spell, you may choose to cast it through a staff or wand and apply the spellcraft bonus of that item to the check, as well as triggering any applicable effects. You may not cast a spell through a staff or a wand if you are not proficient. So this is, your cantrips are your staffs or your rods or your wands. So like if you have the bone wand, you have a +2 bonus to attack, use a spellcraft to attack instead of a range weapon, and it does 3d4 + 2 dark damage. All the way up to Staff of the Magi and the War Scepter. No charges. No charges. It says here they do not require any ammo. No charges. It's just... In addition, the bone wand is the dark wand crafted from the cursed bone of an ancient revenant. When you cast a black magic spell that deals dark damage, it deals +1 additional die of damage. Because remember, you can cast your spells through the wand, and that'll give you not only does that give you the rider benefit, but it also gives you the attack or the bonus to your check. Fairy wand, a magical wand imbued with the luck of the Fae. Once per day, you may re-roll your spellcraft check, keeping the second result even if worse. And Strat was pointing out a rule, which I kind of skipped over, which is while some staves are larger than others, due to their weight, medium creatures with a strength of 15 may wield staves in one hand. AKA, if you have a strength of 15, you can go full Gandalf and wield your staff in one hand and wield your sword, your long sword, in your other hand and actually be a badass Gish. Like Gandalf Gish, not like the Magus Gish. See, the problem is, like, I never liked the Magus Gish. Full stop. I don't like the modern Pathfinder 2 5e Gish. I don't like it. My ideal version of a Gish is very Gandalf or very Warhammer-esque. Okay? Like, in Warhammer, when you see pictures of wizards, right? Like they'll have like a sword, and their staff. And I always loved that. That to me is what a quote unquote Gish is. It's just a fighter, it's a wizard who knows how to use a sword. A Gish is a fighter mage, Dan Obra. Anyways, this is all awesome. Yeah, it's true. Derik bucks modern conventions. I can't believe it. The origin of the term Gish comes from Githyanki, which is a weird race of people that live in the astral plane. All right. Shield time. A shield is a more active defense than mere armor. Shields may be used to negate incoming attacks. In the right hands, shields may even negate incoming attacks. In the right hands, shields may even use to guard allies, deflect spells, and interrupt enemy actions. There is no better tool for ensuring one's safety. As a reaction, shields may be used to block attacks, abilities, and spells, including area effects, as long as they target your reflex defense, making an opposed attack roll with the appropriate weapon skill. Should your attack beat the opposing check, it is treated as if it did not beat your reflex defense. You may block multiple times within a turn, but you get a cumulative -5 penalty for each previous block attack. So multiple MVP, multiple block penalty. Characters not proficient with shields suck. TLDR. Light shields use light or one-handed skill. Standard shields use the one-handed skill, and heavy shields use the two-handed skill. Creatures with a 15 strength may instead use the one-handed skill. So, it sounds like there's no restriction to this. Brutus, a game like this is already going to be slowed down. I mean, like it's just the nature of the beast, you know. I mean, I love, you know, I love 4th edition and 3rd edition, but I mean, like, you know, like a game like Lancer, I think the combats take 2 to 3 hours, you know. So like, I'm not saying that this would take 2 to 3 hours, but the fact of the matter is, like, this is a choice that you have to make, right? Like, if your character gets attacked and you have a shield, you have to make a decision. Is this something that I want to block? You know, it's about the decisions, less about the pace of play. Like, if you're thinking about this as like a how many narrative beats per minute can I get through, and how many, it's not. The idea here is that you find the tactical interface of this game interesting. I mean, this game is not shying away from it. It's called Last Ark Tactical Analog. You know, it is very much a grid-based tactical game. And instead of like pasting it on and pretending it's not like that, it's saying, look, for some people, this is really what the game is that they really want to be able to do. And I can say that as a person who's played a game, having a shield and making a decision, is this a place that I want to block, knowing that it'll set me up for a future -5 or then a -10 or then a -15 for the blocks to come? That's a cool decision point. And, you know, yeah, I don't know that we were ever quite that slow, Osiris Monster, but I've definitely had 4E combats that took the whole session, you know, that took 3+ hours, you know, for sure. So we've got the War Door, the Flame Shield, the Mirror Shield, the Demon Shield, the Pride Wind, the Svalin, the Flame, the Ogre Shield. And they all have different things here, you know, again, different benefits, different items here. Lots of cool stuff and cool abilities. But apparently having a shield lets you block. Full stop. Armor. Armor increases your reflex defense by the listed amount. Okay, so armor does make you harder to hit. All armor also grants you an amount of damage reduction. However, armor grants a hard cap on how much of your agility modifier you may apply to your reflex defense when wearing any given suit of armor. So if you're really, 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 really agile, and you have a very, very high agility, wearing armor could potentially not provide you that much of a benefit. We have light, heavy, and mystic. Mystic is just robes and ceremonial garments. We already know that armor check penalty only applies if you are not proficient in the armor. Light armor. Why does it say -5? Huh. All right. Light armor. We can see, well, that's actually not bad. Look at that. Like the wow. I was not expecting that. Okay. A quilted doublet gives you 1 point of reflex and 2 points of damage reduction. The Gigas, aka Giant, the Giant's chest plate gives you 3 reflex bonus and 10 damage reduction. Note that the max agility bonus is +2, but still, geesh. The black garb is pretty freaking awesome for a rogue, I would imagine. And this is just the light armor. Dancer's Mail, 1 point of armor, 9 points of reduction, +5 max agility. Heavy armor is incredible protection, but the trade-off is restricted movement. So you can see the max agility bonus from heavy armor is like +1 and +0. But it gets up to like 15 points of DR. I don't know. Taking 10 or 15 or whatever points off from an attack would feel pretty sweet. I should also note that all this stuff still does other stuff. You know, I'm kind of skipping through it so that we can get through this game. And then lastly, there is Mystic Armor. Mystic Armor never provides a reflex bonus, but it also has no agility cap. Well, like when we were looking at some of the bows and weapons, they were doing like, you know, 2d6 plus presumably your strength if it's a melee weapon. We saw the daggers did like d4 or 2d4. We saw the one axe did 2d12 plus 5 plus your strength bonus. That was like an end game axe, right? Like the Calamity Maul was like 2d12 plus 5. Let's assume your strength bonus was plus 5 because it was a 20. So maybe you do 2d12 plus 10. So on average, that's like, 21 damage. Now, dice can explode. We know all this. There's a lot of weird things that'll mess with the math. But like one of the end game weapons that we saw was 2d12 plus 5 plus presumably your strength. So let's say 5 points. And I think you get double your strength if it's a two-handed weapon. So we'll say it's 2d12 plus 15. So that's an average of 28 damage. No, the bows attack with agility. They do bonus damage with strength. The crossbows do not add strength. So for a bow, you want to be strong and agile. And here is our Mystic Armor. Now, this is giving you still pretty good damage reduction, by the way. The Death Mantle gives you 9 points of damage reduction. The High Summoner's Vestment gives you 9. The Nabrok gives you 10. Another great piece of art here. I also have not seen any arcane spell failure check. I think if you get proficiency in heavy armor, you can cast spells, but we'll see when we get to the magic section. Here is bardic instruments. These can be used by bards when they make their perform instrument checks, and they give you a bonus to your performance check. And again, also have additional benefits. Here are accessories. You may equip 2 accessories at a time. And you cannot have 2 accessories in the same slot. So you have 2 accessory slots. TS Agent wants me to read the High Summoner's Vestments. All the way back up. You got to be faster than that if you're going to post something like that. Ceremonial robes donned by the flamens of the old gods. You gain the DR, if higher, immunities, resistances, and weaknesses of any elemental you summon. By the way, that's only if they're higher. But it does require 3 Zodiac stones to craft. It's pretty cool. Summoning a thing just so you can gain its resistances. Pretty sweet. All right. So here are a bunch of accessories. We get 2 accessory slots. Everything from winged boots to jade amulets to power bangles, elementalist rings, more and more and more and more and more and more and more. We're not going to get through all of this stuff, obviously, but we do get bangles and all sorts of other stuff, rings. The garnet ring gives you just straight up immunity to paralysis. The frost pendant gives you resistance to cold damage. And yeah, no Christmas treeing. You get 2 accessory slots. That's it. I like 2. I'll be honest with you. I know people don't like it in 5th edition. I think 2 or 3 magic item slots is actually kind of perfect. I think avoiding the over Christmas treeing is a good thing. It makes it interesting to have to make choices instead of just filling in every slot with a bunch of shit. Man, the Dark Elves are cuties. Yeah, that's cool that like maybe you can expand that somehow, like an artificer can get more spots. That's cool. Potions are the lifeblood. Now, one of the things that I love is when potions are cool. Potions are the lifeblood of any adventuring party, revitalizing them between combat encounters or after a narrow escape. When to bring potions? Always. It is not a matter of if you will take damage, it is a matter of when and how much. Additionally, there is a vast bestiary of creatures capable of inflicting debilitating status effects, all of which can spell doom. Threats to your life notwithstanding, spellcasters will quickly find their mana reserves depleted, needing either to restore what they can to get back into the fight. I completely agree with you, Jake. Having potions rather than bundles of wands of cure light wounds is already way cooler to me. In last arc, tactics, potions are an absolute must-have. Health potion, high potion. All right, you know what? I love Fabula Ultima. I love Fabula Ultima. I do. It's my favorite Friday game. I hate that the names for the potions aren't what they should be. A potion that recovers MP should just be called an ether. A potion that recovers, HP should be called a high potion or a potion. And something that recovers everything should be called an elixir. Fantastic. I love, by the way, this alone, this is a game changer for Magic users. The fact that you have ethers, high ethers, and mega ethers. Elixir not only heals all HP and MP, it also heals your break gauge. And you also need a Phoenix Plume DC 40 to make one. It also costs 15K. Party's going to be sitting on those elixirs to the end of the game. Antidotes. Awesome. Moonwort, Snowdrop, Remedy, Mandrake Root. Perfect. Look at this. Look how cool this is. Ammonia Salt heals for 25% of your max HP. But notice, look, it only works on unconscious creatures. So it's a really good heal potion, but it only works when somebody's down. That's a cool little piece of gaming tech to prevent, abuse. Also, check out that mega potion. This is how you make potions cool. 160 HP. Boom. I do not see a Phoenix down. We haven't seen anything about death, but. All right. Poisons, we're going to have to skip because we have to make certain, we can't cover everything. Scrolls. These are used by characters with the arcane study technique to learn new scrolls. They are consumed when used. So this is how you add spells to your scroll list. Here are the black magic spells. Aphasia, Darkness, Torpor, Mire, Sap, Corrode, Expire, Entomb, Infest, Maim, Void, Miasma, Black Hole. Here are the blue magic spells. Haste, Inertia, Gravity, Invisibility, Fear, Metamorphosis, Muddle, Repose, Levitation, Phase, Teleport, Charm, Polymorph. Here are the green magic spells. Boulder, Shockwave, Quake, Cataclysm, Entangle, Overgrowth, Succession, Windslash, Tempest, Whirlwind, Windburst, Aquablast, Tidal Wave, Torrent. Another bomb piece of art, by the way. And here are the red magic spells. Ember, Scorching Strike, Flamethrower, Fireball, Firestorm, Inferno, Shock, Galvanic Strike, Chain Lightning, Lightning Bolt, Thunderstorm, Arc Blast, Icicle, Gelid Strike, Frost Wave. By the way, in case you didn't notice, right, Ice 1, Ice 2, Ice 3, Lit 1, Lit 2, Lit 3, Fire 1, Fire 2, Fire 3. It really is just, up the scale. And then the ultimate Gelid Strike, Frost Wave, Ice Blast, Blizzard, Whiteout. White magic. Protect, Shell, Barrier. Oh, it's so good. Protect, Shell, Ward, Barrier, Cleanse, Dispel, Banish, Cure, Healing Wind, Regen, Curatio, Illuminate, Faith, Mend, Revive, Smite, Holy, and Luminescence. Here are the orchestral scores that can be learned by the bardic study techniques. The bards can learn the Champion's Virale, the Knight's Paean, the Vigil's Overture, the Valor Menigne, the Corvial's Requiem. This sounds like EverQuest, and that means I am 100% on board with it. And again, this isn't magic. This is an orchestral score. Love it. I love that the bards don't get magic. They get their own thing. They get music. I also love that bards don't have to be a musical bard if they don't want to. We've got basic items. We've got prosthetics, med kits, adventure kits, the like and the like. We've got mounts. Again, I'm skipping around a little bit here. We've got resources, including GP costs for finding this stuff or making this stuff. Okay. Magic. So let's I'm going to take just a tiny break. let me just stop by saying, because I do have to use the restroom. I'm going to agree with Jake. That was the best equipment chapter I've seen in a long time. I normally hate equipment chapters. I think they're boring. That equipment chapter may have been one of the most interesting equipment chapters I've ever seen in any game. The fact that every item, like the swords did something different than the axes, that the bludgeoning weapons did something different than the swords, that crossbows and bows do something different, that every item scales up, that as a player, you can see the progression of your items. Like they're not hidden behind a line, but it's also not clearly saying, oh, you can just, you're expected to take this. The fact that potions are so great, the fact that staves and, rods work like, basically at will cantrips, I think that is really, really cool. That's a very cool chapter. The fact that scrolls are basically an item that you can then take to add the spell permanently to your spell list, and now you can cast that spell. That is very Final Fantasy 1 coded. Very, very cool. Big fan. All right, so I'm going to take a really short, quick break, and I will be right back. We're still going, folks. Oh. Guys, it's so bad. I'm like, arc reaches when? Oh, all right, I'm back. I had to let the dogs out too. Okay, Magick. Now, just real quick here. By the way, as a quick aside, I just want to bring this up here. So just to let you know, we are just looking at book 1 on this. There's also the Atlas and Gazetteer. So the World Atlas gives you the entire world of Veildaroth or whatever, Veildara, also Bestiary. So there's a Bestiary in the main book, is what I'm saying. So not only do you get a book, game, but you also get a complete world. They've also unlocked a couple of different things, some upgrades along the ways as we continue to sort of, as the campaign continues to go on. Apparently also the World Atlas has a couple more advanced classes as well. So again, you're really getting 2 books for this. Check their update from today. Hey, look at that. That's us. Shout out to us. That's a great question. I do not know where we are at VTT wise. That's a great question. Maybe somebody can answer that question in channel. The plan is to have, okay, Adam is asking, the plan is to both support Roll20 and Foundry. You know, we love to see it. And again, the books just look absolutely gorgeous. So we've got Magick. There's a whole section for Magick. There's a whole section for performances. We're not going to be able to go through everything. We're just going to take a look at a couple of the different things and move on. Then we'll look at combat. I don't know that we're going to be able to do much. Airships is short enough. And we're probably going to be able to take a look at a couple of advanced classes. Folks, there's just so much packed into this book. You know, I don't know that I want to make this a 6-hour first look. But I mean, there's just so much packed in here. Jake's like, I want to see a couple Aeons. All right. Last arc week. I'm already behind on so much. I know I should have gotten the second monster. I'm only on a diet Pepsi or a diet Mountain Dew. All right, Magick. All right, we're going to dig in here. Magick. Magick is a powerful force wielded by spellcasters. Characters who take the arcane study technique may learn a number of spells equal to 1 plus their int modifier by using spell scrolls. Should your int modifier ever increase, you retroactively increase it. Cool. Should you wish to learn a new spell when you have no slots available, you may choose to replace an existing known spell. So there's no levels, as far as I could tell, to spells, right? I think the initiate and the mage both start with one instance of arcane study. So, you know, assuming your int modifier is, let's say 3, you can start with 4 slots, right? And you could just, you know, add, and now you can take, now what's great about this is there's diminishing returns, right? Like you could have 20 spell slots or 20 spells, right, memorized, but you only have so much MP, right? So, when casting a spell, you make a spellcraft check, which will determine the spell's effect. Some spells are all or nothing, while others have varying degrees of success. Spells are not attacks and are unaffected by talents or techniques that intersect with attacks. Each spell also has a mana cost, the MP. Black magic is dark magic, debilitating effects. Blue is bending space and time and minds. Green is terrestrial magic, using terrain and physical damage. Red is destructive elemental magic. And white is holy magic, restoring vitality and granting buffs. Casting spells while in an enemy's threatened area provokes a counterattack, aka an attack of opportunity. Should the enemy deal damage, oh, that's a nice little threshold. Should the attack deal damage that beats your break threshold, the spell automatically fails and your MP is wasted. That's a nice way to get double dipping out of your break threshold. Make that limit of saying, hey, if you take enough damage to get broke, then your spell is countered. Now, you could cast defensively without provoking an counterattack, but it's -5 for each creature that threatens you. So it's casting on the defense, but it's really rough. So if you're surrounded, you're not casting magic. It is totally magic colors, by the way. Literally black magic, literally blue magic, literally green magic, literally red magic, literally white magic. Okay. Well, let's take a look at a couple spells. So Black Hole costs 34 MP. So right off the rip, you know, you're not going to be casting that for a while. And like, even if you did get access to Black Hole, like imagine if you had Black Hole, but you only had like 40 MP. You know, you're only gonna be able to cast this like once a day. One spell, period, once per day. So here we go. You fill the eyes of your target with pitch darkness. Time, it takes your primary action. Target, 1 creature within 12 squares. If you beat their fort defense, they become blind. Special, higher level targets get a +5 bonus to their defense. So this is the incapacitation rule. This is how they deal with it. But instead of saying like they can't do it, it just says, look, if you're trying to like take out a higher level monster with something, they get a defense to it, which is another thing, unfortunately, that Final Fantasy did do. Like, right, try using Demi against a higher level monster, unfortunately. Now, it doesn't mean that they're immune to it. They just get a +5 bonus. Ah, that's cool art. I love that he's like part ethereal and part like physical. Very cool. Time to build an Esper control mage. That'd be sick. All right. Note that Charm is a very high level spell in this game and that it takes 34. There's no level, but just the MP cost. So here, this is what I wanted to see. So this is an example of a multi-scaled one. Fear. You fill the art of your enemy with absolute fear and dread. Time. Primary action. One creature within 12 squares and line of sight. Make a spellcraft check. The result of the check determines the effect, if any. DC 15. If you beat the target's will defense, they can only take a single primary action. But if you get a 20, they can only take a move action, basically. If they get a 25, they only take a minor action. And if they get a 30, as DC 15, except the target can take no actions and is flat-footed. Higher level targets get a +5 bonus to their spell. So this is an example of where not only is it a question of if you beat them, but as you become more powerful and are able to get higher results, you can also basically lock them out more and more and more. Same thing with, like, for example, invisibility, inertia, etc., etc. Haste. You imbue yourself or an ally with enhanced speed and agility. Time. It's a secondary action to cast, so it's not your primary action, by the way. You or a single fast is the name of haste from Final Fantasies. Or quick. Ooh, thank you, Anonymous.
Anonymous tipped $10. Could be an excuse to get back into Talspire to make isometric maps.
Isometric maps would be pretty baller with this game, 100%. Thank you, Anonymous. I don't know if you forgot to put your name in there, but feel free to claim it. But that would be really sweet. I normally don't really like the whole like VTT extra work to make things look cool, but like, look, if I'm making a Final Fantasy Tactics type game, isometric maps is cool. I don't see anything that says you couldn't. Nothing in the magic spell. I mean, when we get to combat, we can see, but I didn't see anything. Oh, thank you, Zetrum. That would be pretty cool. All right, so make a spellcraft check. By the way, its target is you or a single ally within 12 squares. If you get a DC 15, their speed goes up by 2 squares. And they get a +2 bonus to acrobatics checks and athletics checks. And it increases to 3 and 4 and 5. Okay, so it doesn't make them let them. Okay, it's very tame. It buffs their speed and gives them some bonuses to the thing. It doesn't make them, you know. It doesn't literally double their attacks. Okay. By the way, you can cast it on a slow speed to remove the slows. It's unfortunately balanced. But it can also remove slow. Not that removing speed is a bad thing, but just say. That's true. Remember, you do use acrobatics to do those dodging attacks. That's a great point, Brutus the Cat. The one thing that we saw from like the rogue, the dodge tank, you use your acrobatics check, right, to block attacks or to evade attacks, to dodge them. Come on, buddy. All right. Zeus is hanging out with me. So very cool. I kind of like it. I mean, you know, look, haste has always been busted anytime it's good. We all know this. Like, it was busted in Final Fantasy 1. It was busted in Final Fantasy 6. It was busted in 3rd edition. You know what I mean? It's always been busted. You know, Accelerate is busted in Fabula Ultima. You know, I mean, like, it's either too good or, I mean, I like it as a defensive buff. I think that's fine. You know, breaking the fundamental parity of the action economy of the game is not exactly probably a design goal that you should be going for, you know? Yeah, so the spells here are obviously extremely gamist in that respect. But that being said, this is an MP system. You know what else is an MP system? I could easily see you hacking in some kind of ritual system into this game very easily, for sure. You know, just make skill checks, assign an MP cost, blah, blah, blah. Very easy. The reason that Fabio Ultima works so well is because it had MP, right? You know, I mean, so MP is all you need in order to do a ritual type system. You know, and if you want to be very specific, you know, like if somebody has a spell that they can cast, you know, it's like we know what Fireball does in a game mechanic, but outside of a combat system, if somebody wants to repurpose Fireball to say, I don't know, melt the ice that is blocking the entrance to, you know, to mount ordeals or whatever, then you just make it a ritual, you know? They did not shy away from the cleavage in the art for this game, and props to it. Ooze. We are taking a look at Last Arc Tactics Analogue. This is a sponsored first look. This game is currently being crowdfunded on GameFound, crowdsourced on GameFound. There's a link in the doobly-doo below if you want to go check it out. If you use our affiliate link, it lets them know that you found that game and from us. But it's a JRPG with kind of lineage from 3rd edition and 4th edition D&D. I also love the idea of I do this in Fabio Ultima. I love the idea that if somebody is able to make a help check, we saw that earlier, by the way, in the skills section. If somebody makes a help check with a ritual, I love the idea that they can contribute their MP to the ritual. So I love the idea that you might have like a warrior who can make an untrained maybe spellcraft check if they're smart enough, or maybe they've picked it up through a splash, and then they can help contribute some of their MP to pay for the ritual. And you can make a restriction, right? Like the primary caster has to contribute at least half. So if you say the ritual cost is 20 MP, then the primary caster has to contribute at least 10, and then the secondary casters can contribute up to 10, right? Or something like that, you know? But I mean, there's a lot of easily handled waves thing. Turns out balancing stuff outside of combat, a lot easier. Okay. So here are performances. Performances use the Bardic study technique, and again, you can know a number of performances equal to 1 plus your int modifier. Performing while in a creature's threatened area provokes a counterattack, and if it breaks your break threshold, you lose the performance. And it looks like they just work. I think the main difference is that it only lasts until the start of your next turn. That seems to be the main takeaway. I mean, this one's pretty good. Everyone buffs their reflex defense. All your allies potentially getting +1, +2, +3, +4, +5 to their reflex defense. Or attack bonus. Now, by the way, just to weapon skills, I should note. Bonus damage. Until the start of your next turn, allies may choose to use your performance check in place of their will defense. Pretty good. Absolutely. It's just like twisting as a bard, you know? You have to change your switch out. I think you just have to be able to see or hear. Jen Jam says, yes, and they are chainable, which totally makes sense. Ooh, look at that. An MP draining song. If it beats their will defense, they lose 1d4 MP. This die may explode. And then I like this. Targets affected by this performance become immune to this performance until the beginning of the next turn. In other words, the bard can use it on them once, but you can't have everybody in the party be a bard and then everybody, spam Scamps Nocturne. Oh, is there an MP regen? That seems like that would be extremely powerful. But I doubt that, but oh shit, look at this. The Knight's Paeon is an even better spell. Look at this. Allies gain +1 bonus to their reflex defense and to all attack against all attacks. Not just combat attacks, but every attack. Spells too, basically. Here's one that buffs everybody's spellcraft checks. Very cool. And you know what? I mean, it's gamist, but it's good stuff. One that lets you buff reflex. One that lets you buff, use your check instead of their will, your check instead of their fort. Here's a damage turn, a blustering tune, able to cut as deep as any blade. So again, it's not magic, but it's magical. You know what I mean? And that's pretty cool. And she's obviously a badass. All right. Combat. All right. You roll your initiative. Everybody takes a primary, secondary, minor, or an all-out action. The creature with the lowest initiative goes first. Once the creature or creature with the highest initiative takes their turn, the character with the low initiative goes again. I wonder why they just didn't go up. I wonder why they didn't go down instead of up. Huh. Is there something about like... I don't know. I'd have to think about it. So again, you get primary, secondary, and minor. So primary action is cast a spell, attack with a weapon, main thing. And again, just like in 4th edition, you can, so this is unlike 5th edition. So this is actually exactly like 4th edition. In 4th edition, you got a standard, move, minor. And move action, unfortunately, was actually really poorly named because move could sometimes be used to do things that weren't moving. So the fact that they call it primary, secondary, minor makes some sense. But you can downgrade an action, right? You can't do that, I don't think, in 5th edition, right? You can't like turn a standard action into a bonus action, right? Like it's just you get it or you don't. And so in this game, a primary action could be reduced to either an extra secondary or extra minor. People don't like the word tertiary. So as a primary action, you can attack with a weapon. You can aid another person. You can aid. You could suppress an enemy's attack. You can try to break an object. You know, all the main stuff. We've got moving, crawling, retrieving items, standing up. Secondary action is mostly going to be moving, right? You can move, you can crawl, you can draw a weapon, you can interact with an item, etc., etc. And then minor action is activating an item, aiming, taking a second win. You can fall prone, or you can recover. Oh, this is what's cool. Okay. Recovery may use 3 consecutive minor actions, which can be spent on separate turns. Now, this is really fiddly, but is really nice because what it means is you have to use them in a row, but they don't have to be on the same turn. So like, for example, you could like make an attack and then take a minor action, take a minor action. That's the end of your turn. Then at the start of your next turn, you could start by taking the 3rd minor action and then the recovery would take place. But then you would still have a move and you could still have a standard thing. Okay, I didn't know that from Star Wars Saga Edition. Very cool. That's neat. That's very neat. So this is, and there doesn't seem to be a limit on this. So this is how you can recover when you get crushed and your break gauge fills up. You can use this to sort of, you know, recover back. Special actions. Coup de grace. Takes your whole turn. Sprint. Free actions. Okay, hero points. Now we know that you get one of these per session, but eventually it goes up to 4 per session. Once per turn, even if it's not your turn, you may spend a hero point to either re-roll your d20, to add a d6 to your d20 result, or add a d6 to one of your defenses until the start of your next turn, or to prevent your death due to damage, becoming unconscious, and instead rolling on the injury and dismemberment chart instead. Bonus dice added by hero points may explode. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. It's per day, not per session. It's per day. So it sounds like you can cash in your hero point to avoid dying. However, it's not a free roll like in Pathfinder 2, because instead you roll on the injury chart. We don't know what that chart is, but also I like that it not only is it a re-roll, but if you're like really close and the GM says, oh, you missed by 2, right? Or you missed by 3, you could roll a d6 after the result. And I would totally let the players know that they missed before they added that d6. A reaction is an action taken in response. That includes things like blocking, which requires a shield. So only shields can block. Counterattack once a turn, unless you have the whatever this game called combat reflexes, but you could basically make an attack of opportunity. Attack rolls. If you roll a nat 20 on an attack roll, you make an additional attack for free. If you roll a natural 20 on a ranged attack, you double the damage. So again, it's a cool way of like differentiating between ranged and melee, and the fact that bows are different than crossbows. Like, I think that's cool. I think that's neat when things have a different tactical feel or tactile feel in the game, which is really neat. 20 is automatically hit, obviously. Right, you can just keep rolling that 20s and just combo. Remember, we add a half our character level. I forgot about that, to damage as well. One-handed weapons, add your strength modifier. Two-handed weapons, add double your strength modifier weapons. And given that shields give you a block, having a shield seems pretty legit, right? Whenever the maximum number of any damage die is rolled, well, I mean that's just a fighter flex, right? That's like a warrior flex. The warrior flex is like that's actually kind of sick. So whenever the maximum number of any damage die is rolled, roll an additional die of damage. Exploding dice may also explode, leading to massive damage. So in a weird way, it means that weapons like daggers, which we saw were like D4, actually have a much higher chance of chaining off and doing all this like exploding stuff, you know? No, what Lollipop is saying is that at level 20, you're going to add half your level 10 to damage. And then if you have a max strength of 20, which is a +5 damage modifier, if you're using a two-handed weapon, it's another +5 twice. So 10 and 10 is +24. Yeah. Correct, Cinnabos. It's actually a lot closer than you see. It also means that like D12s are really sexy because it's a lot of damage, but you're not likely to explode that often, you know? I mean, it depends. There's math to figure it out, but you know, a D4 is 2.5 plus 25% of 2.5 plus 25% times 25% of 2D4, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Right. That Calamity Great Maul does explode on 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, but you also miss like all the times. Okay. We already know that agility. Oh, look at this, guys. Okay, here we go. Agility modifier. This determines by your agility score. If a character or creature suffers from an effect that denies them their agility bonus, such as being pinned or caught flat-footed, they lose the agility modifier bonus to their reflex defense until the effect ends. So flat-footed is a thing. You do lose your dexterity to your armor class. If a creature's unconscious, their agility modifier is treated as -5, and size modifiers are back. Guess what? If you're fighting a colossal dragon, you're probably going to hit it every single time, because in this game, there is no armor class. Armor is more represented by damage or DR, right? Thank you, Beowulf. There's the answer. Beowulf figured it out. Strat says size modifiers, heart, heart, heart. Hey, what's up, Stip? Howdy, gang. Sorry, I rebacked it as soon as it launched. Would have liked to use your link, unless I can still make it work. So anyway, I have no idea how that works. You know, worst case scenario, drop them a comment and say, hey, I rebacked your game, but, you know, I definitely love Nice Let's Call, and I was watching the stream, and just let them know that you know, even if it's just dropping them a comment or something like that. Don't bother canceling and going through our link. That's just a lot of work or something like that. But definitely click through our link, check it out. I don't know, access your account. Anything is good news, you know, just let them know. I appreciate you thinking of us there. Anyways, I love the idea that a dragon has a big, or not even a dragon, but like a huge creature has a lower reflex and thus is easier to hit. Full stop. Now it might have really high armor, which means it has really high DR, but I think that's really cool. Like, to me, that makes a lot of sense. Love it. Never thought, again, like the title of my thumbnail was not clickbait. Like, I never thought I'd see these again. Also, by the way, shout out to this game for continuing to use the 1, 2, 5, 10, right? 1, 2, 5, 10, 1, 2, 5, 10, 1, 2, 5, 10. Right. I think I love the idea of that, right? Like, you think about like Smog, right? Like, easy to hit, really high DR, right? Unless you hit like the one specific spot, right? Very cool. We've got speed, movement, all this other normal stuff. HP. When you are reduced to 0 hit points, you are immediately moved to the bottom of the break gauge and fall unconscious. Healing potions, spells, natural healing, and other abilities allow you to heal and recover hit points. You may never exceed max HP or go below 0. Heroic characters that would be killed may use a hero point to instead fall unconscious, rolling on the injury and dismemberment part. All right, so real quick, obviously this game has this hero point mechanic, but if you want, it is very easy to just house rule that as a heroic character, if you're reduced to 0, the player may choose to instead fall unconscious, right? And there you go. You've solved the death issue, right? And they would roll on the injury and dismemberment chart. Like, if you don't want them to just have to like save the hero point, you know, to come back, you can do that. If that's really a concern that people have from like a JRPG perspective, you know. Once per day, you may institute a second wind, recovering HP equal to half your max or your vitality score, whichever is higher. Note, your vitality score is your con score. So that means like at level 1, you're actually going to be potentially getting back a ton of hit points. You cannot take a second wind if you're above half, if you're not bloodied. Break threshold. Representing a character's ability to shrug off damage, a low threshold makes you susceptible to debilitation and even death. A single instance of damage that beats your break threshold moves you down 1 step on the break gauge. No matter how much damage you take, you only move 1 step down. Additionally, a single instance of damage that beats your break threshold while you are at 0 hit points, or if it reduces you to 0 hit points, immediately kills your character, unless you spend a hero point. So if you take a big hit and it kills you, or reduces to 0, it kills you instantaneously. Copper Blint says, I might choose to die before I would use any of my resources. Right. No more double your max HP in negative. Correct. Your break threshold is your fort defense plus any bonuses. So fortitude defense, reflex defense might be really important because you're obviously getting attacked a lot and it attacks your reflex. But having the fort defense for your break is pretty important. Also, size modifiers affect your break threshold. If you're a gigantic creature, guess what? Turns out you have to be hit by a pretty fucking big attack in order to take damage. At least they don't penalize you for being small, though. Yeah, Colossal Dragon, not getting broken that often. Size matters. Note that if you reach the bottom of the break gauge, you immediately fall unconscious, fall prone. I like that they have to specify that. And are considered helpless. So even if you run out of 0 hit points, if you've reached the bottom of the break gauge, you fall unconscious. Unconscious characters are unable to take any actions. After 10 turns of combat, or 1 minute time, make a DC 10 check to regain consciousness. When a heroic character would die, they may spend a hero point to instead fall unconscious. If the character has no hero points, death cannot be prevented. If you do spend a hero point to avoid death, roll on the injury chart below, rolling D percentage. While injuries may be removed with intensive care, missing limbs cannot be restored, requiring prosthetics to reduce or negate penalties. I will admit, I dislike this table. I don't mind. It feels strangely out of place for the game specified it is a noble, bright game. Severed legs and severed arms do not feel, they don't fit here well at all. So I think this is the first thing that I've seen in the game that I don't really agree with or like. It just doesn't really feel like it makes a lot of sense. So I'm actually agreeing with Pumpkin here. This doesn't feel very JRPG, and it definitely doesn't feel very noble bright. You know, like that doesn't feel, it doesn't make much sense. And it's a very weird, considering that you spent a hero point to get this result, it feels very strange. And it would almost certainly be something I would house rule out. It really feels like something easy to house rule out too, but just, it is a very weird mechanic. I don't necessarily need Fabula Ultima, like you can choose to not die. I'm actually okay with people, quote unquote, dying. That's fine. Just because it's a JRPG doesn't mean it has to be like, you know, like everything's made up and you don't have to think. But like, yeah, I don't like this chart. It's not the chart that's a problem. It's, you know, I mean, yeah, I guess they want to lean into that. Okay, so like, quick side note. I know we're hyping up another game, but you know, hey, it's nice to last call. What are you gonna do? Also, we're approaching hour 4, so look, if you haven't bought the game already, what are we doing here? But link below. Check it out. But like so for Shadow Dark, right? We're doing our Shadow Tide pirate game, and one of the problems that we have is that it's really easy to die in OSR games. But we want to make our game, right, noble dark, right? We want to have heroes who can, you know, persevere and not just be grinder meat. And of course, it's a pirate game. So like the solution that Smith and I came up with, or I should say Smith, is that if your character dies in Shadow Dark, right, or in Shadow Tide, you know, the idea is that instead you know, lose an arm and get a hook. You know, you lose a leg and get a peg leg. You lose an eye and you get an eye patch, right? It's a pirate game. So yeah, you know, and of course it's awesome because now you have a hook, you know, and you can, you know, you can do a hook attack, you know, it's actually better. It's almost like an increase in your character's power. This doesn't feel like that, you know, even though, and especially because it's a noble, bright game. So this is actually the first thing I don't love. Interesting. You recover HP by resting hours. If you do rest for 8 hours, you then get everything back and all per day abilities. But if you rest for more than 8 hours, you don't get any other additional HP or MP. So you kind of get this like partial recovery. So if you only have like 2 hours, you can like recover some MP and some HP. And then once you recover a total of 8 hours, you get everything back, I guess. No, you get all your per day abilities back. Got it. Interesting. So like you can break up your 8 hours of rest over the course of a day, but you can never benefit more than 8 hours of rest. So you could like rest for 1 hour, rest for 2 hours, rest for 1 hour. Yeah. I think so. Ooze. I actually think so. Okay, another amazing piece of artwork, by the way. I love, by the way, that they keep using the characters from the game. Like, that's clearly the big booty rogue that we saw earlier. The angry elf is dead. The Lalafell bard is crying. All right, so here is our break gauge, by the way. It's as we expected. It is a death spiral. -1, -2, -5, -10, and then unconscious. And remember, if you drop to 0 hit points, you immediately drop all the way to the bottom. By the way, aside from direct damage, there are a number of spells and abilities that are capable of moving a character directly down the break gauge. When a creature or character moves down the break gauge, they take a penalty until they recover up. Objects and vehicles have their own break gauges, similar to creatures or obstacles. Armor, for example, will become less useful. Weapons will apply the penalty to their damage. All right, we got initiative. We got flat-footed. You can hold your turn. We got ambush. We got some AoEs. You know we love it. Use hexes. I mean, it is grid-based. I know. It's tactics. You got to do it. Cover, concealment. Dragging, cover, firing spaces. We don't need all this stuff here. Oh, what did I just hit? I accidentally hit go to the start of the game. Okay. Very quickly. Strats, like, what are the cover numbers? God damn you, Strats. We're about to get to airships. I'm going to guess 5, if I had to guess the cover. A creature with cover gets +5 bonus to its reflex defense. Note, just to its reflex defense. Not to your fort defense. Not to your will defense. Concealment gives you a -5 penalty to your attack rolls. So if someone is... That would make sense. Improved cover is +10. In addition, you take no damage from area of effects that fail to beat your reflex. Total cover cannot be targeted and take no damage from area of effects. Yeah, that's a big number. It's not like +1 or +2. I also thought I saw flanking. Flanking is +2. Melee. High ground. You get a +2 to range attack rolls if you are 2 or more squares above your target. All right. Airships, an entire chapter on airships. And boy, is that a gorgeous piece of art. I love this two-tone. That's a nice spread. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. Yeah. So we've got huge, gargantuan, and colossal. There is a pilot skill in the game. This game has specifically a pilot skill, I think, just for your airship. Captain and crew. Once per turn as a secondary action, the captain may move an airship up to its speed. Although you can exceed this with a pilot check. An airship cannot re-enter a square it previously moved through in the same turn. So you can't just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Airships only have reflex and fortitude defense. Their reflex is terrible. Their fortitude defense is considerable. If a pilot is not at the helm of the ship is flat-footed. Airships require a crew to utilize their artillery on board. You can do a broadside. You can do a ram. You can make an attack run. You can try to target single targets, but it's difficult to shoot small stuff. Attack rolls made against a target that is 2 or more size categories smaller than your airship get a -5 penalty. So if you're in a colossal airship, trying to target a medium creature would give you like a -15 penalty to attack. And you know what? That makes total sense. If you ram something, it does a ton of damage if you're in a gigantic airship. It makes total sense. There's no pilot at the helm. The airship's flat-footed. Airships contain special weapons called artillery. Artillery requires no weapon proficiency to use and are resolved with your ranged attack skill. Any techniques that apply to range attacks may also be applied to artillery. All right, your ranger is at the bow with their like this awesome magical, ballista, and they're badass at it, Artilleries all have a capacity of 1, so you do have to reload artillery after every shot. There's a boarding action. I'm just like taking notes. Maybe I should just steal this for Shadowtide. If you want to incorporate your crew, yeah, rapid fire precise shot artillery. Let's go. If you want to have a crew, you can instead of having the PCs do it, you can have the crew and give them a modifier, a damage modifier, skill modifier. Naval scale is more or less precise for standard scale. Last Arc does not use conventional facing or fire rules.
I am strong.
Good. I don't want that. Instead, airships are always treated as being in the most advantageous position for attacks. This keeps naval combat simple enough to work into a campaign. However, to keep some level of logical consistency, artillery on opposite sides of the airship, port or starboard, may only attack targets on the side. So basically, it's like, are they in your port side or your starboard side? So there you go. Basically, you have your guns on your left and your guns on your right. So you have forward guns, you have side guns, etc. Got it. Okay. So if you're in a naval combat, you use different ranges, right? Because like the squares are supposed to be so much longer. So for example, like your bow with like the medium range, mid range in is only a couple of squares, in the naval range. Which is interesting. So here's information. We've got the CR-20 Dreadnought. It's got 10 swivel guns on the port, 10 swivel guns on the starboard side, 2 bombards on each side, 8 carronades in the lower gun deck. It has 1,800 bulk and a crew of 200. It carries 20 gyrocopters. Here's a gyrocopter with a Gatling gun. We've got the sky barge, the air skiff, the Sky Galleon. There's a whole section here about when to use airships, how to obtain an airship, how to repair an airship. They like this art so much they used it twice, and I don't blame them, because this is actually the full piece with like the other airship off the starboard bow. No, actually, it's the port bow, because that's the rear of the ship, if that propeller is to be any indication. All right. I know we kind of skipped over the airships, but I wanted to get to this, and I think this is where we're going to end it. Well, we're going to do this a little bit, and then we're going to end it, and that is advanced classes. Advanced classes offer a number of new abilities and features otherwise inaccessible to heroic characters, either taking them down a more focused, specialized path, or bridging the gap between the two base classes, allowing for improved synergy. Some advanced classes may not be appropriate for a particular story. The GM has final say on which advanced classes are available, if any. The following table gives a short summary for each class. All advanced character classes require the character have a minimum of 7 levels under their belt, thus making 8th level the earliest possible level for such a class to be taken. This allows players ample time to familiarize themselves with the unique abilities and mechanics of their character's build. I said that. I mean, to be fair, Smith's got his whole system sped up, but yeah. Start the campaign at 8. Got it. I mean, that is totally an option, Nilbog. You know, if you have like an advanced group who's very familiar with the game, you could totally say, hey, we're going to start at level 8, build, you know, your 7 level base, and then everyone starts with an advanced class. That's a kind of a cool, like, advanced option. I like it. Some advanced classes have unique special requirements in addition to the standard requirements for entering the class. These are in place to fit the lore and setting of Last Arc, giving players personal quests and story beats to reach their individual goals. All right, so we've got Archmage, Assassin, Battle Mage, Berserker, Bishop, Blade Dancer, Dragoon, Druid, Fell Knight, Gladiator, Necromancer, Paladin, Purloiner, Saboteur, Shikari, Summoner, Troubadour, Warlock. On Pumpkin, there is multiclassing. It's encouraged, and when you multiclass, you basically don't get all of the starting stuff from a class. So there's no dipping. Like if you go into a new class, it's because you want those classes' talents. You don't get like the starting package of like, oh, you took 1 level of fighter, so now you're proficient with every single weapon, every single armor. You get the great BAB, the fortitude buff, the blah, blah, blah. Oh, you're a ranger, you get 5 feats. You know, that lacks. Exactly. And Lollipop, that's, you know, when people say their 3rd edition builds, it makes me want to vomit. I mean, like the splashing alone is terrible, but when I see people who are like, I splash 1 level of this prestige class, 2 levels of this prestige class, you know, whatever, it's just gross. Correct. The 1st level perks are massive so that your warrior, for example, can actually use weapons and armors, but it's not like starting stuff that you get when you multiclass into it. By separating it out as a class feature and defining it as technique perks and then saying you only get 1 technique perk when you take a new class means that if you go into fighter, you can't just get everything instantaneously. And that's awesome. You could over time, it would just cost you a couple of advancements. The fact that you get so many techniques means that it's not like impossible to happen, but you're not going to get it for free. And that's what makes it great. All right. Well, we got a list here. We don't have a lot of time. So I'm going to do a poll and I'm going to write down some ones that I think you think would be cool to look at. So we're going to take a look at Assassin, Battle Mage, Dragoon. All righty. Chat, the poll is yours and yours alone. Vote. I love how balanced all these polls have been. That's been amazing. I mean, that's actually kind of a good sign, right? That really highlights the people or things. If you don't Dragoon, are you? Oh, okay. Dragoon's Dragoon and Fell Knight, neck and neck. I'll let it go for another. I'll let it go until the end of the Horizon Thunder Sphere. Horizon Thunder Sphere! All right, we're going to do Dragoon and Fell Knight. All right, which is convenient because they're pretty close to each other. All right. I mean, if we're not doing Dragoon, what are we even doing here? Oh, wow. I'm just going to stop here for this art for the Archmage. I got to be honest with you. I'm totally sold on these gnomes. Like, that is so cool. Like, that is such a good piece of art. Like, that is so awesome. I love these gnomes. I really do. Wow. Wow, wow. All right, anyways, sorry. Yeah, Derik liking gnomes is really saying something much. By the way, I like that each of these is just like, looks like these are each like 2 or 3 pages. No, they're each just 2 pages. They're just a double page spread. The art, by the way, for each of these advanced classes is slamming. This Dwarven Battle Mage looks amazing. Like, again, like everyone just thinks like, you know, Magus with a sword. Like a dwarf with like an energy shield and an axe. How awesome is that? That's incredible. Here's our Orc Berserker. I gotta be honest with you, I'm not a huge fan of the Orcs art. It's not my favorite. The orc art looks a lot like the orcs from the one Zelda game. I think it's a Zelda game. Or like Twilight Sword. I think the orcs look very similar to this, right? I think the RPG. Breath of the Wild. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of getting at. Here's the bishop. At this point I'm just kind of looking for the art. The Blade Dancer. And the Dragoon. Hailing from the Principality of Akarta, these distinguished knights fight with the pride and illustriousness of the dragons, from which they derive both their name and their iconography. Masters of the lance, these magnificent warriors leap into the thick of battle, delivering powerful thrusts. Whether taking to the sky with supernatural jumps or riding fearsome dragons, Dragoons excel in both ground and aerial combat. For starters, it looks like all the advanced classes are 10. I like 10 levels. I always thought the 5 levels and 3 level prestige classes were bad and terrible. Secondly, art, 10 out of 10. All right. At level 1, you get defense bonus, leaping lance, talent. You then get dragon dive, hyper jump, dragon dive, hyper jump, dragon dive, and you get your choice of 5 talents, of course, across the level. You get max hit points requirement. You have to be, so yes, it is a prestige class. However, they all have, which is awesome, and every prestige class should have gotten this, and it was that. There's so much that I'm irritated about prestige classes that I'm still irritated about prestige classes. Prestige classes should require something prestigious. It shouldn't just be, oh, you got skill proficiency ride. No. Here's what I like about this. You have to be 7th level. Awesome. Athletics ride. Cool. Whatever. Lunge and weapon proficiency polearm. Of course. Mounted charge. Naturally. Must have slain a dragon of equal or greater level. Yes. Yes. It should be prestigious. It should be, you have to, accomplish some sort of cool, awesome goal. It shouldn't be part of your fucking build. Love it. The prestige classes had a ton of issue, but the biggest issue of them was they weren't prestigious. I'm going to splash Elemental Master. I hated it. Anyways, it's a deed. Correct. It's 100% a deed. Anyways, big fan. These are exactly the requirements I want. It's a little bit of build, but it's also this task, and that's what's cool. All right. So they are high hit points, low MP. They get a massive bonus to their fortitude defense. Of +4, and they gain the following features. Leaping Lance is their core feature. Dragoons utilize powerful jumps to increase the power of their thrust. While wielding a polearm, Dragoons using the lunge technique may treat the attack as a mounted charge for the sake of bonuses, penalties, and talents. Penalties from lunge and charge stack. Now, we don't really know enough about the game to know this. We do know that lunge is usually a action that lets you target things that are further away, but it requires a little bit more action economy. And then obviously getting bonuses from, charging. So that it's like you're mounted on a horse, but you're not on a horse. Right? So assuming mounted charge and spirited charge, like from 3rd edition, work the way that they do, where they do double damage and stuff. Yeah. Anyways. Dragon dive. Dragoons descend upon their enemies with the ferocity of a true dragon. Starting at 2nd level, the Dragoon may extend their reach by 2 squares when using the leaping lance. At 6th level, they may extend their reach by 3, and at 10th level, they may extend their reach by 4 squares. So game-wise, we are extending our reach by 4 squares. And assuming our reach is already 2 squares because we're using a pole arm, it means that our reach is 6 squares, which is 30 feet. But the idea, right, that's the game mechanic. But the idea is that we are like leaping up and attacking them and kind of coming back to our own square, right? So it's like we're jumping up, landing on them, hitting them, and then leaping back to our own square. Now, game-wise, we just have reach 6. But in the fiction, right, we're leaping into the air, crashing onto them, and then like backflipping back to the square that we started in. Anyways, hyper jump. Dragoons jump with lightning fast speed, leaving little opportunity for their enemies to attack. At 4th level, while wielding a pole arm, Dragoons suffer no reflex defense penalties when using lunge. Additionally, Dragoons are always treated as being running for sakes of making athletics checks to jump. At 8th levels, you no longer suffer charge penalties when using the leaping lance abilities, and you are always treated as only having or as falling 2 squares less when calculating falling damage. And then we have several talent trees. Now, this is where it gets really painful because we only get 5 talents. We could also select from the fighter talent tree, the Ulan talent tree. These are both from the warrior, but also the tamer talent tree, which we didn't go into. I think is part of the ranger. Dragoneer. The taming of a dragon is a feat few can boast, placing these knights amongst the most reverend in the land. All right, well, you start off by commanding dragons, and if you go all the way down, you can get a dragon and get a pet dragon. Makes sense. You may now tame dragons with the tame talent. Additionally, you may use bait to affect dragons. This is like all tied to the tame technique, which is from the ranger, by the way. So do you want a dragon? Yes. The other one is the lancer talent technique. You can shatter the most fortified defenses with a single thrust. Foes shatter beneath the power of your thrust. When using the leaping lance ability, each exploding die creates 2 new exploding dice rather than 1. And remember, exploding dice can explode. Dragon Piercer. While using your ability, you ignore 5 points of damage reduction for every 10 points that your attack roll beat their defense. Dragon Piercer 2 is 5 for 5. Elusive Jump. You leap backwards. Once per turn as a minor action, you can make a DC 15 check to move up to half your speed without making any provoking counterattacks, attacks of opportunity. And Lancet lets you draw upon the power of your enemy. Once per encounter, if you're wielding a polearm, if you deal damage to an enemy, you can choose to heal an amount of hit points equal to the target's vitality or their constitution score. So obviously, this is the money shot. I mean, this thing is going to let you. I mean, you could explode 2 dice, which would make 4 exploding dice, and then if a couple of those explode, then I mean, you know, your damage potential here is literally through the roof. It's astronomical. Not obviously there's diminishing returns, but easy, buddy. Yeah. You get to be a master jumper, lancer, crusher, downer person, basically a melee combatant who is able to essentially attack nearly anywhere on the battlefield in melee, while also being able to jump really well and doing a ton of damage, and also potentially train a dragon. You could do both. You could do one exclusively, because you get 5 talents. So you could take Dragon Breaker, Dragon Piercer 2, Elusive Jump, Lancet, and never get a dragon, if that's the level you want to go. Or you could take Dragon Heart, Dragon Surge, Steady Wing, Worm Tamer, Ward Scale, and be full dragon, Dragon Master. Or you could take a mix. And of course, I need to ask, Dragoon, what would you do? Full Dragoneer, full Lancer mix. All right, pull us up. I'm curious. Now, partially because I love Kane, I would be a full Lancer. I don't care about riding a dragon at all. All I care about is jumping. But that's because Dragoon to me equals Kane, and Kane equals damage. And equals jumping, and equals... do you remember that one ridiculous... Alex R says, easiest 2 of my whole life. I think Strat is the only one who picked 1. Interesting. No, I'd be full Lancer. Full Lancer. There's no way I wouldn't be full Lancer. I want to just do insane amounts of damage and stack it all as much as I can. Numbers go real burr. That's true. Strat may be the only person here, despite the... You know, you say that, and yet I know for a fact that you've played the shit out of MMOs. And that is nearly close to a JRPG. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? When you're a Lancer, and when you use your hyper lunge, or your hyper jump, you are treated as if you are riding. See, look at this. While wielding a polearm, Dragoons using their lunge technique may treat the attack as being a mounted charge for purposes of bonuses. You don't actually have to be riding a dragon or anything in order to be counted as being mounted for purposes of, like, mounted charge. All right. Fell Knight. There's our art, by the way, for Fell Knight. Another absolute banger. 10 out of 10. That is an incredible knight. Total, full SK. Just absolute full SK. Through the roof SK. That's Shadow Knight, by the way, for people who don't know. Yeah, total Dark Knight. Absolutely. Yeah, this is awesome. Again, 10 out of 10 Dark Knight. All right. Nefarious beings void of anything resembling empathy or mercy, they forsook their holy vows to walk a dark path. These black knights do the bidding of their infernal masters, leaving nothing but death and ruin in their wake. While many fell knights are fallen paladins disaffected from the church, there are a few twisted individuals who seek much power of their own volition. All right. You actually have to be trained in spellcraft. You need armor proficiency heavy, and you must have the Sword of Doom. You must prove your loyalty to darkness by obtaining a cursed weapon and feeding it the blood of innocence, killing any number of non-evil creatures whose collective levels add up to 100. Well, I guess this isn't for PCs. Holy shit. We need like a tuned down version. I've never seen mass murder mechanicized so nicely. Oh yeah, you need to feed it 100 levels worth of innocence. Rosa, I'm just a dark knight. I guess we're a little bit far from that. It's just a shame, really. Guys, no, but seriously, guys. I mean, guys, it's really powerful. We definitely want to splash. Well, again, I don't necessarily know that this is for the PCs there, Cinnabos. I mean, that one of the things about Noble Bright is that it's also very the dark is dark. You know what I mean? It's that the world isn't dark. No, see, you guys Noble Bright does not mean that like everything is sunshine and rainbows, right? It means that the heroes in the world are is a place of things, but that a place of beauty and light, which means that the darkness has to be darker, right? You know, that's, I mean, most Final Fantasy games are, that. Right. Now, if you want to, go out and multi-class to slaughter a village, I mean, that's a different perspective. Now, obviously, I'm a fan of, I'm just a Dark Knight. So, I mean, it'd be cool if, like, this wasn't quite so over the top evil and maybe a little bit more of, like, you wield the Dark Blade. While the rest of you were mastering dual wielding, I mastered the Dark Blade, that kind of thing. All right. We get Curse Bearer, Unholy Sacrifice, Oblivion, and defense bonuses. We are a high hit point and moderate MP class. We get a massive bonus to Fort and Will. We get Oblivion. The Fell Knight's end is no surrender. With their dying breath, they drag their enemies down with them to share in their fate. When an enemy deals damage to the Fell Knight that reduces them to 0 hit points, or if it reduces them to the bottom of their break gauge, the Fell Knight makes a spellcraft check against the fort defense of all enemies within 6 squares. If successful, the target takes damage equal to twice the damage that was just taken by the Fell Knight. Otherwise, they take half. The Fell Knight ignores any penalties and statuses while resolving their ability. This is an area of effect. I agree. I think if you remove the non-evil cause, right, and you just make it more of like you're like a grim, like a grim Justicar, and you could just say, you could even say, you you must bring 100 levels of evil creatures to justice. And it's like you're dark in your pursuit of vengeance, sort of a means justify the ends type guy, right, or girl. Oh, interesting. The Fell Knight's endless quest for power often leads them to bear cursed arms and armor. Starting at 2nd level, once per encounter, if a cursed item's cursed effect is triggered, the Fell Knight may, as a reaction, negate the effect. Right. Corrupted good, maybe even corrupted neutral, maybe. So here you go. The ideal wielder of that broken hammer that misses on anything less than a 15, you just ignore the curse. And then you hit and do massive exploding D12 damage. Look at that. We're already min-maxing and getting sick builds. Unholy Sacrifices. You may, as a minor action, yeah, but you get to use it more often. Plus, remember, Lollipop, if I roll like an 8 or a 9, I probably missed anyways, right? So really, I'm only using it like when I roll a 13, 14, and I would have hit, but I missed because of the curse, So, at 2nd level, you may, as a minor action, spend an amount of hit points equal to half your class level to gain a bonus to your reflex defense equal to the hit points spent. Talents. You can take from the Fighter talent tree, the Occultist talent tree, and the following talent tree. The Reaver talent tree. Oh, they only have one talent tree. I am a fan of the Fabula Knight. I am a fan of the Fabula Ultima Dark Knight. It's very cool. To be fair, the Fabula Ultima Dark Knight doesn't really make any sense. Like realistically, like you're a hero, but you're the dark. But we kind of gloss over that because of Cecil. But it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. But it's fine. It's whatever. Abyssal Drain. You draw life from your foe like a candle guttering in the void. As a primary action, you may spend a quarter of your max MP to make a spellcraft check against a single creature within 6 squares. If you beat their fort defense, they take 4d6 dark damage, and you gain an amount of hit points equal to the damage dealt. Train 2 is 8d6. Dark Fervor. Whenever you spend HP to use a Fell Knight ability or talent, you recover MP. Dark Harvest. Once per encounter, you may target up to 3 creatures with your Abyssal Drain technique. Hellblade. When using your Infernal Strike talent, if the target would move 1 or more steps down the break gauge from damage dealt by your melee attack, they drop another step. So you drop them 2 steps down their break gauge. And that is triggered by this. Infernal Strike. Your Dark Blade feeds off your malice and blood. As a free action, you may spend 2 hit points to add plus 1d4 damage to all successful melee attacks until the start of the next turn. You may increase this damage die up to 4 steps, a maximum plus 1d12 by spending 2 hit points. So this is definitely a spend your hit points to do damage and do extra stuff. Terrorize. Your presence alone saps your will to fight. While in combat, the first time an enemy comes within 4 squares of you, make a spellcraft check. If it beats their will defense, they suffer a -2 penalty to all attack rolls within 4 squares of you. It lasts until the end of the encounter. A Fell Knight that loses the favor of their Dark Master, be it through direct failure or change of heart, may no longer take levels in this class and must either win back their patron's favor or set out on a new path, one of redemption. The ex-Fell Knight may choose to undertake a righteous quest to redeem their soul and rid themselves of this accursed darkness that scars their spirit. If accomplished, the ex-Fell Knight may immediately retrain any number of their occultist talents to either cleric or devotee talents, as well as convert all of their Fell Knight classes to Paladin class levels. So you can go full Cecil, and there you go. Good stuff. Alrighty. Well, advanced classes look very, very, very cool, and I'm glad they're in here. And definitely, it's a space for, I don't want to say splat, but who doesn't love to get a good advancement of cool prestige classes, as long as they feel legitimately prestigious and people aren't just like splashing into them for for a level or two. And again, because of the way this game works, and you don't get like the other stuff like this, people are just asking for everything. Here's the Sabur. Here's the Shikari. Here is the Summoner. Nice. Here's the Troubadour. Here is the Warlock. And here is the chapter on Aeons, with apparently serial number filed off Bahamut. Do we have Bahamut? No. Very good art. Is that Nicol Bolas? So these are called the Primals. One for each of the energy types. Idols are ancient artifacts required to summon Aeons. You have to find the idols first. Unlike other summons, Aeons cost an amount of MP equal to 5 times your class level. Each Aeon has an ultimate ability that can only be used once each time they are summoned, and it will unsummon the Aeon after it is used. That's pretty cool. That's pretty good art. It's pretty cool. Sirius, the Raging Flame, aka Ifrit. He's large. I like his cloven foot. This is a really cool piece of art. He has a speed of 8 hover. He's immune to fire damage, weak to cold. He knows a bunch of fire spells. His ultimate is Pyroclasm. The oceans boil, the land is reduced to ash. As an all-out action, Sirius can make an attack roll against the reflex defense of all enemies within 6 squares. If it beats their reflex defense, they take an amount of damage, fire damage, equal to 6d6 plus the summoner's class level. Otherwise, they take half. If you're 6th level, it's 8d6. If you're 10th level, it is 10d6. And here are his stats, depending on what level you are. So if you're a 10th level summoner, he has 261 hit points. No joke. And he does 2d12 plus 17 bludgeoning damage. With DR 15, by the way. Here is Altar, the Wreckager, father of lightning, thunder, lightning, and storms. Here is Arcturus, the Dread, the primal of ice, winter, and death. Amazing art. Just incredible art. Here is the Pleiades, the Fae sisters. I think as we've gone further through this book, the boobs have gotten bigger. Here is Alioth, the guiding wind, primal of wind and sky. Here is Rasalis, the wanderer of the sands. Beetlejuice, or Betelgeuse, the Great Pox. Kind of looks like a Nurgle thing. Kind of weird stomach mouth thing. And here is Formalhaut. Is this just D&D 3.5 with a weeaboo skin? No, it's D&D 3.5 with a Final Fantasy skin, which you could argue dips into weeaboo. And here is legally distinct Behemoth. Formalhaut, the Worm King. And you know what? It delivers. I mean, that's King B enough for me. You know, looks like a dragon, but has like some mannish elements. I love the floating wrist bracer things around his wrists. That looks sweet with the spiky things. Flies 12 feet, 3x3. He's huge. And his ultimate is Dragon Storm. With the Sovereign's Roar, the King of Worms unchanged, a conflux of raw magic. Nothing within its heart endures. As an all-out attack, he may attack all the reflex defense of all enemies within 6 squares. If it beats their reflex defense, they take unaspected damage. It's just pure elemental. 6, 8, 10, and then he is unsummoned. He also knows gravity, thunder. He knows all the elemental magic. He knows fire, fight, lice, and lightning. But he also knows banish, levitate, dispel, gravity. Yeah. He has arcane supremacy. He gets a +5 bonus to all of his defenses against all magic and spells. And AoE deal half damage to him and no damage if it misses him. Whenever he casts a spell that deals elemental damage, he gains resistance to that elemental damage type. He's also immune to slow. So he delivers. Then they got a chapter on game mastering and more cool art, more big boobs. People fighting, know your players, table rules. We got challenge rating for awarding experience points, designing encounters, rewarding loot. We got some traps, including a mimic. We, of course, got, it is 3rd edition coded, so we've got falling objects, how much damage a candlestick does, you know, the good old stuff. How long you can hold your breath, you know, all that stuff that we expect from a 3rd edition coded game. We've got our status effects, including Toad. Nice. And then here are monsters. There's the Lich. Oh, I'm sorry. That's an Arch Lich. The art in this game is off the scale. I mean, it's incredible. I love it. That is such a badass. Just like the detail of like the book being chained to his wrist. Very cool. There's a vampire. And here we have different people that you can fight. Hey, look at that. The Pale Court. Didn't we call our... I think we called the faction in Shadow Deep the Pale Court. So this is going to be my biggest criticism of the game. And it's it's expected. But it is a very much a 3rd edition 3.5 dragon, you know, coded thing. Dungeons and Dragons 3rd edition coded thing, which is the NPCs are basically players. And that means that they have hit points and MP. It also means that they have talents and techniques and items. Unfortunately, this means that you need... Now, this was the same in 3rd edition. They just gave you a list of feats. And you had to know what they did. And it's no different than any modern game when a spellcaster lists a bunch of spells, and now you got to know what every single one of those spells does. And unfortunately, that is not great. It makes running creatures and monsters a challenge, for sure. Now, I did it for 8 years, 9 years, but it is not ideal at all. Amazing art, great stuff. A Beowulf, here's the sad part. I know Beowulf isn't kidding, because Beowulf's like, I love it when the NPCs are the exact same thing as the PCs, because it's, I don't know, it's super simulationist. I don't even know what the reasoning behind it is. But you know, one of the big changes that I loved about 4th edition is that every monster, the monsters didn't use the same rules as the PC. They had their own stat blocks. They had their own abilities. Everything was written in their own stat block. And so, like, if I throw just a simple orc grunt at you or a goblin fodder, you know, they have precise shot, weapon proficiency, shield bash, you know, mighty strikes. So I need to know what that feat does, basically, in order to run this monster. You know, by the way, I do love, look at this. Every monster, I just saw this, has the steal table on them. Apparently the rogue must be able to, you know, steal from the enemies. That's amazing, by the way. Love it. Just like the so but again, the only reason I might be able to play this game is because you know, I remember what most of these things do from my time playing PF1 and 3rd edition. But it is unfortunate. Monsters are always the hardest thing. You know, it's always going to be the hardest thing. It's always been the hardest thing, and it will always be the hardest thing, unfortunately. So, but you know, it is. It's never been. I definitely wish the monsters were more 4E like 100%. Or, you know, even like later monster manuals, like Monster Manual 4 and Monster Manual 5 from 3rd edition, sort of led in that direction. Now, here's the good news. Those were allies and adversaries. So those are like the bosses. There's a bestiary. So maybe we're in luck. Okay. All right, so these seem a lot simpler. Now, there's still some stuff in here like, I mean, I guess this is probably baked in. I'm guessing this is baked in. Baked in. I'm assuming this is all, like, maybe you need to know what Agile Maneuvers does. But it's, you can see their abilities are written in the, okay, this is, save. Saved. Big save. I'm still not thrilled about the adversaries having to basically be full PCs, but this is a huge save. Massive save. I just saw the orcs and I assumed the worst. Let's see. I mean, is it just all freaking bees and creatures? What do we got here? Yeah, it looks like all of the techniques they take are just flat, like static bonuses that are built into the stat block. And then all of their abilities are written. Oh, I'm in the beast section. All right, well, that explains it. I thought the bestiary was literally just animals. Like here, we got a manticore. Awesome. He's got hit point up, improved initiative, and skill focus unarmed. But all of that stuff is built into his stat block. So we don't need to know any of that stuff. And he's got a poison, a chimera brain, and tail slam. So simple, easy. Let's see what the cockatrice does. Grim Gaze. Grim Gaze. As a primary action, a cockatrice may make an attack, d20 plus 14, against the fort defense of a living creature within 6 squares in line of sight. If successful, the target becomes paralyzed. If it beat the target by 10 or more, the target is petrified. Sick. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Total saving here, by the way. By the way, massive bestiary. Wow, this thing is really going on. I wasn't expecting it to be this long. Yeah, the item and steel, the loot and steel list is very nice. I'm assuming this is by CR. It looks like the CR is going up. There's a full chimera. Plague rat. Scorpion. A tarantula. Nice. Great tortoise. A Bethir. A mammoth. A sturge. A sphinx. Hell pig. Ogre bear. The rock. The mastodon. That's a gnarly mastodon. Holy shit. Kobolds, fawns. Okay. Save. Yeah. All right. These are very good. These are very good. Mounted cavalry centaur. Love it. Harpies, nagas. Great art, by the way, for every single one of these monsters. Centaur Arbalast. Oh, yeah. Alamia. Minotaur. Chonk. Minotaur skip leg day. He's equipped with the gig-ass mallet. Nice. Angels. Valkyries. Cherubim. Seraphim. Jack-o'-lantern. Bag of tricks. Phantom armor. All right, this is good. This is good. There's standard mimic. All of this is great. Hydra, Wyvern, a worm, a Zelant. I don't know what that's different, but a lindworm, a dragon turtle, elementals. Trying to get to the undead. We got puddings, Jinn, Titans, Fae, Dryads, Pixies, Unicorns, Sylphs, the Owlbear, Treants, Ogres. Ooh, Cyclops. That's cool art. That's a cool art for the Cyclops. Wow. That's awesome. No MP. Very cool. Corrupt, evil, huge, giant, 8, aggressive, 1600 XP, DR 10, reflex defense. Notice, very easy to hit. Like look at the difference in the armor class between fortitude and reflex. But you have to deal 43 damage in order to trigger his break threshold. And, you know, in kind of JRPG fashion, look, these creatures have a lot of resistances and stuff like that. No doubt. Eye beam, electrical damage from their eye beam. Nice. Ooh, you can steal a high potion from him. Nice. A giant, a gigas, a gigas. Jotun. Art is just continuing to deliver. Wow. We got infernals, demon, gargoyles, galoos, succubi. You knew the succubi was going to be good. 10 out of 10 would have a delusional vision. Nightmare. Irenaeus. Behemoth. Hell yeah. Pit Fiend. And here we have, at long last, zombies and skeletons. All right. Wearing rusting armor, ancient copper sword. Good. Let's see here. The zombie has 16 hit points. No damage reduction. Very easy to hit. Weak to holy. Immune to dark, disease, fear, petrify, sleep, and zombify. It bites you. And if it pins you, it can make a free bite attack that ignores your DR. In addition, the Death Gigas, oops, spell check. Zombies require an all-out action to move. So, kind of slow in that way. The skeleton is 21. And hit points, rather. It's a lot CR2. It has a copper sword. It has a much better reflex defense. Has some DR as well. And that's it. It just attacks you. Very, very basic, very simple. Attacks you with a sword. Nothing special. A ghost, on the other hand, has an incorporeal touch. Ooh. Additionally, when the ghost successfully hits any living creature with its slam, this moves you a step down the break gauge. Oh, shit. That is crazy. That's nasty. Also, this secondary effect is a death effect. I wonder if that means if you go down to the unconscious, you're instead dead. Nasty. So it doesn't even really do that much damage to you, right? But every time it hits you, it just makes you go down. That's awesome. Right, that's a very cool way to do that instead of negative levels. Correct, Pumpkin. It functionally serves the same purpose, but it works well within the established mechanics of the game. That's cool. I love when people do that. Ooh, here's a CR6 ghoul. Note that he has the pin technique as well. He can do an AoE cone attack of a death fog. Whenever he pins a target, he may make a free bite attack. And whenever a ghoul successfully bites a living creature, there's a 50% chance that the target becomes poisoned with death fog. That must be a poison from the book. So again, it's not 100% unreferenceable, but these are much more usable than the ones that we saw previously, right? Again, and the art just continuing to deliver again and again and again. There's a lot of white space in some of these monsters too. That's just a little bit of stuff as well. Just FYI. I know, buddy. I'm sorry. Bone Dragon. Sick. Here's a Wraith. There's the Death Gigas. The Death Gigas requires an all-out action to move. Additionally, the Death Gigas may not charge. So apparently they copy-pasted that for the zombie and oops, forgot to change it over to zombie. There's the good old Dolahan, a.k.a. the Headless Horseman. Zombie Dragon. Reaper. The Wendigo. And then the final chapter, optional rules. We've got Aetherite Shards, magical artifacts that allow players to upgrade equipment that may get outscaled later in the game. We're not actually going to go into these. I just want to see what the optional rules are. So magical artifacts that allow players to upgrade equipment that may otherwise get outscaled later in the game. So basically, materia / runes, basically. Last resorts, powerful ultimate attacks that give the players a chance to turn the tide of a losing battle, aka limit breaks, I'm assuming. And Zodiac system, special birth signs that allow the players to alter how their characters interact with the world. It literally is the Zodiac system from Final Fantasy Tactics. So yeah, so we got shard systems which you can slot into your gear in order to upgrade it. We've got lunar shards, solar shards, stellar shards. And again, this is just a couple pages for optional rules. Last resorts are you have to be 5th level and you learn it, and then you have to complete a description, and then you gain, Catastrophe, Forbidden Dance, Dark Cloud, Aether Blast, Bloodbath, Cold Steel, Riot Blade. You gain all these ultimate last resorts, like Arrow Storm. As an all-out action, target a single enemy within your weapon's point-blank range. All enemies within 6 squares of that target, including the target, suffer 8d6 piercing damage and become blinded. At 15th level, this damage increases to 10d6. The ultimate of the Mediator, Armistice. As an all-out action, choose a single enemy within 6 squares and line of sight to leave the encounter. This does not affect summons or legendary creatures. Let's see here. Calamity Blast. As an all-out action, deal 8d6 dark damage to all enemies within a 6-square cone. Each exploding die generates 2 bonus dice instead of 1, and at 15th level, it is 10d6. And then lastly, we have, as expected, Zodiac Signs, which you generate your star sign from your birth month, and then when you attack or activate an enemy or an ally, you roll twice and keep the higher, or roll twice and keep the lower. No, never. I would never use this in a million, bajillion, quadrillion years ever. I think you just have to put this in there because they did it in Final Fantasy Tactics, and it feels wrong to create a game that's based off of Final Fantasy Tactics without doing it. All right. We somehow looked through everything in this game, and now we have much better appreciation for the character sheet. Very cool. That is a first arc. That is a first look at Last Arc Tactics Analogue. Very short stream. Hopefully they got their money worth. I would think that they did. I did not know what to expect going into this game. But so what I wanted to say at the beginning of this game, or at the beginning of this stream, is I know a lot of people bought Avatar, and what they really wanted, right, was cool martial arts bending powers. And instead what they got is this really deep, it's a PBTA game, so they're already like, what the fuck is that? And it's about, finding balance between being posed between 2 opposing principles. I love Fabula Ultima. I think this is a fantastic TTRPG, JRPG. It's what my home group plays on Fridays. But this is very much a narrative game. Yes, it has a combat system that's tactical, but there's no grid, there's no movement. It's more of an abstract tactical game. You can use Fabula points to change the narrative and make enemies, add enemies. When somebody dies, they can choose not to die. It's not this kind of like grid-based tactical game. And I'm not saying that people are confused about that, but what I'm saying is that there are people out there, the popularity of 5e D&D and Pathfinder 2 speak to this. There are people out there that just want, Avatar or Fabula Ultima, but they want it, on a grid with miniatures and area of effects and initiative, and you take your turn and I take my turn. Last Arc, I think, does a fantastic job of filling this. I think this is a much better game, much easier sell for me than Break was. I had some problems with Break, but this game seems very, very focused. Now, what blew me away is that this game is not based off of 5e. This game is undoubtedly based off of both 3rd edition D&D and 4th edition D&D, with really the main element being the sort of bridge between the two, which was Star Wars Saga Edition. The break gauge is a really unique piece of tech that kind of fills the role that massive damage did, but that role never came up. I love that it gives you this additional lever to play with and to interact with easily without, it's a death spiral, but you can recover from it, and it gives a lot of texture to the different abilities. The equipment interaction piece, one of the best things I've ever seen in a traditional 20 game, maybe any game. I almost never care about equipment ever. I actually found myself being interested and excited about the equipment. That is a really big accomplishment. But other than that, it is a D20 game. You know, it's a 3E base, but it uses MP instead of slots, which has a lot of advantages. It uses defenses instead of saving throws and armor class. It uses damage reduction. So there's a lot of things that I consider to be better than the standard mode of a D&D game. And that is really, really exciting to me. The other thing that we saw is that because, your break gauge gives you a penalty to your attacks, but a lot of these really cool high-level monsters, especially the bigger ones, they actually don't have that great of a reflex defense. So even as you suffer break, you're still going to be able to hit them. I mean, if you remember 3rd edition D&D, the ACs, it wasn't PF2. ACs didn't go into 40s and 50s and 60s. ACs capped out around, I don't know, like 20, 25. And so you were hitting them very easily, I think that this game fills a really, really interesting spot. Now, I've said many times that right now in my current world, I am not really super into grid-based tactical combats, people said, oh, well, if you were, would you play 4th edition? And I said, no, because it's hard to play and it doesn't have good support. And people said, would you play Draw Steel? And I said, maybe. And they said, what about Beacon or Lancer? Well, Beacon and Lancer, Beacon needs a VTT. What's up, Strat? But Beacon and Lancer lean into that really full. Like Beacon's and Lancer are like, this combat is 2+ hours. It's a lot. I think that this game is basically it is a modernized version of 3rd edition, cleaned up and working on for JRPG. It delivers amazingly. Outside of all that, it's beautifully created. It's complete. You just saw the whole game today. You get it when you back it. Affiliate link in the doobly-doo. They're going to be printing it and shipping it this year. It is a gorgeous looking book. And I didn't get a chance to look at the Atlas or the Gazetteer, but I'm assuming it's just as gorgeous. And for someone like me who grew up playing 3rd edition and 4th edition, this is all second nature to me. Maybe if you're coming from 5th edition or other games, it's not something that, you would, immediately bounce to. But for someone like me, and if I were to play this with my group, everyone would get this within 5 seconds. They told me in emails that they are currently, this is a final version that we looked at tonight, aside from a massive pass from feedback from the beta people of typos and editings. Yeah. So they even said that. My group would take this like a fish out of water, fish in water, I should say. It would make total sense to them. Plus with the JRPG MMO elements, my group would have no problem adapting to this almost instantaneously. Again, this really is 3E plus 4E, in that Saga edition. The classes look cool. I love this philosophy around the base classes. The MP is really interesting. The spell acquisition is interesting. Multiclassing feels like it actually works instead of being something to be abused, which is exciting. I would definitely run this over Pathfinder 1st edition any day. Now I'm not knocking down the door, and I was really gonna be like, I being completely honest with you. I would have been honest with you either way. I would have said I wouldn't have played this game if the adversaries were the way that they were. But then someone said, but there's a Bestiary. The Bestiary saved this entire game because those monsters are playable and runnable. If a complex adversary villain moth thing wants to be complicated and basically be a full PC, I can deal with that. But, a simple troll, orc, kobold, goblin thing, skeleton, zombie, no. I just want a basic creature with hit points, attack rolls, and maybe 1 to 3 abilities. And that they delivered on, that really sell the fantasy of what is this monster supposed to do. And it felt like from our scanning of the Bestiary, it did that extremely well. Not to mention that's an easy area where they can expand the game with another book or a future expansion. Bestiaries are like that. Art, I almost have no notes. I don't think there was a single piece of art I disliked. I would say that every piece of art I saw in this game was an 8 out of 10 or better. Some of it was a little fan servicey, but you know what? Okay, it's fine. It's okay. Fan service is good sometimes. I love that style. The medium, it was gorgeously put together. I found it easy to read, easy to understand. It seemed to be laid out fairly well. So from a first look perspective, what is this game about? Oh, I'll be the critical. The only thing I'm critical about, I don't like the injury system thing when you die, but you can choose to avoid death and instead you lose a leg. Not a fan. That's like the one thing I would completely kill. But other than that, this was a fun experience for me. It was nostalgic. It was like getting to see a version of 3rd edition that was better. See, a lot of people think PF1 was a better version of 3E. I don't think it was. I think PF1 is worse than 3E because I think PF1 is more complicated than 3E. With its archetypes and all this other crazy nonsense. This seems really cool to me. Add in the the element of the fact that you've got this like the crafting system with this kind of like materials and you need 3 crystals and 1 elemental flame, and then you can make your smithing check and you make the item. Like that's very clear cut and simple, but it's diegetic. Look, I love 3rd edition for PF1, but crafting in that game was soulless, right? Pour gold into pour gold into the air and make a check and poop, your item appears. Very soulless. This is a very nice, simple, easy to use system. So this, I mean, it feels like a 3rd edition game with 20 plus years of play and feedback, and then modified to fit this genre. Right, exactly. For me, it was a very nostalgic, tiptoe through. It doesn't feel like you have to like a lot of times crafting has 2 problems. Either it's soulless and has nothing to it and you just do it, or it's such a pain in the ass and it's so hand wavy and nimby pamby, it doesn't make any sense. Like, I really like the crafting system from Land of Eam. In fact, this game seems kind of similar, where it's just like, hey, the item gives you the recipe. There's a standardized list. You get 1 of this, 2 of this, and then you make your check. Land of Eam was a little bit more complicated, but and I say that with a pinch of salt, with a grain of sand, because it was still not a very complicated game. I'm just simply saying I think a little goes a long way in making crafting work. And it seems like this is really good. And because the items seem so cool, and it's not just like, it's a better version of the item. No, like every item was unique. It wasn't just so many items. Like 500 items in our game, and they all the same and they all suck. Like, you're like, oh shit, this item's cool. This item makes my dice explode better. Oh, but this item's better against giants, and I want the giant killing item. Like there seemed to be so much texture and tacticalness to the item. The items were great. I agree, Krakow. I think they were really fantastic. That was one of the best sections of the game for me. Strat, I mean, preach. I also, again, I like the philosophy of the talents, where the base classes are generic. The talent trees are used to diversify and create more of a focus, or maybe be a more flexible use. The game encourages multiclassing, but it's not pigeonholing you into this super niche thing. You don't have to be like, oh, I'm a mage and I'm the elementalist and I can never take anything else. Strat was mentioning about being an Esper control mage. Great. Pick up some black magic, pick up some white magic, pick up some blue magic, and you're good to go. And that's what's cool about this game is you don't have to pre-build that. You can play into that, which is a lot of fun, which is really interesting. So again, it's a first look. It's not a review. Obviously, I've never played this game, even though I've never played this game, but I've played this game for decades. I can tell you it would work. It will work great. It'll be, maybe a little clunky at times with a little bit of, this is not quite so smooth as I'd like it to be. Maybe the combat doesn't run as quickly as you'd like it to do. And that's just what 3rd edition, 4th edition games tend to do. Nothing really too different there. So what is this game about? This game is a JRPG 3rd edition tactical game. What do the mechanics do and support that? They support that 100%. And I think they do a wonderful job of doing that. How does the reward system work? Great. It uses a simple XP system. You get to level up. It uses an escalating level system. So you want to, get bigger XP. There's XP for monsters, XP for traps, XP for quest rewards, all the things that you would want to do. So it's a mix of both milestone and fighting challenges, which is pretty standard, right? It's like 3rd edition with a mind towards 4th edition, which introduced the idea of major quests and minor quests. We didn't really go into the GM section, but it was there. We quickly glanced through it. So it's fantastic. Does it mega game? Yeah, absolutely. This game would mega game. Fantastic. Obviously, you might have leveling issues. So, we'd have to figure out a solution to that. Does it deed? I mean, the whole advancement system creates a little bit of tension, but yeah, I mean, assuming you could figure out a way to somehow prevent level scaling. Yeah, if you're interested at all, check out the doobly-doo below. There's a bunch of information on there about the game, about the crowdfunding campaign. Again, it is complete. The game is completely, you saw it today. It's completely, you're buying the game, basically. Once it's finished, you'll get the PDF. There'll be some beta cleanups. I'm sure you get some revisions, and then the print will come out later this year. So all in all, I think it was a surprise for me. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I accepted it because it didn't say 5e compatible, and I was just thinking we're just going to get another 5e ripoff splat book. Instead, I was like, is this 3rd edition? Wait a sec. Fort defense, reflex defense. Is this 4th edition? I was like, I never thought I would see 25 years later, a game that was based off of, my favorite game of all time, right? Which is 3E D&D. I think it's really cool. And I think there's a lot of interesting thing here. Would I be looking to pick, I mean, if the VTT is right, could I see myself running this? Yeah. I mean, again, if I got back into like wanting to do a grid-based game, there's a lot of fun here, and I think they would be fun to play with these classes. The scaling feels right. It'd probably be that or draw steel, but there's certainly, again, resonance is important to me, and I'm not trying to knock draw steel at all, but the null or the censor as a name, as a concept, doesn't do it for me the way that Summoner or Dragoon or Red Mage or Necromancer does. Look, I am who I am. I'm influenced by the tropes that I'm influenced by. And for me, having a warrior rogue ranger who ends up going Dragoon, for me, is way more in line with my character fantasy than like, I'm a null, Does it dungeon? Well, that's a great question. I mean, the scaling of the hit points seems to suggest that it would be okay. You would just have to worry about the 15-minute adventuring day is what it really comes down to. And, you'd have to worry about people just going in, doing things, leaving, and then restoring their mana. I mean, as it is right now, if you rest, every hour you rest, you get a certain percentage of your mana back. So you could definitely like lower that if you wanted it, like long-term attrition to be more of a thing. No, I completely respect Draw Steel's no multiclass, and I guarantee you that it saves them a lot of problems. That being said, there is something fun about, especially with these base classes being purposefully very generic, which I like. I also love that the Ranger and the Bard are both not magical. I love that the Bard can be a storyteller, a lore scholar, but can also be a musician, which is really cool. I like that you can, and that you don't have to pick one path. You get to mix and match as you want, or even as you diegetically grow into the class. That's really, really cool. So, I don't know that the parts about 4E that doesn't make it dungeon. I don't know that 4E had the healing surge, but 4E had the same problem that 3E has, which is 4E doesn't matter with its daily powers and its healing surges. If you go into one room, you leave, you take a full rest, you get back all your healing surges, you get back all your dailies, and then you turn around and go into the dungeon the next day. So it has the same problem as pretty much any game that has full daily recovery. But, that's up to you and how you change it, Anyways, thank you. Thank you to Succubus Publishing for reaching out to me. Again, I didn't reach out to them. They reached out to me. They said, hey, we love what you do, and we'd love, and again, people take a risk. I cannot stress this enough. It's the way that this traditionally works is, you make a video or you make a script, you get it approved by the publishing house. They may offer some feedback, and then you make this tight little 15-minute video or the 60-second ad spot, and it runs, and they've seen it, and it's approved and blah blah blah. This is like, you don't know what I'm going to say, and I don't have anything in my contract or in the thing that say like I'm going to glaze your game. I said I'm going to find the stuff I like. I'm going to comment on the stuff I dislike. And I'm going to give you a full, I'm going to give a full honest first look. I'll say it's not a review. Haven't played the game. Can't say I'm reviewing it. I can just say, hey, I'm going to take a look at it. And I'm going to take a look at it for a long time. That means that I'm going to get into the nitty gritty, the cracks that people don't see, on first inspection that other people might miss. And that's part of the reason why I feel very comfortable with my policy, which is if I do a review and I generate no sales for you, then, you don't owe me any money. So it's my way of saying that if I don't do anything for you, then you don't owe me anything, right? So I want it to be a win-win-win for everybody, right? Which is that I feel good about it, they feel good about it, and hopefully you feel good about it. So that's the way that I can kind of do a sponsorship and not feel like I'm selling out. But yeah, but at the end of the day, if somebody sent me Fatal 2.0, I'm not going to review it regardless. So Jake, well, thank you so much. I mean, I really appreciate it. I mean, again, a lot of you folks come in here and tip and support me anyway. So at least this is a cool way of you, to get something for that as well. Yeah. I mean, again, I'm not here to sell you necessarily on the game. My job is to look at it and give you my thoughts on it. I will say that it is classic and nostalgic with a little bit of a, modern feel. Does that work for you? Maybe, maybe not. A long list of 3E inspired skills, 6 ability scores, defenses, weapon lists may not be the thing that you're excited about anymore. But I will say it uses MP. It's not Vancian casting. It uses the 3 defenses, not an armor class. It uses armor as damage reduction. It has that break gauge. And it has absolutely fabulous art and direction. If that's enough to bring you on, it has some other cool stuff, right? Like BAB is instead of skill. You can multi-class easier because of that skill system. You're not getting so priced into, I got to keep taking the +1 BAB per level class, or I got to keep taking wizard because I need to keep getting my scrolls and spells, right? Like once you acquire your spells as a wizard, you could multi-class into ranger or rogue, and you could even later use your skill to get new scrolls. That's fine. Your MP won't scale as high as it would be if you were just stuck with mage or initiate, but you're still going to be earning MP. So I love the build possibilities, and I'm not even a build guy, but I love the build possibilities because of the genericness of the base classes. And then if you do want to get really, really locked in, there's the advanced classes, and there's, prestige classes were a big deal for people. And I respect the fact like prestige classes were cool when they were about being a dragoon or something like that. When prestige classes were like, basically when the prestige classes weren't that prestigious, when the prestige class was like, guy with a sword, guy with a shield. I was like, how is that prestigious? That's not a prestige class. It's just it's the same problem I have when classes get to 30 classes and you're like, oh, this is a rogue, but they're really good at investigating. It's an investigator class. It's like, do we really need a class for investigator? No. You can make a talent tree. You can make a talent tree called the investigation talent tree and put it under rogue. That's fine. You don't need a whole new class for that. Anyways. Yeah, it was fun. It was exciting. I'm eager to add it to my collection. I think it's really cool. And yeah, the blocking with shields part, chef's kiss. It's a very powerful thing to feel like, deflect the attack. Oh, right. We completely forgot about this, Cineboss. 25 years of 3D, 3D6 down the line, more or less. And that 2D6, add the number to 6, and then 19 minus the 2D6 roll to create 3 sets of 2 pairs of opposing stats. Very cool. Very neat. You get a high score and a low score. You get a decent score and a mid score. Or you get 2 fairly average scores, 12, 13, right? Very cool. Very awesome. Very much stealing that. That has a lot of play other places. And again, I say this with I don't want to hype this up anymore, but the fact that I was excited about the equipment is really crazy. I normally hate equipment. And I was like, wow, this is cool stuff. And as a player, I would get excited seeing those lists and being like, oh man, I can't wait to get an ogre blade, or I can't wait to get a gravity hammer or whatever. Or, if I get 2 pieces of adamantite, we can make the gravity hammer. That's a cool play pattern. I like that a lot. All right, folks. Well, it's been a long time. I think the last time we went this long was, who knows? I don't even know. I know that when we did the kineticist deep dive for PF2, I think that was like a 6.5 hour stream, but this is pretty close at 5.5. Again, people are going to watch this. I'm going to make an attempt tomorrow to time stamp this, probably with the chapters. or the classes that we covered. So, you know, if you're watching the VOD a little bit later, you're welcome. If you're watching it like right now and I haven't done it yet, I'm sorry. But that's going to do it for us. Again, shout out to Succubus Publishing. The link is in the doobly-doo down below. If you're watching this later, the campaign is got 12 days left. So make sure that you get over there, follow our affiliate link, just so they know that you came from us. If you could like and comment, I would really appreciate it. You know, spread the message a little bit, not just to help me in the channel, but to help the group here spread their game. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty neat, and I look forward to seeing how this campaign does. Alrighty, folks, that's going to do it for me. If you like this kind of content, please make sure to subscribe. Maybe check us out, patreon.com/Knights of Last Call, where we talk about all sorts of different games and support and all this other stuff. It was cool to hang out with all of you. Timestamps won't be that bad as long as I do them by the chapter headings. As I was saying earlier today, or the other day on the Patreon, or on my YouTube channel, rather, I said, you know, just in the last week on the Knights of Last Call Patreon Discord, we ran Pendragon, Earth Dawn, Daggerheart, Mage the Ascension, Beyond the Wall, Lancer, Legend of the Five Rings, Pathfinder 2nd Edition, many games of Pathfinder 2nd Edition, Nimble, Legend in the Mist, Dragonbane, D&D 4th Edition, Tact the Quest, Fabula Ultima, and Heroic Deeds in the play-by-post. So as somebody added in the chat. So as Edward added. So just a tremendous list of games. It's a really great, incredible community. I'm really proud of it. So it'd be cool if you check it out. Yeah, again, we didn't even look. There's a whole second book that you get if you back this dang thing. There's a Gazetteer and Atlas with world information, maps, and even additional content, including more advanced classes. So, all right. So, yeah, if you like, there you go. DGN says, if you like JRPGs and anime like Lotus War, you'll enjoy the setting. And of course, I'm sure much, much more of this incredible, amazing art. The art direction was incredible. I think they worked with maybe a couple artists, certainly one main artist, and you could tell some of the differences maybe, but regardless, I thought all the pieces were just a slam dunk. Definitely my favorite. I mean, Fabula Ultima, there's obviously it's neck and neck with that. You know, I really like the art and break, but this takes us to a whole other level for sure. All right, everybody. Well, thank you so much for joining. Thank you again to Succubus Publishing. Thank you all for supporting this channel. Thank you to my amazing and incredible patrons for showing up and being part of this community. It's always a pleasure. Thank you to Testy Trekkie, I think it was Zen who did the anonymous tip, and Duncan DT for the tier 1 subby. Thank you all for supporting. Again, best way to check it out is follow the link in the doobly-doo. Otherwise, we'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Good night.